Qualifiers from the LCK. I am Valdez, and we have a surprise TriCast here with Ox and Chronicler, the mythical trio, joining you here for the last day. And it's a very important day because only one of these teams can make it to Worlds. The other one gets nothing.
Yeah, that's very accurate. And I think
I'm already regretting this. Can I go?
A lot of people were hoping for KT vs T1. The Telecom War to decide the final spot is possibly the most hype setup that we could have possibly gotten. But it's also going to be heartbreak because there is so many, not only just popular, really lengthy career players, but so many world champions in this matchup.
I apologize in advance. This is going to be a narrative overload of a series. There is Deft versus Faker. There is 2022 Worlds Finals. There is defending world champions. There is... we're going to keep going throughout the entirety of the day, but...
The parallel
it's not even,
universe theory.
The 2022 DRX run. Really, way too much to talk about, and we'll get into that throughout the day. But what's really key to note here is that KT beating BNK, that didn't come as a surprise. But in the minds of many, even though we didn't do predictions, I imagine all of us would have predicted T1, given how that matchup played out in the playoffs, and given that DK has not been able to beat a higher seeded team for such a long time.
And as we know, if everyone was to predict T1, then, you know,
no, we know.
Matchup, they a little bit unfortunate. But yeah, I think KT, they definitely had a rough game one yesterday, but kind of looked better over the course of the series. We've seen many Telecom Wars between these two teams. Definitely being T1 who have had the edge.
直近はマジで T1 が勝ってるけど、3-2、3-2、3-2って。
In a qualifier was actually in 2013.
Yeah.
So that's
just 11 years ago.
Yeah, that's a good amount of time ago. Obviously.
What were you guys doing 11 years ago?
I was in university.
Playing video games?
Well, I was doing that as well, actually.
Dan was in high school.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah.
That's a long time.
Back in the day. There's only one spot left. Which team will claim the 4th seed? That is the main narrative point of today. It's, you know, we can talk about what these teams have done up until this point, what the seasons have looked like, what their achievements have been from this year. But at the end of the day,
KT メンバー強そうだな。顔が強そうだった今。全然知らなかった。
Mapo High School duo, these two guys going to Mapo High School, looking to qualify for their 9th Worlds. Unfortunately, only one of them can qualify for the 9th Worlds and will become the player with the most Worlds appearances in history out of any player ever.
Which is really insane, honestly, when you think about it. And the thing is,
顔強そうって顔を見ただけで名前がわかるぐらいの人がいっぱいいた KT。
It is not easy to consistently make it to Worlds, especially with changing rosters,
だってピョスクと BDD とレフトがいたでしょ。サポート見えなかったけど。
Oh boy.
I think I can speak for all of us that Corki has really felt like a bit of a bait, has been extremely highly prioritized, but has seemed less impactful than something like the Tristana. I really do think that Corki feels great to play because you do have a lot of early agency, the way that not a lot of mid picks, like the Yone, like the Tristana after the nerfs have felt. But what does it actually get you? And the unfortunate answer is not a whole lot compared to
新人のパーフェクトか。
I think Tristana and Yone both in their own
パーフェクトのソロキューたまに見るんだよな。
パーフ
ェクト KT か。
And we'll see whether it's going to come through here today.
There is T1 reigning world champs, and obviously hoping to return there, being a bit of intermittent
KT 使って DRX って感じ。
season, and looking for redemption after that loss, that close loss to D+.
Yeah, I think that's going to matter a lot. You know, you see Carrier walking out of the stage with a smile. You know, you got to run into this one not being... he was hiding behind Guma there. I'm like, where's Carrier? You got to come into this one with a little bit of a light heart because if you're too nervous, then you're just probably going to lose, right? KT is a very strong team. T1 is as well. And KT do have a big mammoth in front of them.
And T1 should be the favorite here today, but a lot of
WCS 2022決勝だねここ。
Particularly if they don't make Worlds. This roster has been together for 3 years. The iteration with Kana instead of Say is for even longer. And if they don't make it here today, it could be the last that we see of them.
On the other side, KT, obviously a lot of recognizable faces. Beryl, the 2-timer, looking to make it back to Worlds again. the team as a whole, always one that we see with high spirits, no matter the circumstances, and often doing better when the team is here as an underdog.
予想わかんない。俺 KT の今季としてマジ一試合も見てない。
And there are a lot of fans here that have gotten a seat for the KT roster side and are hoping that they can pull off the upset tonight. And you know what? This roster of KT, especially these three guys, are very good at winning when there's not a lot of pressure and when they're not expected to win. And it might just happen again tonight. You know, I'm not really sure what we're going to get. We do have to talk about our support matchup, which is Keria up against Barrel.
CC スコアってどういうことなんだろう。
Keria, we haven't seen as much of the innovative picks that we typically get from him. The meta hasn't really allowed for it. He has been putting in decent performances on the standard tank supports. Barrel's been a little bit more out there, but it is really just
アリサー本当なのかな。まあ4勝してるけど。
But I know for one thing is that Barrel is always dialed in this matchup.
What's interesting is also to note that Barrel, a player that I think is generally known for how much impact he has on the map. When you look at his highest level performances, right, going back to 2020, going back to 2022, actually having really high duo proximity with Deft, at least on this patch, from what we have seen. Some of that will also be the picks, things like the Seraphine, you're not really expected to get out of lane the way you are, or things like the Alistair, like the Leona. That's going to be a big one. Another is that I think BDD, even though KT at moments looked a little bit off yesterday, as they always do. I think they are KT from day to day can, even within a best of 5, it can highly vary. But BDD looked incredible, right? Looked extremely solid. This man though has got to step it up because I think BDD, a currently still underperforming Faker, should have a really good time. But does that matter if the jungle matchup doesn't go the way as well? And I think Owner didn't have a great series, but Pioshik had, I'd argue, an even rougher one, and that was into Raptor, as opposed to who Owner was playing into recently, which were Peanut and Lucid, which obviously very strong opponent.
And I think most people would say that Owner has been the overall most consistent
in summer, for sure,
performer for T1, yeah. And it feels like, you know, up against Peanut and Canyon, that is a difficult matchup to face into, so I think there's kind of a little bit of pass for that. I think it's a good matchup for Pioshik, and often we talk about the lane matchups, mid against mid, jungle against jungle. I really think it's down to Faker and Pioshik, which of those can step up today to really take over that combined mid-jungle matchup.
It's just one best of 5. And we saw this. That's right.
Very different vibes in the different coaching booths.
That's, you know, if you're a KT coach, that is the approach that you should have. I commend that completely. I think the fans at home, if you're a KT fan watching, you should put your hands together, put your head down, you should join in.
Might as well. I mean, it might help. You never know. We're getting ready for game number 1 here. T1 will have side selection. They pick the blue side, and I think the draft is, as always, going to have a big effect on the way these games play out. We've seen a lot of Corki losing, and that has been the main go-to for Faker. We've seen Tristana band away and said, hey, go ahead, play Corki if you'd like. Also, Ziggs is just a tyrant in the current meta.
This is really telling that they are looking towards that initial prioritization of Ziggs. I still don't think Gumayushi is amongst the best Ziggs. I think that, interestingly enough, a good Ziggs with build choices that are very questionable. But I have, fortunately, 2 Ziggs experts. If the champ doesn't get banned away, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if KT end up banning it here in the final rotation. Would leave Azir open, and both mid laners obviously absolutely love the champ. The last time we saw Faker on, he didn't actually look that good.
BDD が Azir いけるから
didn't go the way that you really wanted to. So Ziggs, Azir, both
FP アジールするのかどうかっていう。
My guess is that T1 is going to prioritize
アジールジグスだとジグスの方がそうだよね。そう、俺もそう思う。アジールジグスだったらジグスの方が強いと思う。
They're leaving the Tristana open, and Tristana Ziggs, seen that combo be so good, so powerful.
しかもジグスが通ったってことは AP が濃くなるからアジール取りづらくてアジールをバンしなくていいっていう。それはそれでどうなの？
Not the worst pick into the Ziggs. Ashe is definitely a lot worse. She struggles so much, but not a huge fan. They need to make sure they get some setup. The sleepy bullet time combo is powerful, but you can't always pull it off.
And I'm wondering, there are 2 options here.
ジャングルどうすんの？ AD が
blind Tristana, or you go for the Azir. Azir does mean that you go very heavy on the AP. And again, normally Faker on Azir, Classic had probably the most iconic play of the last World Championship, but I don't think in recent games that he's actually
BDD はアジールのイメージだけ
make it
ど
look as good as he did back then.
競技に一番最初出てきた時はゼドのイメージだったんだよな。
available for BDD, both of which
ソ
I
ロ
think
級の
go
ゼドのイ
really
メージ
well
だった。
together with the Lilia and have an incredible amount of power and play well into the Azir.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of this Azir
まあビエゴじゃ
pickup
ない
here,
まあスカナ
especially if they're gonna
スカナ
lock
で
in
AD の成分足りんのかな。なんかかなり AP を出してる感あるんだよな、使ってると。
You really don't have the AD damage, especially against picks like a Yone, a Lilia, and MF. They're not tanky picks, but the atomization makes them feel bulkier. The Bloodthirster for MF,
そもそもゼロだね。
Bruiser, Yone, Lilia with the healing, and
ソロ級のハイライトは全部ゼロだった。
if they start to atomize some MR, T1 are really going to struggle. And the thing is, Zeus can obviously pick a champion with AD, but he's not going to have counter pick. So some major concerns. We do see the Yone coming out for BDD. He's been
FP トップどうすんだろうね。コウキかレネクトンかな。
Really well together
まあ
with
コウ
the
キ、
Lilia,
ゼリー、
provides
レネクト
additional
ン
setup,
の
and it works
まあこ
both
こら辺
ways,
の
right? Yone can set up for Lilia, Lilia can set up for Yone, and then you have the
トップ
MF
AD キャリーかレネクト
of all
ン
of that.
ジャックスまあある。これヨネだし。
T1 is gonna have to find
た
a
だジャ
way
ック
to
ス取られる
pilot as we
ジャッ
do
クス
see,
先出しで取られると
as you point
困るから
out,
そうだ
Zeus
ね
is gonna look to try and get a carry
ジャックス先出しで取られるとかなり困る。
really lacking damage towards the top side of the map, but you end up locking something like a Cassante, Skarn, or Azir. Really isn't going to be the early pressure that I think you're looking for, and you want to play towards those grubs with the Ziggs already there for you. And what KT can do is just, if it doesn't get banned, Barrel will just R4 Leona here. And then they get the counter pick for
オラ
perfect.
フ、レネクトン
This
か
still
な
makes。me wonder if
で
they're
レネクトン
looking
バン
to
したら
just
もうピッ
blind
クする AD が
a
ないな。
Renekton and give the counter pick over to Barrel to try and punish the bot lane.
Yeah, they could also just end up taking like the Rel for Barrel. Although I do think the Leona is so good with the Ziggs and denies
Also good into
the MF. Yeah, so I think picking the Leona on 4 makes a
も
lot
う
more
で
sense
す。でも
to
頑張
me.
るしかないな、これ
And
レ
even,
ネクトン
you know,
出
as
てき
much as
て。
Renekton is an AD pick,
う
not
ん、
really
そうだね。
doing enough damage
レネクトン
to
に何出すかみたい
be
な
a。massive threat, especially the bot side of the map would be so lacking in that area. But
あ、そっ
actually,
ちなんだ。
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan of this. They've definitely lent on this in their series against BNK Ferex. They put Perfect on Cassante a lot. But you have red side.
これなら結構何でもいいな。
you're in
AD な
I
ら。
think giving him counter pick is dangerous.
We'll have to see what Barrel's gonna bring out, right? Because that's the sacrifice that Perfect is making here. Not giving him counter pick, going for something that in lane can get bullied. And this shouldn't come as a surprise.
まあそうだね。
It shores up the
そ
top
れで
side
もいい。
weakness. Incredibly strong into tanks. I'm wondering if KT want to look for a lane swap, but trying
で
to lane
も
swap
これは
into
ね、
the
スワ
Ziggs
ッ
team
プだ
can feel quite
ね。
rough.
Yeah, I think this might be the
スワ
thought
ップだけ
process
ど、
is
でもジグスがボットにいるとタワーおられるからスワップしたくないね。でもスワップしたスワップさせたそうだね。ハードだとかなりスワップさせたそうだけど、まあでも怖すぎるね。
Even though the Leona obviously does struggle a bit into the Poppy, you know, you now limit yourself to that ability to cancel that MF ult, which is so powerful for a Leona to have. So some decisions I don't necessarily agree with here, although, as you said, the Vayne, no real surprise, and does provide that damage threat.
This is Barrel. He could do something crazy. It's just going to be Senna, which, you know, coming into 14-16, we were like, this is one of the big picks on the patch, and we haven't seen too much of it, but it comes in here, and, you know, honestly, against the poke of the Ziggs, you get a lot of healing.
良さそうだけどな、この
I'm not sure about this, what this is going to look like.
The sustain on this pick is absurd, and it really makes it hard for Ziggs to land effective poke. The fact that Carrier blinded the Poppy was clearly
まあ
like,
これ
okay,
はカサッテがレー
we
ニン
expect
グ
you to pick
辛
an
いだ
engage
けか
champ,
な
we。expect it to be Alistair or Leona. We're going to pre-pick the Poppy, and they lean into this, and Poppy is not going to have too much pressure into the center. You need to have Flash. Flash, slam them into a wall. That's only the real
まあでも
viable
ここまでね、
threat
タ
to
ーゲ
have,
ット
and
バンされてた
otherwise
アジー
just
ル
getting
が
out
空いた
range.
わけだから
The lane is going to be rough. They
ア
might
ジ
have
ール
to
がどうな
swap
る
to
か。
avoid this. The level 1's going to be brutal.
What's big as well is that they pick it as an actual Enchanter support, right? There's plenty of damage between the MF, the Yone, and the Lilia, which is also avoiding some of the weaknesses that we saw of this Senna back when Hanwha Life picked it all the way back when they got like, what, a 5k gold lead, and then they were playing into Nasus with only a, what was the Azir for...
Yeah.
It was rough. I think this time around there is actually enough firepower. On the flip side, I do think the Vayne pick actually makes a big difference. And it remains to be seen whether this Senna counter pick was worth giving over counter pick to Zeus, who's a player that loves trying to get the most out of a laning phase.
Either way, this is very exciting. I feel like this draft already taking some twists and turns that we did not necessarily expect. Both teams having a very specific idea in mind coming into this first game of the best of 5. Let's do it, game 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
AT のファンもなかなかおフォースアップだ。あ、スワップか。でもデフとポーション持ってるな。
Level 1?
All coming in. There's the slam into the wall. Perfect should have been in trouble, and he doesn't have flash. He's gonna go down to the 6.
あちゃー。ジグスにキル。FB。いやー、スタートだね、これジグス。あデフさんいや、ブーツスタートだね、これ。いや、ブーツスタートジグスだ。
You know, there's concerns about the bot lane for the Ziggs. This back, gonna be able to get the tier, the fairy in the bottle, whatever it's called, not as much of an issue. Oh, glow mode. But the fact that you start with the tier already, the fact you have a 2-0 Ziggs, minute 1, this couldn't have backfired more for KT.
And now,
なんでデフとポーション持ってるんだ
as you guys mentioned in the draft, they're probably going to go for lane swap, and they're leaving Ziggs in the bot lane, who has 2 kills.
あ、でもジグス側はポーションいらないけど AD 側はポーションいるのか。大変だな。
Yeah, so perfect Steph at least felt like it could be the result of, like, obviously him overextending, but also a bit of a miscommunication with them wanting to try and chase and collapse, because we saw the rest of KT coming in, but him just overstepping. Deft though
just took a tower hit as well.
Yeah, so Deft trying to
デフトもリコール前提なのかな。リコール前提だな、これ。
Against the popping in particular, like you just can't really afford to do that.
You know, I'd understand more if he had his make it rain.
Yeah,
but he didn't.
No.
You could really just snipe the recoil cancel from a distance.
And it would have been good if that was the case, because then you can, you know, generate a large lead lane. Even though Perfect is going down, it might be worth it.
あ、そっちなんだ、
the case
TP。
this time around. We do have Perfect now TPing towards the bottom half.
カサンって別にジグスとマッチアップできないと思うけど。
Isn't really at a threat of a dive. Also, do know both junglers really just going for pretty standard clears, both starting on the bot. And now moving towards the top side of the map.
I like that synergy, you know, Def took a tower hit, so Barrel's like, I'll do it too.
He did walk in there and just straight up walk into the tower. Obviously just checking to see if Zeus is still there. But we do have a sneaky Poppy in the brush, and Deft is not exactly healthy here. Owner as well up there, but they're going to back away. They're going to play it safe, and Zeus, that does mean that he gets a lot of this farm under the turret.
It's just funny we got like a different flavor of, it's still an 80 carry support 2v2, and it's just Ziggs laning against the Cassante. The Cassante who still has 0 CS, by the way.
Yeah, I wonder what happened there. Must have just had a really tough time, because he did actually TP to the wave.
Yeah, I think he didn't last to the minions, if you're wondering.
Folks, very helpful.
Yes, high-level analysis here. Thank you, guys. Not hitting the minions generally means that you're not going to get the gold from them and get a big fat 0 on the scoreboard.
This is something where, like, the Def initially, this is a player that is in his first really, obviously he did play a little bit last year, but was still eligible for Rookie of the Split. Is still sitting on 0. Like,
how is he still on 0?
Well, that's my point. That's what I was going towards, right? Like, I actually think that getting an early Def like that, for a player that is in his first qualifier, extremely high pressure situation, might lead to a bit of tilt. And the fact that out of the, I imagine, what, like 10, 12 CS that he could have gotten, he's only gotten 4. That's not good.
Yeah, nice little angle here onto the Senna. Barrel almost definitely going to have to flash. Doesn't even bother. He's just going to take the death and die. Down he goes.
なんでディギアでスワップするんだろうな。もうカサンって諦めればよかったのに。正味無理だと思うけどな。
The threat with this
trio,
the Vayne, Skarn, Poppy, if one of them hits you into a wall, you're going to be there until you're dead. Like the Condemn and the Wall Slam, I think Barrel made the right choice not flashing there, because you're still just going to die.
って結局ファームできてないし、ボットレーンで2対2させてたら、WAD キャリーのパワーでジグスポッピーには勝てたと思うけど。 まあその代わりベインは絶対に育っちゃうけど、でも結局これベイン育っても育たなくても育たなくてもって感じだったしな。まあでもさ、開幕で2キル入ってなければ別にいけるっていう感じだったのかな。こんな感じしないけど、結局だってこれジグスキル入ってなくても別にボット走ってたわけだしな。
successful gank off already. And KT, they're gonna have to do a lot of heavy lifting in team fights if we want to.
この試合は落とさないでほしいね。さすがに感まで。
Looking like a bit of a blowout here early on. Owner will get spotted, but still, we're gonna have to try and keep his distance.
It's also just an absurd point of the game. Like we're 3-6 minutes, and Guma already has lost chapter tier. These are like the items where when you're playing Ziggs, you basically have infinite mana after this point, still has a biscuit in inventory, still about to get a second biscuit as well. So he can just push endlessly, and Deft in comparison, you know, later on the MF gets Bloodthirster and you can have more presence, you know, healing up with any poke. That's not going to happen for a long time now, so we see Pyoshik able to get one of the grubs, but T1 moving into challenge, you can see the wave pushed up top. And they will contest those.
I also think that Perfect being behind is actually a really big deal as the CSing struggles continue.
これなんで先出しレネクトンじゃなかったんだろうな。マジでレネクトンと思ったんだけど。
Outside of Perfect being there as a front line, like the rest of the team are pretty fragile, right? You're looking at maybe Liliac can set up a play like here.
Oh, he's gonna flash, or rather satchel out of the way early, and then he will flash. Really respecting the potential setup of the Lilia. Pyoshik trying to flash in to make that happen. Here comes the Ghost out of Perfect, trying to punish the Vayne. Not always an easy thing to do, as Zeus is being chased down the lane, and Perfect doesn't quite have the range to do it, and now you're being run down as he gets that third bolt into Perfect, but again, got a level 4 Senna. Not always the most interesting. Here comes Keria.
さすがにか。
Yeah, just some ability there for Zeus to get away from that one. And the thing is, this Senna not doing too much damage at this point, really. And obviously, if going enchant to build, never really will. So Zeus does lose sums, and it is a bit of a trade down because Ghost is shot a cooldown, but Zeus still in a pretty fine spot. I think Perfect just happy he gets to hit minions for a little bit. But the wave's actually in a bad spot. It's frozen here, so this could end up being a rough spot for Perfect overall. You can see he was walking towards bot lane and kind of changing his mind here.
You see Beryl very desperately trying to get it. Should be able, gets it into the turret now, so gonna be the end of the world though. Nope, Zeus is able to pull it. And obviously, like, Beryl has to respect their...
AD キャリーのサモスペ弱くしすぎるとこうなる。
But then who goes bot? You know, I guess they're gonna reset and send Death. They just have to
MS はちょっとキモいからヒール量を上げてほしい。
Just to try and accommodate the rough spot this Cassante has ended up in. I mean, it was always gonna be a bad lane matchup into the Vayne, but yeah, a lot of switching around just to try and minimize the deficit. But it's still, I mean, look at the CS gap in the top lane. There's a CS gap opened up in the bot lane. On top of the fact, Guma has those 2 kills. Leads all over the place right now, and you can see the XP lead as well. Guma, the highest level in the game, by a hefty margin.
Beckons the question, was it worth it to blind this Cassante into Zeus? And thus far the answer is very obviously no. We'll have to see how much value Beryl is going to get out of the Senna. The game progresses, obviously, once Echoes is finished, he's going to feel a lot stronger. And the heals are still going to be, hopefully, a good amount of utility for KT when we get to mid-game. But if you're getting into mid-game already being like 2-3k gold behind and you don't have any item finishes, then that's not really gonna feel that great regardless.
Yeah, also a big thing with the Senna is if your team is sort of even. Oh.
Yeah, Beryl's in a rough spot here. He does have a splash. He will flash that one. Here comes BDD. He's just going to be swept away. And he is super low Beryl as well. A big bop coming over the top, but I think they have the chase potential. One more auto would do it. Baker will get the kill. They have gone very deep for this, though. As Keria thinking about helping out. He's not level 6 yet. As now Pyoshik not going to hit anything.
Doesn't it flash?
And there's a disengage cone right here, so KT just have to back away. It's just a kill that goes over to T1 basically for free.
Wondering if maybe Perfect could have gotten the Dragon owner there across the wall. Could have been the difference maker, right? If you get that Skarner underneath the turret, at least you trade back 1-for-1, but that's going to be the Dragon going over here. to T1, and yet another successful pick in KT. Quickly crumbling here under the pressure.
Yeah, this is just everything going wrong really in this game. It's 10 minutes into the 3,000 goal lead already. And you're into plenty of picks that scale exceptionally well. On top of that, you know, the center, we talk about the value this pick can have, but if you're behind, people will just die. Like, you won't get a chance to sustain them up when a Ziggs ult and Q is just deleting them from the map, especially a center who ends up being so squishy when behind.
So funny now to watch, you know, even not on a first item save, it's just like able to trade with Barrel. You know, Def can't even really join in it. He's just trying to push the wave in. It just feels like they're trying to put out fires everywhere. And, you know, if you want to, you know, dig into the beams, you can say, hey, KT are really trying to lower the expectations for themselves.
They're doing a great job of that.
In this series, it basically looks unwinnable from here. It's not unwinnable, obviously, but it does make you feel like, hey, there was so much hype, so much potential for KT to really, you know, do a number to T1 and maybe even take their world spot away. But right now, what we're seeing is T1 are just kind of bopping them over the head. And T1 are just playing a pretty basic playing game. It feels like KT are not really meeting the expectations right now.
Yeah. Even with Barrel not getting slammed into the wall, BD doesn't actually get a big ultimate off, immediately gets knocked back, and Carry has Prior on the play. Add to that the fact that you have the Ziggs ultimate to come in as support, and then the fact that they can't really isolate Owner here. KT don't end up getting anything.
It just feels like there's very little threat. You know, T1 managed to disengage from the situation, and other than getting dragged over the wall, they just kind of get a walkout. Definitely looking a bit difficult, and now Def chunked out here. Wow. Again, doesn't have the blood.
あ、いいミスった。おー、でも。おー。デクトがめちゃめちゃ集中してフラッシュしたら多分生きてたぞ今の。
It didn't even hit the E on Death. No, it was just a, what was it, a drive-by ult that killed him?
I think maybe
Q.
I don't think the ult even hit him.
I think Ignite Buckler.
I think it just autoed once and ignited. And that was it. I mean, Def doesn't exist right now. Zeus, does he exist is the question. He's still got a flash. Meanwhile, there's a fight going on between the supports, and Carry is winning that one big time. Can he actually get the kill? Yes, he can. And now he's on the run here. Might be in a bit of trouble, especially with the TP coming in. But Perfect basically just TPs for nothing, and they eventually kill Carrier while Faker's solo farming bot.
You know, in terms of the fact that Carrier got gold, no assist, and BDD got the kill in return, in terms of gold distributed, that's worth for KT. For the mental edge, Carrier definitely gets it from that one. Solo killing Barrel there. I want to see how that came about, but this is that first moment where he Hex flashes over the wall. Death super low.
Yeah, just literally.
I think it was the Q caught him, Q and Ignite there.
Yeah.
Over the edge of it. And then here, just half HP. Yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
It's very straightforward. Gets the catch. Also, I do want to note, as we see there, the TP coming in here from Perfect, like an answer to the TP that came through from Guma. But it does mean that Faker just gets to be completely unmatched in bot side. Just shoving that way. More CS is going to get missing, and it's even further built upon this gold lead that is being found. As Carrier is just running this map on the Poppy.
Yeah, also Guma has been extremely accurate with his Qs. Can sometimes be difficult with the weird balancing mechanics and stuff, but he's basically just plopping it on the heads of every enemy that's in his range, and nobody gets to play the game against his Med Ziggs. Meanwhile, Barrel, well, he's in the game, but he's not really, as he's dead again for the 4th time at 13 minutes. And there's the satchel coming in, maybe asleep here. There's the flash as well. He does have teammates nearby, but not quite close enough.
あ、これまずいね。
finally does get
ダブルデッドか。
will go down as
あれ
well.
トリプルかもこれ。
KT gets something
ヨシクが。
Great bait by Barrel there.
Yeah! Classic Barrel!
A lot of resources burned by T1. A bit of an overcommit. More happening.
Yeah, Carrier's just kind of getting in there, and this is actually a bait because the TP's here, Faker's here as well. Def is just dead, and now Faker gets the scoop here on Pyosik. Nice Senna ult to help out, and BDD is desperate, but the Condemn comes in, and the knock into the wall. This is exactly what you were talking about. You're just up against the wall forever, and now the Vayne is going way too fast and will get punished. BDD will survive.
The healing from Barrel coming in a little bit clutch there. A very scrappy back and forth. You can see the plates though. Guma missing out on the 15 plate dream, but that is so much gold in favor of T1. So even with this play, a bit of a comeback from KT, they are still so far behind. And yeah, so they use a lot onto the center, and then Guma ends up stepping here, and the critical difference is Pyosik lands the passive, so the sleep comes in, the flash doesn't end up meaning anything.
And then here, Ona tries to extend the play, doesn't actually get the knock into the one, even if he did, wouldn't have really made a difference. As a result, KT think that they have an opportunity, have vision as well, so know that Carrier's coming in, but it's this TP, crucially, that ends up being a big problem. Def just ends up going down, even with the Yone trying to make his way back in. And then this is so painful for BDD. It's what you were talking about earlier. Condemn into stun, and the fact that he's playing into Poppy as well, which even limits the dashes even more.
Oh.
And the healing there means that BDD doesn't die.
Oh,
is that enough?
Here we go
I don't
again.
think so.
Oner gonna miss his ult. Also went for the Zeeks here. Pretty common on Skarner, I guess. One of the only junglers as a tank in the jungle to actually still get that item.
パーフェクトマジで誰ともマッチアップできないじゃん。終わってる。
This is the second Drake of the game. It's a Cloud Drake. And already two going in the hands of T1, making it a Mountain Soul on the cards for them.
Yeah, and I think, you know, yesterday our first game between KT and BNK4X was very slow. Took a long time for things to get rolling. This is kind of what I expected from these two teams. It is still a massive advantage for T1, but it's definitely been a lot scrappier recently. But now, T1 have already taken all of the outer towers. It's 16 minutes, and it's so easy for them just to look and threaten these tier 2s. That's one down already, and they can just repeat this play on the other side of the map, and I don't think KT really have a response right now.
Yeah, if you'd be looking for code, we'd be saying it's a calibration game. I think, unfortunately, though, again, come out of draft. Question was going to be, is this Cassante working out? And it's not. I think part of that is also Perfect having obviously a really rough game after the level 1, which didn't help. But it also feels like, particularly against T1, one of the biggest strengths that they have found is if Zeus gets a counterpick and gets to take over the game. And this is coming from, I think Zeus really having a very up and down year. A lot of moments where he just is able to finally, but then overextends in the side lane. But if he's this far ahead, as we have seen, like even trying to collapse on him, at worst, he generally will trade 1-for-1.
And I just don't understand why, when you're on red side, that is a situation
so you get Senna.
I just don't think it's weird. I don't think,
I don't think it's 0-4.
You know from the last series that this was the matchup that you had an issue in. We saw in the BNK4X KT series, they were doing these long swaps to try and protect Perfect. And now they blind pick on red side for him. It just doesn't make sense. It feels like it's completely the wrong approach. So, you're trying to insulate your top laner, because this has been brutal. And I know obviously the level 1 impacted as well, but
yeah, it's not.
Don't let Zeus pick Vayne.
It's not just Perfect. I think Deft and Barrel have also definitely struggled, but I do think a lot of the effects.
おお、よく当てた。てか嘘くせえ今の。
Man, this is one way you could still win the game as
おお、つ。お。 どうだこれ。フェイク、あ、Q ミスった。いい壁。
on the side of KT, and they have some healing as well. So for now, it's just Zeus that has gone down.
And BDD is trying his best, okay? Someone is he's trying to hold everything together here. By itself, not enough, but we'll get the flash, we'll get the kill onto Zeus, and we're slowly starting to see the Senna value come through. If they can just stay alive and pick off members one by one, it's still a 6k gold deficit. This alone is not going to be enough, but it's got to be moments like this that maybe bring KT.
いや、マジ嘘くせえなこの Q3.
But I think the deficit in terms of gold, why this was so difficult. That interrupt area was beautiful, and they managed to get away without losing anyone. But it's so close.
あ、もうチャージないのか。
I think a lot of KT members played it well. The gold deficit is making it so difficult, and Guma. You know, one thing with Ziggs is if you're missing your skill shots, you're obviously not really doing any damage. He's not missing, and he is doing ridiculous damage right now. He is so fed, working towards a Rabadon's third. If any CC lands, there's a fair amount of CC from T1, an ult will be enough to just execute someone.
Yeah, he's going full damage builds as well. He knows that the only real tank is Cassante, who's also building armor for the main. As, yeah, this is what I was talking about. You know, he presses one button, and Barrel basically dies. Not a kill, but it is going to be Barrel out of the game for now. He will have to back away. Faker still pushing the top lane. And yeah, T1 just basically trying to do their best to utilize the Ziggs to continue to try to push in as Pyosik just catches that one very nicely. And
サンテが後ろにいないこ
trying to
れ。
siege as much as possible. Here comes KT though.
Oh, Guma just uses W aggressively.
そうだよね。
Kasante.
Here comes the Kasante. It is 4v5 for now. TP available though. As owner
Ah,
just trying to
demo.
get away. It doesn't look like they want to
Area
fight
に
this
弾かれ
one
た。
just yet. They have the Azir turret, and Perfect is walking over every single mine that he can find. And yeah, they're just able to disengage. KT doesn't have the best engage at the end of the day anyway.
Also, Perfect, he's got the Frozen Fist and now going towards more armor, but Vayne does true damage and Fake and Guma do magic damage, so he's not very tanky. He wouldn't be tanky anyway because he's so behind, but he's definitely not tanky going towards more armor here. He's getting shredded, and you know, typically we see the build, the Luden's Horizon focus, better against squishies, but when there's no MR, you're just gonna shred everything.
Yeah, now there's 5 squishies.
Yeah, I wouldn't have really minded going for like the Koenig Frozen Heart. I know those items are not nearly as strong as they were way back, but like specifically Frozen Heart I get because it does actually reduce the damage right with the aura, lowering the attack speed. But Koenig into the Azir and the Ziggs I think would have felt really good. I imagine didn't feel like he could because of the 1v1 matchup.
It's also funny, he went the Frozen Fist for the Vayne, you assume, but he spent most of the laning phase actually against the Ziggs.
Yeah.
And you see KT trying to posture here for Drake, but the satchel is just so good.
いやマジ
Man, our
ジグス
Ziggs
の
players,
W
they're getting a
強い
lot of practice on the Ziggs, and everybody is really upping their game nowadays. As
明らか
Guma
に
is really not missing
強い
it.
It really is night and day as well when you compare Guma's individual Ziggs performance to when the
遠距離から飛んできていい CC じゃないあれ。
Given how important of a pick it is on the patch, that shouldn't come as a surprise, but it definitely is a really big reason of why this first draft feels a little lopsided. And I do think that as a game number 1, KT took some gambles, right? Perfect being blinding the Kasante, giving over the Ziggs. I hope a lot of those decisions will be changed in the next game, because this one does feel like it's kind of over. If in game 1 in the best of 5 you do have a little bit of leeway, but if KT don't make a huge adaptation in the next one, I don't think...
Guma wants his cap.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's running around the map. He's like, give me your jungle now.
Oh, he's
Look at the money.
too,
Yep,
yeah.
40. Okay. He's going to get the
Oh,
blue
more
buff back.
death cap
Get
da.
his death cap. That's 3 items at 22 minutes for the Ziggs against 0 MR. None. Maybe that's
There's
stasis,
two pairs of Merc Treads, actually.
Oh, sorry.
Senna-
Yeah, no, I
Senna-
was incorrect. Yes.
Senna won't immediately die, right?
Surely
Guys?
not. You can heal through the poke, right? If you're alive.
I don't think it's 100 to 0 yet, but it's not far away. Like, just the ult.
あそれ死ぬくね
This is not okay.
I think if Carrier
9食らってウルトされたら
slams
多分
Barrel
死ぬけ
into
ど
a wall and then it's just Guma ult, I think Barrel might die to that. But I hope we get to see it for science, obviously.
Yeah, by the way, they still had the Rift Herald, so they just saved it until 23 minutes, and now they're using it to push down the mid wave and the mid lane and try to really get into those turrets. Baker going 1v1 against BDD, who eventually does have to rebind, but the rest of T1 are just pushing mid, and this is without
Yeah, Jinx
Baron,
痛すぎマジで
and 1Q does Barrel's whole health bar split amongst, you know,
That was
3 different
one-
guys.
グマイシマジでめっちゃスキルショット当ててる
30-40%. You see as well, the only point of strength that I think KT have is Lilia, who without Flash isn't nearly as much of a threat, and BDD. So if BDD isn't there, the
ま
rest
あ
of
ゴールド差ある
T1
から
can
こ
legitimately
その
just
ダメージではあ
walk
るけど
up and freely poke.
ゴールド差を作るのが簡単なチャンピオンが出していいダメージなのか
I think we're obviously talking as if this game's a done deal, but it would have to be unprecedented levels
I think Ox
of,
safe
of,
to say.
of mistakes from T1 to lose here against KT. Like, they would really have to fumble this to a hilarious degree to lose from here, which, you know, kind of puts odds
It's
really low on
never-
KT.
It's never impossible, but it really shouldn't happen. Particularly because I think T1, when ahead, have generally been very dependable. It's more so when they're even or behind that we see them make decisions that make you go, probably shouldn't have done that.
By
Right
the
now,
way,
though, yep,
yeah.
started up, why not?
And I mean, their Baron damage is just disgusting with the Vayne, with the Azir, with the Ziggs.
Yeah,
who isn't
これ通れ
even
ないな、
hitting
マジで、
it. He's
ジグスいると。
just throwing away. That is 2 abilities. I guess 3. Just gonna be thrown in, and Perfect's like, I'm here, guys. I'm ready to
無
help.
理だ
And the Baron's gone. T1 take it down. 24 minutes in. There's nothing that KT can do.
You know, we've seen so many games where Ziggs has been strong, effective, maybe even a little bit oppressive, but we haven't really had a game where he's been this fed, this snowballed, this ahead. very ridiculous.
It's pretty rare in pro.
ジグスボットにポッピーがついてるとエンゲージ不可能で降伏されるからポッピーがジグス
Yeah, I don't think that was in T1's game plan, but they adapted
They
pretty well.
pivoted really well. It's
まあ
actually
でも
very
まあか
impressive. Well, TP behind. Hail Mary.
BDD he's still trying his best, but now he doesn't have a health bar. And with Baron buff, this is just even more oppressive because your siege is already fantastic with just the one guy. And, you know, you have some healing, you have some ability to, yeah. But not really.
Well,
not,
he's got
10,000 gold behind.
He's got ult again. With the slow hit from... I think if the slow hits from Ona on barrel...
ああこれは終わりだ
Yeah, force a flash.
もう無理だ
It's so funny because
も
Barrel
うこ
is
こからは
actually
マジで無理
healing,
だ
but it just
どう
doesn't
しようもない
matter. Even the Luden Sprog.
Oh no.
ああ
Oh no! And the ult, you know, optimistic, but they do get the heal. And I guess that's something. They already got 2 inhibitors, rather, and they're going for number 3. And here we go, the Impale comes in, gets double flash away from them, just burning, just eating the summoners as they're trying to get on top of
まあ
Zeus.
ベインは
And they
倒
might
せそう
just do that, but who cares about Zeus when Kuma is this fed on the Ziggs? And you got the one carry, but you didn't get the other 2. BDD desperate to try to take something down. But guys, this game is over, and it is out as T1 are looking to take down game number 1 in flying fashion here in this finals of the regional qualifiers. As one last-ditch attempt from Def, but this one is done. So 26.5 minutes. And game 1 goes to T1.
早いなこのシリーズ
KT needs some more prayers.
このシリーズはもしかしたら早いのか
It's really simple fixes. Don't give Ziggs double kill level 1. Try and get a better matchup for perfect. And maybe just honestly everything that
まあ
happened
事
from
故
like minute 1
事
to
故だっ
minute
たな
maybe
開幕の
6.
パーフェクトの
Don't
デ
do
ッドは
that again. I think it's that easy. And then maybe we can have a standard game where you're just not massively behind immediately.
The red side plan from KT was a complete disaster. As I think Hirai's expression really says it all. After that one, there was basically no point where we felt like KT could do anything. And I do think, again, a lot of that goes down to level 1. But ideally, when you make a gambit in a game 1 draft of a best of 5, at least you get data. I feel like you also don't get any data because of how the game played out. Like, maybe in a game where Guma doesn't do 35k damage and gets a double, like maybe the Senna works, right? Maybe you can make it happen. Instead, Perfect ends up having an absolutely rough game. And part of that was the match, but I think also clearly this player having a tough time of dealing with the pressure that he is under right now. And then the bot lane also not able to keep it together in this first game.
They went boom. In so many ways, they went boom. Let's see if they can bounce back for game 2.
Yeah, Ziggs definitely had a great time in that first one. Guys, we're going to take a break and have the space to break down game number 1. We will be right back.
いやージグスもうちょいナーフしてほしかったなこれワールズバッチ今からでもホットフィックスしないかなちょっとさすがにボットレーンジグスが強いわこれレートキャリーズもうちょいバフしときゃいいのに
괜찮겠다. 상황겠다.
아래 줘 아래 줘. 가져.
싸움 이겨. 릴리야. 얘네 풀 많이
잡아 잡아.
다섯 풀.
요네
노플이야.
얘네 잘못 했듯.
알았어 오케이.
이거 나머지들 둘다 풀이야.
끝나겠다. 세나 힐 빠졌다. 나 3초 스킬 3초. 나 뭐 먹고 있고. 그냥 밀면서 해봐.
밀면서 해봐.
들어간다.
너플. 나템.
안 되고
템 패션.
나이스.
いや、ワールズパッチ俺、毎回に文句はないけど、別に全然。今期のこのジグスのナフ不足は、多分ジグスメタになった上に、パワーを強化した意味が全くないスワップが出てくるから、それが多分良くない。ジグスがいるとスワップするからな。大丈夫かなーって感じ。心配だわ、メタが。おじじタイムか。でも、あんまないな、質問。T1 側のダメージソースに AP が多いと思ったけど問題ないか。4ピック目まではかなり困ってた。4ピック目までにアジールとジグスとスカーナで、まあ、マジックダメージばっか。で、トップレーンには確実に AD のチャンピオンが欲しくて、でも AD のチャンピオンで KT がもしラストピックにトップレーナーを持ってくるっていうワンピックの形を取ると、本当は、その先出しでできる AD のトップレーンのチャンピオンぐらいしか候補がなかったから、まあレネクトンかナーになりそうだなっていうところだったんだけど、カサンテを先出ししたことによって、カサンテのカウンターなら何の AD を出してもいいことになって、ベインが出てきた。AD キャリーかな。AD キャリーだったら正直何でもよかった。ゼリーとか後期でもいいし、まあ、中でも、まあ、得意で、まあ、めちゃめちゃカウンターのベインが出てきた。で、それで問題なくなった。だから、KT の4ピック目は、サポートをさすがに先出しするべきだったかな、と思う。そうすれば、まあ、もしくは別にあの形でもいいんだけど、まあ、カサンテをギブするっていうどっちかだよね。なんか両方取りに行ったのは、まあミスかな。ジグスの明確なカウンターとは、まあ、ジグスのカウンターは、シンドラとかがよく出てくるね。ジグスよりレンジの長い、ジグスのレンジより長い CC 飛んでくるやつとか、まあ、あとバーストにかなり弱い。柔らかいからね、本人が。ただ、ここ最近のメタでは、もう、すっごい後ろの方から Q 投げてくるだけだから、もう全然シンドラとかでもカウンターは不可能。全然無理。絶対、全然無理。ボットレーンにいる場合は、もう本当にカウンターはほぼないかな。ボットレーンでジグスにカウンターしたかったら、まあでも、TP を持たなくちゃいけないっていう制約がある分、なんか CC 系のチャンピオン、アッシュとか、まあシビアは結構カウンター目ではある。アッシュセラフィンとかは結構きついだろうね。まあでも結局スワップするから、レベル6までレーニングっていうレーニングはあんましないから、で、なんかもう時間が6分とか経っちゃうと、もうスワップし続けて人のいないとこ行ってタワー殴りまくるから、あんま関係ないんだよね。なんかカウンターとか。ってなると集団戦になるんだけど、 中段戦でジグスカウンターしたかったら、もうゴリ押すしかない。奥まで入る。構成的に。でも、チャンピオンたちの中で、奥まで入るチャンピオンをピックすると、そいつらは全部ジグスに対してレーニングが弱いんだよね。レーンがガチできつい。まあ、さっきの T1 の構成だと、ポッピーがいるから、ポッピーがいると奥にも入れない。まあもうなんかもう特化した方がいいね。あそこまで来たら。なんかカミール・ガリオとかで、カミール・ガリオ・ジャーバンとかで突っ込む。もうそう、多分そういうことになると思う、正直。G2 とかがジグスの回答を見せるわとか言ったら多分そういう構成になる。カミール・ガリオ・ジャーバンみたいなので突っ込んでいくと思う、俺は。
And gentlemen, everything was about the stakes of this one, the familiarity of it, 8 of the players returning back from that Worlds 2022 finals, and it just exploded in the first 2 minutes here.
I mean, at level 1. And let's talk about the draft, because my biggest question coming into this series, especially because T1 has blue side for game 1, was what is going to be the answer to the Ziggs? I like the Sejuani ban. They could have banned Ziggs, right? But they banned the Sejuani. Would have preferred this to the Azir ban, because owners played a ton of Sejuani recently. But the Jhin was always going to be banned, right? Yesterday they got away with it against BNK. You're not going to get away with that against T1. They learned from Hanwha firsthand that this pick is very strong into Ziggs. My biggest issue comes with the Cassante that's picked blind. When T1 have Zeus as their top laner, it could pick this Vayne, especially when one of the big problems, one of the big issues with their composition is they need some additional AD damage in this comp. So you gave them the perfect opportunity to pick exactly what their comp needed and give them the counter matchup.
Yeah, I mean, their 1-2-3 was pretty nice. Getting MF into Ziggs and having Yone and Lilia as a mid jungle was great. But yeah, as you said, why do you pick Cassante into Zeus, you know, especially when he has a special counter picks? And I feel like they kind of screwed up at the end, but also this kind of game, you really cannot get anything out of it, you know? So we really don't know if this draft was bad or players.
Well, I agree with that last sentiment, because as we take a look at highlight number 1, minions had just spawned, hadn't even spawned yet when we get our first bit of action.
Now, if you freeze here, you're like, oh, this looks really good for KT, man. They're chunking Zeus out. This is going to really help the lane. And you could be happy with this, but then we go a bit too far, right? And as soon as Depth sees all of T1 is here, Pyoshika has the full scout as well. There's all 4 here. Yeah, you lose Perfect. That shouldn't have happened. But then Deft?
Yeah.
This is fishing. Not okay. Like, he wants to get vision, but this is just not allowed. I mean, straight up, you cannot make a mistake like this.
Yeah, I mean, I think he wanted to like kind of screw up their tempos, but like you need to assume that they're there, so you can actually like fake and like go back, you know? Then maybe you can screw up their tempo, but I don't feel like that was proactive play.
And from there, Ghost already down for Perfect. The lane swap comes on in, and from here on out, they're behind, and you could feel KT start to realize, we got to force something, let's catch back on up, and you're seeing a ton of deaths from Beryl here across the next several minutes.
I mean, these kind of deaths are like the thing that I really don't understand, because this shouldn't happen, you know, like this shouldn't happen at all. And also, like there is so many logics that maybe you can like see why these players are doing this, but like there's literally like no logic, I feel like, because like your jungler is on the top side and you're hitting the ward on the bot side. Like, what are you doing?
Just trying to force this fight, and there were many deaths with both Beryl and Deft where they had flash up and could have actually tried to counterplay. They shouldn't have made the mistakes of being on that place on the map where they were. It's not an even game state. You don't have map control at all, and then still, you could have flashed some of these plays, and you didn't. I mean, there are a lot of more plays, by the way, that are not in this set of clips that we could have gotten. This one is one of the most egregious, unfortunately, here for Deft. I mean, you got to play respectfully, man. You have no idea where carry is. They have full vision in your top side of the jungle.
Yeah, and also, like, still the same issue. You're just face checking into Scanner and Poppy, and also Ziggs. You just get one shot easily. I mean, we didn't show up in the highlights, but we saw so many times, like, I mean, Poppy, carrier, solo killed Varial like one time as well. So like there is so many silly mistakes that we cannot understand because this is World's Gauntlet. This is the spot, you fight for the spot, last spot for the Worlds. This shouldn't happen.
Yeah, and if anything, I think about what Chronicler said right before he tossed on over to us. Usually you get some information from game number 1. You are the lower seed, so you're on the red side, but they don't even get that. So at least they get, you know, the nerves out as we take a look at as our final highlight here. T1 closing off the game after taking Baron.
Yeah, there's not much to say about this highlight in general, but honestly, I think the bigger picture here for this game is they didn't have an answer to the Ziggs. They didn't have a strong response. They blinded the Cassante. I think KT probably learned a lot more than any of us have learned in this first game. But the game was basically,
バールズのクオリファイでこのミスの量はちょっとショットだよね。
And when you have a Ziggs that's going to get that fed, gets to start tier, gets massively ahead. You have a Vayne with a counter matchup into the Cassante. It's just not playable. BDD, he managed his lane okay, right? He did fine.
T1DK の試合もまあミス多いなって思いながら見てたけど、この KT の比ではない。
Maybe at 15 minutes, they could just all go mid and probably win the game.
Yeah, they probably could have done that, but here we go. Game number 2. The jitters are out. T1 2 wins away from Worlds. Let's see what happens.
Thank you, Spacers, for that wonderful breakdown. There wasn't a lot of analyzing that did go into that game. You see that Deft does have a big smile on his face. They get the jitters out, hopefully, because they're going to need to if they want to have a chance, because T1 showed up to play. So far, we haven't seen
事故で動揺しすぎてどうしようどうしようってやったら、どうしようどうしようからプラン考えられなくなって、でそのままなんかめっちゃガンク食らった。
But it's a little bit more excusable. Whereas for Deft and Barrel,
まあでも一旦ねリセットしてもらって。
That's a big thing though. Game 1, KT was on red side, so they didn't get counter pick, and now they're on blue.
And to be fair, as I say that, I'm like, we know what Barrel is capable of in both ways. That actually was a very classic Barrel game. It's just unfortunate that Deft was also dragged into the depths, as there is that a zero ban that we expected. In game number 1, didn't come through, will come through this time around.
Maybe that's what happens when you just spend too much time playing with Beryl. You just get infected by the wackiness.
I've watched back the 2020 or 2020 Worlds recently, and you'd be shocked at how many Beryl moments there were, even back then when he was without a shadow of a doubt one of the best.
でもジグスへのリリアは多分結構強い。奥まで行かなくてもやっぱ種当たったらそのまま眠るから。 でそこの MF コンボだからジグスに対しての MF リリアはかなり多分評価が高い。
Yeah, so what T1 are doing, they're saying, okay, you can get Rumble, but we're going to get Ziggs. And essentially, it's a trade, right? You take away Maokai, another really strong pick, and you say, we want to get one of these tippy top tier picks as well. But
so I think that's not as bad if Jin's not available. But if you end up trading Ziggs for Jin, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad about that. And I imagine Perfect's going to feel much better with this than what he had last time around.
Rumble Jin also such a strong combo. The buy has been left open though, so there's that in return. But the thing with Jin is you can actually operate at such a long distance away from any fights with the ultimate. If Rumble drops his equalizer on top of Ziggs and you just open up with the curtain call, very hard for T1 to mitigate that. Now the Skarner's going to come through. Obviously we saw last game the power can have. Not going for the Jin. A bit interesting.
His Jin is so good, we saw it yesterday.
Like, I understand, like, these 3 picks make sense. I understand why they want to get them, but you're not getting Jin now. And I think that was a part of the reason we were like, okay, this makes sense. This trade is okay.
Agile 版して4年に何出すか問題だね、これは。
Obviously, I've missed out on that. I'd expect a mid lane pick here for T1 to match up into BDD, but apparently not. They think there's enough available for Faker, or at least the priority list.
何やるんだろうな、4ネタ目。まあ、正味 AD はまあ足りてるし、別に AD でもまあ問題ないと思うけど。
Definitely not going to be fun for Zeus early, but now T1 is the team with Ziggs, so they can actually lane swap and not take too much of a hit, given how strong Ziggs is pushing power and his passive is. And Ornn obviously is going to feel a lot better in a 1v2 in a lane swap situation if that does end up being the distribution.
シビア結構いいけどな、KT の構成。
Because now the opportunity here for KT Rollster, the Poppy takeaway should come as no surprise after the previous game. into this Yone, because BDD I think was the one shining light in the last game. It was a shining light in the Hurricane, so it didn't really do a whole lot. But he did try to make it work with the Rumble. Is a really strong 2-ult combo there. I think they're able to leverage that into T1.
Yeah, and the MF has been left open, so could you see Def pick up that again? Perhaps if you don't get so far behind against the Ziggs, not going to fare as badly.
ブラームどうするんだろうこれ。
And banning the Senna away from T1, I guess concerned of like, I mean, I guess Senna Ziggs is possible.
ボットヤスオあり。
I think that's a weird. I wouldn't expect that. But
ヤスオヨネダブル兄弟のメレツコモゼ構成。
Maybe aware that it's lost so many times in a row and like, no, T1.
ゼロレンジ構成。
You're fine to do it. But instead, looking in a different direction, I feel like they need AD with his composition, and that means gotta be the Nasus.
Of course.
I think T1 fans holding their breath as they saw the
まあゼロレンジ構成マジ弱そうだな。さすがに。
This is very, I mean, on paper, it looks like we definitely get that mid into the Yone, and then the Ornn is in the top side with the lane swaps.
まあ MF ブラムか。
So just
レルブラ
waiting
ム
on a
レルブラ
support
ムじゃ
counter
ね
pick here for Carriot on the side of T1.
レルレルなんだ。
I'm just saying, Janna goes really hard here if this
ちょっ
round
と
gets
ブラウム
locked
欲しく
in,
ね
okay?
どう
I don't think it's what we're getting. I think what we're getting
もうい
is
るし
Alistar.
バイトナサスでかなり刺さるけどまあでも先出し嫌なんだろうけ
The
ど
interesting thing for me though is that T1's composition, this Nasus, feels
でもどうせスラッ
kind
プすりゃ
of weird when you have Vi Ziggs already, right? Vi Ziggs kind of signals that you want to go in aggressively, you want to try and blow up targets in a second. I think the Ornn can do that to a certain extent.
突っ込むらしい
Nasus added as well gets a little weird.
突っ込むぞ
Devs can now also go for the poke build, meaning that you have a lot of effective range added to this composition when you get to the mid to late stages.
I also think she does pretty hard to itemize against Kai'Sa, pretty good at cutting through bulk, and there is a lot of bulk on the side of T1. Plus, if you take out the Ziggs, it's just frontline left. So I think
突っ込む構成ねナサスきついんだよねこれがねすごく問題
A lot of the targets just aren't able to cut through a sustain, and then the Bard comes through for carrier.
ナサス近寄って殴るのが難しいのに相手が近寄ってくれると殴るだけでいいから
Mobile carries, you can set up an ult on them. Obviously, there's other value in his roam potential, but there's so much dive threat here. Like, as a bot, if you're roaming around, they will just look to kill you, and it's not going to be that difficult.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of peel outside of like self-peel from the Ziggs. You could definitely see the Alistar. That was kind of our expected pick. That would offer you that very common into the rel, but instead it's just more setup, you would say, for T1's team fighting rather than safety for some of their squishies.
Yeah, but it does mean that in the 5v5, I think you see what the T1 comps wants to do, but like the 2v2s, the 3v3s, they look kind of clanky, right? You have Ornn, who I think in theory should be able to get through laning phase, but isn't really going to offer you that much power. And then outside of getting a really big Vi and Ziggs combo, feels like the mid game is going to be kind of weak, and I think that if you get past the game with the power that KT have, when you get to mid to late, in terms of the role, the Kai'Sa Yone in particular, with a Rumble to boot, laning phase is going to be really hard to get through here.
Yeah, I'm not convinced by this T1 combination.
バイにウルトされたらどうするかっていうことがないもしかして受け止めるダメージがないからバイとナサスはダメージがないからウルトされても受け止める体で
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
You can really feel, I don't want to call it desperation, but the raw emotion.
The desperation.
Of both teams wanting to make it to World so badly.
ナサス対ヨネ
It's only one slot.
俺なりにヨネが勝ちそうな気がするけどどうなんだ
DK were able to get in ahead of T1.
いや俺の中でマジでナサスっていうチャンピオンそんなに評価高くないかなり嘘くさいこのナサス
And only one of Faker or Deft can get the most Worlds Attendance Award at 9. Both of them on 8 currently.
いやヨネとかやそうまあ嫌だろうけど言うてたんだよなやっぱり
and set up their top side, although Barrel is down on the bottom side of the map.
TP か。
So we'll see where they go with this.
TP 大丈夫
Yeah, I guess maybe concerned about playing into the double ranged as ranged melee.
Oh,
70.
Force the smite.
Force the smite, yeah. And now Barrel's just 1v1ing a Ziggs with Ignite. And, I mean, Guma, Ziggs, level 1 is not very strong. And here comes Barrel again. That's another jump forward. Wave coming in, Barrel is going to back away.
Yeah, I guess use the W cooldown twice on Guma, so chunks him out, but not really able to do much else. Interesting adaptation, though. You know, we see the lane swap. We just get the Barrel solo lane now.
うまくてもいけるそうだよね。
but
よし。もう大丈夫。
support item though.
I think it's just more about the
teleport.
XP.
Yeah,
the teleport's going to come in.
Still, I think Def now being towards the bot side of the map also due to...
Wow.
Nice reaction from Guma. Barrel sprinting straight at him. At the end of the day, though, good reaction, but Barrel is able to trade flashes with the Ziggs, which is always going to feel very nice when he's got Hex Flash.
And this has worked out for KT. They avoid Guma and Carry having a level 2 advantage, which they would typically get in range versus range melee. But they also return to the lanes quickly because they don't want to keep the Rumble away from the Ornn. I actually think this has worked out quite well for them overall.
Only one that did have to pay the price is Pioshik, right? Because Carrier staying around in that jungle delayed Pioshik very, very heavily, so he didn't actually end up getting the red buff. Only got free, so missed I think 1 or 2 of the small raptors, and now it's getting invaded. So Owner is going to be really far ahead of this Skarner very early on, as he's even going to be able to take the Krugs here with this lane getting shoved in. It doesn't look like KT is aware of this. Faker is really struggling in mid though. Looks like he is going to have to take the first back, so maybe there's an opportunity there, as now they do know. But can they go for an invade here? Doesn't look like it. BDD also backing now, so before he's back to lane, not really going to be a window, and Guma and Kara still have bot lane prio.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to work out too badly for Pioshik because he's able to pick up the Scuttle Crab. I do wonder though if he's going to try and re-invade.
なんでバイはファームしても HP 高く保っててるの
And you actually see Owner pinging towards the top side.
バイ HP 減らないよ。ジャングル回ってても。回り方勉強しよう。すごいガンクだ。お、いいけど、あ、避けた。避けたけど死ぬくねこれ。助けが来た。でもいい上がんないはず？あと5秒ぐらいある。あ、ナイスセーフ。おお、ナイストライ。おえ、あ、死ぬの？わお。
And this is a bleed out from mid going behind. The wave bounce back. Faker pushes up. Pioshik, he gets denied the Raptors, so he goes, well, what else can I do but gank mid? Owner has to move in to try and save his mid laner. And the end result is KT getting massive boon. And the jungle
いや、この時間帯ウェーブちょっと注意したかったね。ジャングルめちゃめちゃ勝ってたのに。もったいない。
I think Faker probably would have been fine just walking it up, but they actually end up looking for the 2v2. Vi trying to get the most out of that Conqueror early on, and I think that's what ends up being the main issue. Because as we can see, initial setup here, not finding the Q3 and not finding the wall slam. With the ghost,
keep going.
It's just not enough. And
go for Vi.
The fact that Owner, I think, could have flashed a lot earlier here and denied a lot of the Skarner damage.
Got him.
Could have probably kept him alive.
I'm just questioning because surely they knew that Pioshik was there. I think Faker should have just, I know he wanted to crush the wave, but stood back and just hit it with E. I think him being that far forwards,
right?
Yeah, I think him being that far forwards, it feels like there's a miscommunication. Owner specifically went to defend his top side, and yet Faker left himself out of position when they should have known the Skarner was there.
ナサスランブルのマッチアップはマジ終わりだね。ナサスやることない。
They don't know exactly where Barrel is. Also, want to note the interesting lane swap that we have here. Not the, bot lane and the top lane actually, but it's just Rumble in mid. They've matched the Rumble into the Nasus, which is a very difficult lane for the Nasus. And they've thrown BDD up to the top side, who already has a kill. Not going to have a lot of kill pressure onto the Ornn, but maybe with that first kill. And really just to set up this Rumble matchup makes things very difficult, even more difficult for Faker.
Faker also, because he was playing into Yone, actually going for 3 points in Q, not in E, so he doesn't have as much wave crush you normally do. And we have cloth armor for Faker and mantle for Zeus, so that means that both BDD and Perfect are playing into an opponent that's itemized for the opposite damage source. And KT looking completely revitalized here early on in the second game.
Yeah, this is a horrible scenario for the Nasus into the Rumble. The Wither obviously doing nothing as well. So
一番スワップを連打されないボットレーンに逃げたナサスが。これでトップとミッド変えるとまた走ってくるから。わあ。ジグスやっぱ良くないな、その W。いや、それ F する必要ある。まあでも、まあ確かにパーフェクトは F するべきだった。F するべきだったけど。
I think the thought process was, well, the bard stuns down. How much more can they really do? The answer is that. They definitely had more gas in the tank.
Big thing is that with the objectives being down, normally if you end up getting or investing in a kill like that for KT, maybe you can then play for Dragon, right? Try and get a grub or two, but there isn't anything on the map. So you saw as well, Pioshik is like, can I gank bot? Was spotted by the ward, and that's just kind of the end of the play. So big win there for T1, being able to get a kill onto Owner. Fi definitely one of the junglers that uses the gold decently well. One big thing that is really nice for KT though is that once Kaisa is able to get out of lane, get to like at least the first item, I think she starts feeling a lot more safe. Yeah, get to just freely push out the waves. And obviously the free item breakpoint is I think where we're really gonna start to see Deft take over the game. But even just getting through the laning phase without any big experience disadvantages is gonna be a really big deal.
Yeah, and I don't know, maybe Perfect leaving it too late, thinking he had more time to flash, or maybe just thinking he could survive it. But either way, good setup from T1, good answer back, and punishing the Rumble.
Do you guys get the feeling that even after seeing this much Zig, sometimes players will disrespect the satchel?
Yes.
Yes. That's a... Yeah.
I feel like we see it so often, even aiming in the series against T1, just utilizing it so well. It can do a lot, and I feel like, you know, when you're getting first pick Rumble, you really want them to be doing a bit more than sitting on 0-1 and, you know, just barely being ahead of the Ornn at this point in time. So we'll see if Perfect can get back on his feet.
ナサスサポートがいるな。
Still all over the place, as now we have
ナサスがファームするにはサポートがいる。
I think Guma just got his flash forced.
His ultimate
as well was his flash. BDD's ult is down, so I imagine that he was able to get... Obviously, Yone has so much dive threat that Zig shouldn't really be laning into him. And Faker, due to these constant swaps and the plays that have happened in mid lane as well, where he had to back off, really has not been looking good in terms of CS. Like, and especially if you go for the Nesses with a lot of early points in Q, you want to try and snowball that and get to a high number of stacks as soon as you possibly can. KT able to, as we expected, I think, really put a lot of pressure on in this laning phase.
Yeah, getting a substantial lead, and obviously there's a lot of setup from T1, a lot of pick potential, so perhaps that's something they're going to lean on, but yeah, we can see from the level difference, BDD over a full level ahead of this Nasus.
やっぱ嘘だったな。
Given how proficient he's been on the pick, is going to be a problem as this game goes on. A hard champ really to pin down as well. You know, there's a lot of CC on the side of KT, but plenty of scenarios where you're using the Unbound Soul, where even the Vi, if you ult onto him, he can just snap back, drag you into a very rough position.
Yeah. Faker going to be happy to be alone for now, but doesn't look like he's going to be left alone for very long. As the team and the Rumble going down there.
ランブルは無理だ。ランブルは無理だ。ランブルだけはやめてくれ。ジグスが走ってきた。
His Zeus, but pretty difficult to do that on the Kaisa.
Also saw Perfect there at the beginning when that initial crash from Faker came through, really just hiding between the two turrets. Afraid that he was going to get dove again. Not going to be the case. T1 instead looking for the cross map. We'll be able to pick up the second dragon here. A lot of less impactful souls still on the map. We'll see which rift we are going to get, and it's Cloud, which there's a lot of members that I think use the Cloud Rift really well here on either side.
Yeah, I honestly don't think Cloud is that bad. Obviously, something like a Hex Tech is the ideal, but particularly the Nasus benefits a lot from that movement speed at close distance.
Trying to clear the wave here. He's got Carrier to just stasis everything up there, and this is an Ornn as the Impale will come in.
いい Q! わあ、デフトがいった。いいで。あ、いい Q か。おお。
It's going to bite the dust eventually as Faker comes in, just collects a kill. Not half bad at the end of the day as T1 take the gold lead.
Yeah, really well played by Carrier there to stall that out to find the play turnaround. Not sure exactly what happened in the bot lane though.
Looks like they were trying to set up a play onto Perfect. Ended up costing Owner his flash, and they don't actually end up getting the kill. As
we take a look.
Yeah, the flash from Perfect are on the queue to ensure that. But this TP actually ends up being huge because it means that BDD then can't TP to the top half of the map. And ends up being a trade 1-for-1, but again,
ヨネが死ぬのどうなんだ？ランブルじゃないか、死んでほしいというか、死んだ方がいいのは。ヨネ死ぬとマジで成長超遅れるけど。
But Zeus managing to finish it off there. Death starts taking tower hits, and then this ult.
いやー、これこのウルト、まあでも多分ランク1のウルト、多分レンジがでも後ろまで行けそうだけどな、これなんで手前にしたんだろう。手前にしたせいで9食らってる。
And now Gold Lead has swung back in T1's favor. Could be looking for something on Faker again. I think this Nasus is very, very weak, but already reinforcements on the way here for T1.
最初はハイなる後ろに行ける。あ、そうか。後ろの方が良さそうだけどね、これ。
Alone farming in the jungle. I mean, he's Skarner. He can go through walls. Surely he's dead.
Yeah, he's gone through walls towards T1's base.
Yeah. Only question is who gets the kill. It will be the buy. Just net gold pretty well, as you mentioned before, Chronicler, and. Yeah, that's just a straight-up mistake, and it feels like, you know, KT, they had a very good start to this game. It's a much closer game. This isn't anything like game number 1, but feels kind of bad for them to really get back on the horse, but then immediately be knocked off of it once again, especially when you had Faker really in the hole. He's very behind on farm, but at least he got that kill and assist, and the Nasus it's going to take a while for him to be relevant to the team anyway, but at least he's not as far behind as, let's say, Perfect in game 1.
Yeah, and I feel like once he starts getting some stacks together, he'll still be a threat in the mid-game. The Wither's going to still have a lot of value on BDD in particular, and this game is feeling a little bit like for KT, BDD or bust at this point. You know, Death's farming up fairly well, to be fair, but it feels like Perfect hasn't... I mean, he managed to get like the turnaround kill on the bot side, but I haven't really been inspired so much by his so far.
We'll have to see. KT do have the Kaisa, especially once Deft hits level 11, we'll be able to assist inside. So maybe BDD already, I think, will be really hard to match for T1. And then you can then try to use his power combined with the fact that it's easy for Kaisa to collapse as a possible source of pressure come mid-game. But that does require a good amount of finesse, which does for our KT have, I think, definitely been lacking. Perfect. Maybe looking for a back and then TPing back in. Deft's clearing this mid wave, which does give T1 the space.
このファイトを
flank has his ultimate available.
何が起こってもおかしくないぐらいのファイトをしてるの。お、Q外した。BDD ウルトで逃げた。ああ、BDD がウルトで逃げた。お、すんごいすんごいけどどうだ？いや、お、ではW ミスなかった。ミスってないか。ミスってないってこれなのか。いや、ちょ待った。ヨネ強すぎるかも。
That's the Wombo combo dream right there as Barrel sets it up.
大爆発した。
And that rumble pick toasting the entirety of T1
holds them still.
完全に焼かれた。
And KT get the ace, was still a bit scrappy. I think a big thing was the fact that BDD and Death couldn't immediately follow up on the target. The job gets done. A big swing in favor.
いや、3人焼かれるの良くないな今の。
We'll see coming in. So initially Carrier kind of baiting out skills here. This is the big factor. BDD's Unbound Soul used, and Death also gets knocked up. So the follow-up isn't there immediately. But just holds them over the fire here. And it does get a little bit messy, you know, Death gets focused down, Beryl ends up killing Faker and then also chasing down Carrier, which is just the most Beryl thing ever, but he deserves those kills after that ult, I'm gonna be honest.
Perfect also barely living there with the shield, and BDD, if he goes unchecked in these longer fights and just can get spell rotation after spell rotation off, Yone is going to add so much damage to your composition. And now look at the kills as well. A lot of those go in to BDD. Again,
まあつっても、まあ当たってたらとかいう感じじゃない。ちょっと開幕の入りが悪すぎるこれ。
But BDD in particular being this far ahead is a big deal, and now possible soul point fight on the table here.
Yeah, I mean, T1 are going to start this one up, and they're, you know, still in a pretty decent spot to try to start it, but the issue is that KT, the massive gold influx that they got from that last fight is pretty huge, and, you know, BDD's teleport, I think, at this point in time is going to be much more impactful than Faker's teleport, so a good lane here for BDD, but also a better guy who will be joining the fight if one does break out around this Cloud Drake.
Faker also can't cancel BDD's TP, but BDD can cancel Faker's, right? So if BDD decides to teleport in, there isn't really a whole lot that Faker can do besides try to damage him as much as possible, as Beryl does not care about your measly turret. They will just slam this down, trade that for the bot side outer. This is again just continued setup. BDD does now finish his Noon Quiver, and it looks like both teams not wanting to risk it just yet.
I think it's so dangerous being inside the Dragon Pit against both of these teams. If you get trapped in there by the front line of T1 and Ziggs is free firing, it's a big concern. And on the other side, the flank threats, the dive potential from KT is there. So T1 kind of moved away from it. And now KT, they've gone for their resets a little bit late to the punch here, and they could just end up giving over Soul Point if they don't move quickly. It's already half HP. It is though.
They're gonna get the ults from Keria in there, and yeah, the Skarner goes in, and it goes over to Pyosik, and they do have this magical journey. Beryl trying to follow, but he just says, no, it's not worth it. We got the Drake. We don't need the kill. We're already ahead, and we will deny the Cloud Soul Point from T1.
ナサスいねえとおっせえ。
The thing is, they weren't even aware. You can see the ult from Keria used on a barrel. Not really a major concern. Pyosik just slides in and manages to get the steal away. A little bit of an early smite from Owner there.
Going to be TP used by BDD, but also Owner's flash as well as Keria's heal. So there are two big summoners. This match, though, definitely a lot more what I think we were expecting coming into the day.
もしかしてまずいまずいね普通に。
There is no more LCK.
ヨネが大問題。
Final fight between these two teams. Whoever wins this best of 5 goes to Worlds. For the loser, it's over as BDD. He's going deep.
Yeah, just doing Yone things, and the Ziggs just
not
very much like that or appreciate.
He didn't hit so much.
Yeah.
He just got in range, and that's enough.
And he just auto attacks him.
Yeah.
That's enough. That's enough. Yeah, a little bit concerning for Guma here. And he has gone the burst heavy build without the Seraphs. So less safety. And BDD
Faker.
looking out for Faker. No ult though.
Yeah, not gonna force it.
Not the easiest target to cut through, even for BDD with the heavy armor itemization and the Wither. So not opting to overcommit onto that one. But yeah, lead now for KT. They've mitigated the looming threat of the dragons, and Baron coming up soon. We can see already the vision's been being set up by Keria to get some control of the area. But I think we'll see KT probably looking to set traps there. I think particularly onto Keria, you could easily find a window to pick him if he oversteps.
Just saying, I have to go in.
95. Oh. There, and obviously a lot of damage coming in, the equalizer being dropped.
Don't go too far.
어, 다행이다.
Oh, thank God.
Okay.
We stole it, great job. Okay, it's back.
He's also so tanky, like you saw the Vial and the Ziggs ult thrown on him, and it's like, did he even lose health? Yeah, this Skarner gonna be problematic to cut through. And that's one of the concerns with this composition for T1. The only damage really is Ziggs. He has not gone a build that cuts through bulkier targets. He has gone the squishy killer build. So Pyosik's not going to get really DPS down by Guma. The only really major damage threats are, well, Faker doesn't have that many stacks. Owner's a Vi who struggles getting in melee range off the Skarner. I think Pyosik's just going to end up being immortal this game.
Yeah, the real issue is that Owner, I imagine, is going to go Cleaver next, and between W and Cleaver, like, eventually it'll kill Pyosik. But realistically, if Owner is hitting Pyosik in a fight,
something's wrong.
Something is not going well, right? That shouldn't be a thing, as They are playing towards a possible catch on perfect here. Not going to find it. BDD now, second item finished. Same for Deft, and it's that third item that I think is really going to change how a lot of these fights also play out in the neutral, because right now, Owner is not going to be the type of jungler that can just easily keep tanking these Ws. Obviously, both Zeus and Carrier, once he finishes Warmux, will be fine. But still, hitting enough of those onto people like Guma or Owner in the long run is going to be
ナサス、このビルドだと本当にスタックがいる。
Like 1 or 2 Ws alone could be enough as
お、うまっ。やった。やった。すべてが。終わった。もうこんなのでファイト勝てるわけありませんよ。
It's a perfect angle from Perfect, and T1 are burnt to a crisp as KT will win the fight and will take the Baron.
The anti-synergy on display. Carrier goes for the flashy play and then blocks his entire team's damage and hands the Baron straight over to KT. What a misplay, what an unforced error from T1.
And you gotta imagine if T1 is able to go up 2-0 here, get a win after a basically completely demolishing KT in game number 1, it's going to feel very different. The insanity that the flash redirect on the Q.
これはすごい良かったけどね。
And then
even the order
dodges everything. I'm not gonna lie, if he bought a Seeker's Arm Guard and used it there, I would be saying that's one of the highest value Seeker's Arm Guards. If it would be his own team's Bard, I would have said that was one of the best battles we've seen.
Maybe ever.
Yeah, the miscommunication between T1 really biting them. And now with the Baron in hand, KT can keep applying pressure.
It's telling as well that Perfect didn't actually get the Toaster Oven ready this time around, right? And still, they now have enough damage just between BD and Deft that
DP 待つためにウルト入れたのかもしれないけど、でもウルトは入れるべきじゃなかったな。R 入れるとヨネだと R 連打で抜けれちゃうからな。
Yeah. I mean, with the Baron just trying to really escalate your gold lead, and now trying to flash on a guy who's invisible, and has to go in. Bit of damage to Ziggs ult over the top, and they finally do get perfect. It's a trade 1-for-1, but Faker is probably going to go down. This is a pretty decent battle, but it's only going to delay the inevitable as Faker, super low, he's in the back line, gets ulted on, down he will go. It's a triple. Just running around the fight.
KT were just warming up in game 1. We saw in this series against BNK Fearx yesterday that game 1 was a slow one, not the best performance, but they have ramped up and they are here to contest for that wild spot.
KT, this team, very often a complete enigma. What do you get on the day? Are they going to beat Genji? Are they going to lose to Breon?
What do you get game to game?
It is the full spectrum of gameplay as Deft, great E there, so gets the stealth, means that there isn't an opportunity for Owner. And yeah, eventually they get the turn on the perfect, but...
Well, this is just insult to injury. Guma doesn't have flash, and I think eventually should die. There you go. Pyosik just gonna bop him on the head with a claw. And it's just a caught Ziggs trying to satchel over a wall, but you're not getting away from Skarner and Yone. Pretty difficult.
That's a big uptick in gold recently. 2 Cloud Dragons kit as well. The Baron is about to time out, and it looks like T1, they do have a lot of pick potential, and it feels like they know they're in a big deficit now, and their approach is just going to be find isolated targets. But I think we're kind of seeing some of the targets very difficult actually to get on top of, and also like Deft can itemize into a Zhonya's, which is obviously fantastic into the Vi. Continuing this push on the top side, but I don't think you get too much progress with just that wave.
アイスボーンだからな、トリフォと違ってダメージないんだよな。
It's important to note as well that now that the Kai'Sa is online, he's getting bonked on the head.
Yeah, Deft just is in melee range against a big Nasus who isn't very fed.
いいね、F 使わせた。ワースワースワース。これはあとまあ後ろに逃げればいいから。
There's a Bard ult. Faker's like, I need more stacks. Hold on.
あ、ちょ待って。知らん人たち死のうとしてない？あーらら。あらららら。
Just caught in the crossfire. He's going to be going down as well. KT is crossing their eyes, crossing their T's, dotting their eyes rather. As Faker is still just holding the wave, trying to keep the game alive.
He's just building stacks, right? It's what Nasus does.
Still farming.
Yeah,
eventually he'll get there.
Barrel's going to win this 1v1. Unfortunately, BDD on the way as well.
I mean, I guess he held the wave, but...
Yeah, BDD even QSS is the winner.
QSS された。
He just need to hit a Q at some point.
Dodge everything! Nah, he's trying his best. I mean, the Nasus can be pretty funky like this. The ult will be committed to as BDD has had enough, and they do take him down.
Yeah, surprise Scorpion showing up at the end there. But as I was saying, if you go back to the Gauntlets, the last 3 years, Deft has been there every single time. Still, the most insane run obviously going to be, ironically, 2021 Hanwha, even though 2022 DRX ended up winning. The man has made it every single time, and I'm seeing this as I say that, and I'm like, ooh, not too sure.
It was just a bait. It was just a bait. He laid from barrel.
He baited me. As there we see the...
He baited himself.
なんでこの2人前出たんだ
But Deft with this supercharger still able to just run out. And then here again, we get the combo. I feel like Rumble, we should just leave. I think we are learning every time we see it that just accept
バードのウルトが
that you are down a ban on
デストに当たったからワンチャンあると思って行ったのか
And I
な
will say, you know, the Skarner's been a pretty recent addition in the LCK, and Pioshik has just felt so at home in this pick. The amount of massive impales. Yeah, trying to maximize that magic damage for his team. A lot of value there, but he has just been on form this game, especially considering he was the one who suffered the most in the early shenanigans. He is now just an absolute presence in these fights, constantly catching multiple people, and into a team which has 3 big, bulky melee champions. It's not too hard to get high value on the ult, but he's definitely picking a good timing consistently.
Yeah. A lot of the early to mid game was a huge focus on BDD getting very far ahead, Faker being extremely far behind, and it's really only gone further beyond that, right? As BDD once again doing insane damage on the Yone as he did yesterday. He has gotten Yone 2 games in a row, and T1 have not given the respect to that just yet, as
NT
Carrier this time trying to actually set up a
very
kill.
OP. Can't believe he just used walk.
He utilized the walk strategy
very powerful
in the direction that Carrier was not expecting. But yeah, I mean, BDD is just kind of running away with this game. The issue now is that
まあアイテム強化してるからまあすっげえ振りかけてるとまあそこまでじゃないじゃない意外とまだなんかゼロじゃないなぐらいの残り具合
All they gotta do is turn. Just don't flip, don't risk giving it over. As long as owner isn't allowed near the pit, does a flash and ult.
Well, they're trying to keep him out of the pit, and there is the turn. A lot of wobble.
素晴らしい素晴らしいヨネいった
The wall there. Yeah, BDD goes down, and Baker's pretty tanky. A big impale, but Joseph getting low. I think the wall, it's might just be a bit too many, though. A pretty decent fight, all things considered, but the wallets are there for the side of KT. Extremely messy, and T1 will deny the Baron for now.
It's not clean, but it's KT. Everything's fine. They have enough threats. That almost gets the kill there. Going to be setting up for Soul Point here. And again, I think a bit of a messy fight's not the end of the world. As long as you don't give over the Baron and the bounty and allow T1 to really stay in the game for another 5 minutes, that's not going to be the case.
I think considering, just watch BDD and the amount of CC he fits in, considering this game, this wasn't a stop fight for T1, it shows the wallet dip. He gets immediately violeted over the wall, then he gets knocked up, then he gets knocked up, then he gets knocked up, then he dies. That is the story of BDD that fight as the most fed member of the team. And still the fight isn't a like immediate win for T1, and it just goes to show like how far behind T1 are, and also the lack of damage really for this comp. Guma's going towards Rabadon's third, so nowhere near pen items. And look at the items on the other side. So the Skarner Super Fed has an Abyssal. Perfect's going to have Jack Show. You know, we have the Zhonya's from Death, which isn't given MR, but obviously lets you dodge damage. Even just like the QSS Magic Resist on BDD, the Locket from Barrel, they are really going to struggle to cut through these targets. So even if KT does miss-execute, I just think they don't have the damage on T1 to really punish.
You need Guma to get a Void Staff, right? I think that's something that is
ヨネついにいいか遠かったな
somewhat of a difference maker. I just don't know if we're going to get to that point in the game.
There's also the fact that KT have 3 Cloud Drakes, not always what you'll see, but just the fact that they're slowly stacking up Cloud Drakes and they might even get Cloud Soul, it's just more damage avoidance from them.
You think of a BDD stepping out up there.
Okay, the Zhonya's going to have some big value there as BDD finds Guma, and you see the Ornn is desperate to try to save him.
やべえ、うまいし、即死した。頑張れ、フェイカー。
Gigantic right now on the side of KT. They take down the 2 carries, and that might just do it. KT Rolster looking for their first win in the series.
偉いな、ウェーブ消そうとするの。これもう GG の気持ちで見てた。
As Steph 1 kill away from Legendary, I believe, here, as they will look to push to end and win game 2.
And this best of 5 after game 1 looked a little dicey, but KT bounced back in a big way, and the telecom war continues for this final.
ナサスはかなり嘘かも。
As the Nexus falls here in game number 2.
The Nexus will fall, and we do, in fact, have a series on our hands. Anyone can take it from here, as KT have decided it's a bit late, but we will show up and actually play the game and give you a challenger against T1.
And you know, you can never really be sure what you're going to get out of a series.
ランブルから一生逃げ続けて、ローテがぐちゃるのマジ良くないあれ。
But I think one thing I was certain on is it wasn't going to be a 3-0. KT didn't really show up game 1, but they are not going to go down without a fight.
It's so peak KT that Hirai has the same expression. After a game where, by all accounts, they really were in control right from the early game, able to win some of the early skirmishes. T1, that mid-game fight, that turn around Baron could have been the difference maker, but
the thing to think about with Hirai is we see so many wacky KT games in the LCK, but he also sits through their scrims, and we know the scrims are going to be even wackier, so that is a man who has seen too much.
He definitely has, maybe too much for one man and one team, as BDD's on top of the damage charts again.
He's playing with a rumble.
Yeah, and you know, Perfect had good ults towards the end, definitely a bit of a redemption after a rough game 1.
Yeah, showed up there with the team, some really good team fighting from the side of KT, and they're back on the horse. They have a chance in this series, but we are done after game 2. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Oh, ごめんごめん。フルタイムのナサスなんで無理なのかやればわかるよ。
나 풀 있거든? 나 틱크 잡았어? 나 살았어. 연습 봐줘. 나 살았고? 봐줄게. 나노스. 나서갈게. 나 텔로 올게. 바이 봐줄 사람? 끝내자. 가자. 나 이거 하다가 괜찮아. 끝내 없어. 나올란다 이거 봐줄래? 나 이거 길게 하면 이 되길 것 같긴 한데. 괜찮아. 끝났어. 이거 살면 돼. 내가 핑할게. 우리 6층님.
ヨネに何出すのが正解だった？ヨネに何出すのが正解だったか難しい質問だ。まあトリスかな。トリス版か。後期かな。後期嫌だな。 プランはないね。後期が、まあ、ベストってほどベストでもないな。安尾はね、まあ割とあり、いけるんだったら。X はね、ちょっとね、構成にあまりにも合ってないね。後期、まあ、後期マジベストだな。後期、他の AD キャリー、安尾ライズあたり。後期ね、負けてる試合のバンピックね、基本的にレンジ不足だね。後期が負けるバンピックは基本的には。レンジ負けして負けてる後期は。でも今の試合レンジ負けしないから別に後期でもいい。ランブル、カイサ、レル、ガーナ、ヨネだったら殴れるから後期でいい。このパチ中の後期出してる時って基本的に対面にトリスがいてレンジが自分より長かったり、ジャングルがまあ AP でレンジ長かったりとかで後期が殴れてない。まあ、ジャングル対面が聖樹とか、まあ、魔王界とかで殴れないとかそもそも。だから後期負けてる。別になんか、後期が弱いから負けてるとかじゃなくて、バンピック的に後期が活躍できないのに、なんか後期とりあえず出して、とりあえずで負けてる。でも今の試合は後期が殴れるから、後期はかなりありやった。
Round 2 goes to KT, and of course, everything is equilibrium when it comes to them. 1-1, as it is T1 and KT tied up here for that final slot at Worlds. Welcome back to the space. Digon alongside Wadid and Wolf to break it down. A much better draft, and more importantly, we got past the first 2 minutes, first 30 seconds without any deaths.
Yeah, I mean, everyone kind of shocked by Carrier's Bard pick right there, but I feel like nowadays you don't need to take care about the lane matchup. because you can always lane swap. We could already see that from the early game from both teams. They're having like Kaisa
気になるの
top
バードなん
or
だ。
like
まあでもバードのあれ
having
ぐちゃったから
mid
な。
lane. Like, there are so many lane assignments like going on, so
まあ
I
実
think it was
際
really like decent pick by T1.
実際バードが気になるっていうのもわかる。あの
just put on players on a comfort
すべてのウルトがぐちゃったあれ T1 が勝てそうな感じはなくもなかった。あれ勝てそうだった。
It also doesn't really set up all too much on T1's side post Bard Ultimate. We had a big ult that
でもあれバードじゃないとそもそも作れないチャンスだったからそこもどうなんだろうって感じ。そもそもバードじゃないとあれポータルからフラッシュ Q だからこんなことができるチャンピオンはバード以外に存在しないから。
This Nasus doesn't really allow him to get any control or do any roaming. He's going to be behind on the plays, and he got crushed by BDD super hard.
Yeah, you were making a point here. BDD, one of the most in-form mid laners here in the LCK. As we take a look at the highlights, 15 minutes at Herald Fight. This is when KT took control after falling behind early.
There's so many combos in this composition for KT that if you make a mistake or you overextend, you are going to get crushed. And the Bard Ultimate isn't going to be able to turn this play around, unfortunately, because there's just no damage here. Ziggs has abilities, but he's a mage, right? So he can't actually clean up these low health bars with auto attacks.
Yeah, I mean, that's why you normally pick normal, like, melee support.
いやこれ負けたのは普通にフェイカーがスカーナのウルト食らったのが良くない。まあ3人食らったのがもう終わってる。これナサス生きてたらダメージされてる別に。
Yeah,
Pioshik with that 3-man snare, getting himself a little bit of barbecue on top of the Rumble. Then our second highlight of this match here, 22 minutes in, and you're thinking, what a pick by Keria, and it all goes wrong.
This pick was like this timing of his ultimate that ruins everything that T1
was trying to do
here was so
逆に芸術的。
mistake, unfortunately for Keria, that I actually on my first watch through thought that BD
バードのウルトでバイのウルトとジグスのウルトとオーンのウルト全部スカした。
thought the same thing because it was just so picture perfect to shut down everything T1 wanted to do. Then
ここまではないマジで。
on the re-engage is so
正味こんな綺麗にゾーネ打てることない。
You are just going to get crushed in the end of the fight.
That's right. Vile
味方のじゃない限り絶対ないもんこれ。だって打てるタイミングじゃないからねこれ。そもそもバイのウルト食らったタイミングでもうゾーネは押せないからみんなスキル押しちゃうんだよな。 CC チェインが絶対決まるから。だから絶対にまあてかまあバードの Q 見た時点でバイウルトから繋がっちゃうから絶対打つんだけど絶対に生まれないゾーネが生まれたから。まあこれもぐちゃぐちゃだったな。これも意味わかんなかったし。
The combination from Pioshik and Perfect's Rumble was really great, but we want to point out the BDD, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just want to talk about BDD briefly because the man has had such an insane end of the season. Even in some of KT's big losses, he had insane KDAs.
バードのやつあれミスなのかと言われるとなんかもうコミュニケーションっぽいけどね。でも
The man is so consistent right now that I think they need some sort of answer in the mid lane. Even in that first game loss, he was by far the best performing player on KT. Yesterday, outgaming the Ziggs on the Yone. This man is a problem to KT, rather than T1 himself.
Yeah, again, perfect getting himself the opportunity on Rumble as well. We saw the Rumble for Ziggs trade, but I think the sneaky caveat there was also the Skarner just constantly holding people over the fire.
I mean, I'm wondering if T1 is going to change the draft because this game was kind of okay, like before Keria makes mistakes on the top lane. So I feel like maybe T1 sticks to the plan that they had for game 2, and then maybe after the game 3 they can change. But yeah, it's still really important game for qualifier.
Yeah, what do you think about T1's, I guess, changes here as they stay on the blue side for game number 3?
I think that probably move away from the Bard maybe. I want to see
あれね、別にあの瞬間にコールは出ない。別にバイがバードが捕まえたっていうだけ。あの瞬間に VC でコールが出るとしたらヨネのコールとヨネ捕まえたっていうコールが出てコールが出た瞬間にはもう全員スキル押してるからもう止まらないね。その瞬間にはもう考えるしかない。各自が考えるしかない。だからその瞬間にもうボタンを押してたらもう止まらん。
Thank you very much, Spacers, as we're getting ready for game number 3. T1 back to the blue side. Gotta hope that it helps the drafting, at least will help the Rumble not see the Rift, I would imagine, as it was banned by KT in game number 1.
Yeah, we'll see if it gets banned again. Likely will. Do they swap out maybe like the Sejuani and the Vi ban to get rid of the Ziggs? But I think the thing we said after game 1 was we weren't really happy with an aspect of KT's draft, which was giving counterpick to Zeus and perfect blind and Xante. But we also really didn't get to see a game in game 1. It was just a ton of really crazy errors from KT that kind of made the game unplayable very quickly. So presumably that's not going to happen in this game. You would think they've learned from that and they're not going to give Ziggs a double kill level 1.
Kind of poignant there to see the KT and T1 banners with DRX in the middle, given the roster that KT is currently fielding. Now, we have seen that on red side, some of our teams seemingly get struck by the curse that makes you unable to, you know, execute on any of the drafts. The Yone, this is 100% earned by BDD. I think, as we pointed out, even in game number 1 that they did lose, he was the one stalwart defender for KT. Rumble gonna remain on the ban list here, as he should be. The Jhin Ziggs trade is something that I'm looking towards now. The Smolder, unsurprisingly, comes through as well.
So if you're happy to take the Jhin into the Ziggs, obviously we saw the opportunity for that last game, but it didn't happen because they wanted to prioritize things like the Yone. But there's time for it now. The Yone's obviously gone, so maybe lower priority to get picked for BDD. We'd expect the Jhin to come through in this rotation, or at least before the second phase of bans. But immediately, Leona coming out, and then Ivan. Interesting. Definitely different from the priorities we've typically seen from this team. Obviously, one in barrel to have that pick with confidence. We've seen the Poppy often picked into Leona, though. I wonder if
T1
Yeah, I mean, if you want to get more protection, you could look at the Poppy. They're hovering Xinjiao, which I don't think we're going to see. The Ivern has been a go-to for Pyosik all season long, ever since he
マジでダイアナやりたがるな。マジでずっとやりたがってる。
Just going to be the pick, though, for Owner, which has been the go-to comfort pick for him.
And it is the blind Camille to come through here. Obviously, Sejuani and Camille as a duo, a lot of power there.
ジグスからスワップして逃げたくてもっていうあれだけど、ジャックスは？
Or is it going to get banned away? I feel like that's the one pick
ジャックス結構いいと思うけどな、ここ。
to the next rotation. And with the Ivern and the Leona already locked in, I think you can go for it. Perfect. Considering it here. And Counter-Strike value into Sejuani is always going to feel amazing, and we have seen Camille really struggle in this matchup.
It feels like, though, this was kind of T1 setting a gambit. The Camille, even if you're not going to be able to have as much presence in the side lane into a Jax, you're still good in team fights setting up for the Ziggs ult. But on top of that, you basically guarantee that KT have to make a tough choice. Jax or Jhin, they go for the Jax, so T1 will likely just ban the Jhin out here and deny that away. That being said, on the other side, KT do deny that Poppy that we've seen have a good matchup into Leona during the regional gauntlet.
そろそろミッドでジグスやる?
The ban should be relatively straightforward. A lot still left on the table that could be utilized by either team. The Poppy, an obvious one. The Seraphine also getting a look at here. Has been another answer into the Ziggs as, you know, that 80 carry, quote unquote, just to, you know, get some shielding, some healing to deal with the poke and also be an AP presence for the team.
Would imagine that the Jhin is next here on the ban list for T1. Otherwise, KT Rosa can just slam Jhin on R4 and then save the counter pick, give BDD again something that can really punish them in, because I do think BDD again has been extremely solid thus far in this series.
Interesting as well, there's no look at Tristana in this. Oh, okay.
That's Tristana. It does mean the Jhin is open, but maybe want to go in a different direction. We'll see. We have obviously seen the Jhin into Ziggs like really often. Really popular. There is still the option of the MF available as well, which we've seen a decent amount. Into a Camille, Sejuani might be difficult ever really to tell. 10 loss streak for this pick so far, but BDD decides he wants to try and break that. And then this side, looking at Talia, obviously something that with the Camille setup, great follow-up onto that.
This makes me think that they're looking towards maybe an AP carry for Deft here. Like something a little bit crazy, even with the Seraphine ban and the Ziggs already picked up. Because if you don't desperately need 80 damage, like Tristan obviously already got taken
リベンジ
away.
バード
The Ivern
ちょっと AP 濃いけどこれカミル腐ると困るよ。
Is that going to be enough? It looks like instead a Sivir. We saw Goma pull out as well, and this time it is going to be Deft trying to bring it in here.
It just once again
It's
feels
not like Jhin anymore?
It just once again feels like a low-value bot game. I think maybe the thought process was they expected KT to take MF or Jhin, and they're like, well, we can just bottle to block the ult. But KT don't take the bait, they go for the Sivir instead. Bottle, very low value against the Sivir, can spell shield it.
ジャックス対カミルはスキルマッチアップだからな。ジャックスがかなり有利であるけど。
But bot doesn't really facilitate that so well when you could have had something like a Rel, who you imagine the Rel diving in with his T1 composition, it feels a lot more on theme.
Really does. Also, the Talia we have not seen for a while. The only combo that we saw consistently is the Defy, because it's so easy and so guaranteed to get set up. A lot of the other setup is somewhat conditional, right? You need to either hit your ultimate. If you're the Sejuani, you need to get the Bard stun off or get off the ultimate and then actually land the timing on the stasis as well. We'll see if the blue side proves to be strong enough here. Thus far, obviously, have been able to get it done.
This guy says whenever he comes down, they win 100% of the time. 1 for 0.
Nice.
He didn't tell us the numbers, so it could be anything.
Technically, it's
まあ
correct.
そうだね。T1 得意なチャンピオンがいっぱい出てきたね。ジグス以外。まあカミル得意だし、まあセジもまあ得意でしょ。でタリア得意だし、バードも得意。だからまあもはやジグスも得意ということでいいと思う。ジグスマジパフォーマンスいい。
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right. Well, both fan bases. Chronicler, you didn't want to say it before, but it does feel like desperation, you know, especially because both teams now have gotten a taste of how their team wins and in what manner, and they want more. They are greedy for that world spot. Understandably, they would like their team to go and participate in the World's Championship of 2024.
It's not just that, but it's the fact that this might be the last we see of either roster, right? We've been teasing about the last, final, real, actual, this time, actual last dance. But I feel like this time,
final, last dance.
He's referenced it many times.
He has, yeah.
So
but I feel like that happened in 2022 as well, which is why there's so many memes
final
around
gachi
it.
last.
Obviously, feel like we have
final
now
gachi last English.
I think that KT also had such a magnificent summer last year and then wasn't really able to make it work, had very unlucky draws, then met JDG and just kind of all went downhill from there. On the flip side, this T1 roster has been together, excluding Zeus, since 2021. And talk about Zeus did.
ベリル今回またなんかグマイシソロキルしに行こうとしてない？
Gumo is looking around for him, and he's sneaky. Leona's hanging out. There is a 8-game losing streak in the regional qualifier alone.
何取ってたらソロキルできるんだ？いいか？いいでいけるのか？
Showmaker twice, closer 3 times.
いやでももう経験値数だけだな、多分あの感じ。経験値数ってるだけだこれ。
Yeah, we do see that TP coming down now from Deft. This is the sort of adaptation they're doing, the very light swap with the TP down so you can pick up the big wave. And Deft will end up really far ahead in terms of levels. Barrel going to soak up a lot of experience here as well to get level 2, but presumably still hasn't been seen.
これでミッドに出てこないのおかしいから。おお。
Okay, nice little force flash from Carrier, BDD already pretty low as the pressure was already on. We saw some slows into rocks being thrown into BDD at level 1. And just the follow-up on that coming out here.
We do see pings on barrels, so Guma is very aware that there's a Leona waiting in that rush.
You have to assume with Barrel. I mean, maybe you showed when we went looking bot lane, but you just have to assume with Barrel.
Yeah, Barrel's always in the brush. BDD, though, already being flashed down. One of the big things that I think is the reason why the Corki has been so high prio is because he has so much early agency. We have seen him really struggle, but his early laning phase often feels like a very strong part of his kit. I want to highlight, actually, that Guma, or that Owner Redder was able to start on his own bot side and then immediately make his way into the top half of the jungle, which means that Pioshik right now actually in a really rough spot because he set up the top side and then Owner just walked in and took it, right? And Ivern in particular can have an insanely quick early clear, but he's really relying on the setup. So if he wastes a lot of time on setup, doesn't actually get to cash out in it. Not like he's going to be falling behind when it comes to the camps, but it does take away, I think, one of the biggest strengths of this jungler is what his early clear allows you to do on the map.
Yeah, I mean, he's just so vulnerable to counter jungling because you have to invest the time, wait, and then come back.
Hello.
He somehow messed that up. I don't know.
Yeah, I think he didn't get the first auto off.
Yeah.
Queued.
Rough.
Even a 2-time world champion can fumble that, so, you know.
With a skin for this exact champion is not a lot of mana here in Perfect. Does have a cookie.
これ行くんだ、パーフェクト。よくなくない?
With the Ivern Q and now taking a bunch of damage as the freeze will come down from a frost. But Pioshik's still making his presence felt. He's got double buff and he's just kind of autoing him down, throwing in some Qs. And yeah, I mean, there is definitely potential setup, especially with all these brushes. Zeus and Owner, they're really desperate to push in that wave, and they will be successful.
Yeah, I think just Perfect's a bit too low, and there are too many minions, so you can go in with the counter-strike, but you ain't gonna, like, one-shot Zeus Owner, and then the minions
still flash as well.
Yeah, they would just mangle you, so I think trying to protect Perfect, trying to hold the wave as long as possible, but the right decision made there not to commit to something more.
How very unlike KT.
Yes, yes. Interestingly enough.
Suspicious.
We need Beryl just to send it in with an aggressive flash or something.
I'm sure he will. That's
これダメ取りしてくれるんだな。
The lane's in such a rough spot
あ、でも
here.
リコールか BDD どっちみ
But
ち。
it we'll see if Faker actually holds it for longer. BDD just has teleport so he can get back, but it feels like we've constantly seen Carrier just coming mid, trying to pot BDD in an uncomfortable position, and the matchup's already pretty fine for the Talia, but it's really been pushed in Faker's favor here with the extra help.
He's going to get 6 as well off of this final cannon.
Yeah.
So can now make his way back to base, get a buy-in, and can maybe even hold on to his teleport. We'll have to see what BDD or how fast he's going to be able to shove in this wave. As not quite enough for the tier 1
ジュース
loss
ティアを
chapter.
スキップしてる。
Does Faker have?
Yeah, it's a sad inventory for any AP player. Just desperate to try to get that item, but can't. Definitely going to feel much better for Faker in this game compared to the last game where he was playing Nasus and basically did nothing and fell behind. Now he's the one in the driver's seat with the help of Carrier.
Those are the components where you really think about every CS you missed, and you're like, if I just hit that CS.
Yeah. Isn't it just like 180 on top of that to finish it? I forget what the combined cost.
I can't remember the exact amount, but it's not much at all.
Yeah. Well, they're trying to set up here for the grubs. And KT Rolster with the Ivern are utilizing that zone control very well. But in goes Beryl. He says, enough of the zone control. I'm just going to put my face in it. And he does do that, and he's probably dead as the knockup comes in. He gets his shield, though. Stays alive for a very long period of time, but eventually does go down. First blood goes to Faker. And all going to be thrown out here by Guma, who is level 6.
いいね。
As T1 will look to push them away and take the other
いや、どうなんだ、レオナのイニシ。
Barrel, you know, just the aggressive.
We knew it was on the way.
必要だった
It was
か。
definitely coming, and
かなり怪しい。
hard for the Leona
かなり
really
怪しい
to find an
イ
angle
ニシ。
into the Talia specifically. Faker doing so much damage in that extended play. And unfortunately, KT just not really able to follow up with Barrel, follow up on Barrel, and kind of lacking the damage there as well to cut through some of the bulkier members of T1.
Yeah, Def wasn't there initially, but you're also looking at a Cole Sivir that was level 5. So that's not really going to give you the power that you desperately need. As Guma does have his flash, low on mana, and doesn't have his satchel.
Yeah, he just used it for poke. Here comes Deft, trying to come in, gets the Q down. Guma will flash away, some mines on the ground, but one Q could do it, or just an auto, as Deft is just going to take him down, and Guma does get punished.
There's your lesson. Don't satchel unnecessarily. It's your escape tool, and Guma ends up burning flash and still going down there. And bear in mind, Summoners didn't have to get burnt from the other side. Now, this is a replay before the brushes. Well, the Banana Brush helping out there, and you see Beryl immediately tries to go for Faker. Faker gets a good flash before he's stunned, and then Beryl is just shredded.
It's your main source of damage is BDD, who's like on the other end of the river. You know, he can see you far in the distance, Very telling as that.
W 切ったらもう逃げらんないね。
He didn't have vision in the brush, and otherwise they'd be like maybe he's trying to knock Deft away so they don't have damage. But if you just knock yourself out and then flash, you're completely fine. So really,
諦めても良さそうだったけどな、これ Q 当たったタイミングで。
Get this Sivir back to the to that Essence Reaver rather in a much higher pace than otherwise would be the case. And I think Deft being online is really big for this KT comp. As we see, otherwise I think they might be in some damage struggles if BDD and Perfect are not in a great position.
Yeah, I think one of the things we kind of noticed with the Corki is that he has a decent amount, a lot of burst damage, you know, between like the Sheen procs and the Q ult later in the game, but it's not like a Tristana. When you have a Tristana in the late game, it will just constantly pump out damage at every situation. But I think sometimes teams have lent on the Corki as being like a DPS threat, and he really doesn't pump out the numbers as much as something like a Sivir or a Tristana, or even a lot of your traditional AD carries.
Owner taking the portal. Want to highlight Perfect in the carry versus carry matchup. Not necessarily one that I think you're supposed to win early. It really is much more about when you get to the later stage of the game, when the Counter-Strike cooldown becomes very low. But right now, really struggling with keeping up in terms of minions. Level down on Zeus as well.
Yeah, the trading patterns as well have been a bit questionable. I'd say he's being very aggressive, trying to push waves in and using his Counter-Strike, you know, aggressively. And then Zeus just holds on to his hook shot until after that. And he's like, okay, well, you don't have Counter-Strike, so here I am, I'm in your face, I get an empowered Q. And the Camille is going to love that at this point in time, especially with the Sheen done. As Pyosik is here, and so is Beryl. So
that was really funny from Carrier. He puts the portal down, then just starts recalling. So Perfect's like, okay, who's coming? No one. He's already gone. He's already back to base and running over. But it does kind of put some pressure on Pyosik and Beryl to be here to cover. Now, they will get spotted here, clearing our vision.
Yeah, they're not a vision in the brush. So they just assume Zeus obviously went for the base there. Very interactive lane.
Yeah, Sivir Ziggs. Wow, what a riveting bot lane matchup where they're just left alone and it's just back and forth wave clearing. Now, do you have grubs in 30 seconds? So the team's trying to set up for that. Guma doesn't have TP, but does recall for his Ludens. And Zeus is going bot, also without TP. So if Perfect comes up towards the top side, Dev can stay for one more wave, reset, then TP top, and it could be 5v4 for KT.
Might try to set that up. I mean, they only got the one grub, so trying to get an extra 3 could be pretty huge to deny away from the Ziggs and just get it for your Sivir and your Jax as well in that Supreme late game. Definitely going to want that with some side lane threats. As here we go. Gonna try to come in here. The knockup comes in. There's that TP you guys are talking about it now. Baker in a really rough spot. He's gonna get Bartle. There's really nobody to save him as Beryl takes a bit of damage, but will survive with the help of the Ivern. And this is the exact fight we were talking about for a minute.
誰か絶対ブラストコーン殴った。
that ended up knocking him into multiple members of KT there.
We'll have to identify who hit it. That's always the fun bit of replays like that. But yeah, and the bottle comes through, but it doesn't really help Faker's situation. And now Perfect doesn't even need a TP bot. Just walks down, not even a single play lost there. So KT getting the better of that. They had kind of done the homework, done the setup, done the lane assignments, and get the kill and the grubs, and don't really lose anything for it.
Yeah, definitely.
デジフォーカス受けた状態の集団戦だったから、まあ勝てそうだなと思って見てたら。
He's, you know, pretty obviously looking to go bot and looking to put pressure on, but maybe just wanted to poke and it was a bit of a mistake. I really want to see the way that the fight kind of opened up, especially with that blast cone as well.
Yeah, that was the big thing. It's just the TP advantage. Zeus was matching depth, as you point out. Beryl, they will know this is really diveable. A lot of sums still available, but Leona has so much CC. Perfect as Counter-Strike as well.
Yeah, the dive a little bit unsure of themselves, so they're just back away.
Camille Sejuani into a Jax. This is why I kind of highlighted in the draft.
2プレイ来るかなと思ったけど、
so
来ねえな。
do anything if you just pop Counter-Strike at the right time. Now, though, we get the replay.
Watch the blast cone.
Yeah, eyes on it. So the root comes in.
いや、これ自分でやってそうだけど、あ
Oh, Guma! Faker unraveled it backwards, and then Guma knocks Faker in. I would say that's some of the roughest anti-synergy we've seen probably since last game with the bottles.
I think it's
I knew!
It's definitely
I knew
a mistake.
it was coming.
It's definitely a mistake. He's right-clicking to back, and they do not want to take a fight pretty obviously.
No.
I don't think they should have postured that far forward, but Armor is quite tanky, but...
No, Brandon, I think you're wrong. I think Guma hates Faker.
Confirmed.
That's what we saw there.
Yeah, we have the evidence now.
Slow-mo it. You know, do some investigation. We've got it. We've nailed it.
I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, KT, they got the 4 grubs. It's going to be very nice. I feel like that's the biggest thing. Like, you got the kill. That's kind of whatever. I mean, you're feeling good about that as KT, obviously, but getting the 4 grubs and having this threat of the Jax in the side lane potentially is going to be pretty huge.
We're also seeing the fact that Barrel is on Leona allows him to be peak Barrel, which is just going in on every single play. But the Ivern gives you so much additional leeway in how you play out those fights, right? You can engage a lot more aggressively, knowing that between the Redemption as well as the Eclipse and Aftershock, you actually have a lot of power, as we do have Invade for the blue buff here.
And those 2 champs you're mentioning, Leona, Ivern, that was their first 2 picks, right? So they picked them together for this purpose of like, okay, we're going to set up Leona. Obviously, the Q lands, Leona goes in, then she can land her E onto other people. It's really nice.
ドラゴンスタックにフォーカス切り替えたいね。
Very reliable and safe, even if you do pull a barrel, which he's barrel, so he will.
It does happen a lot.
Yeah. I think also, you know, the durability from Leona's W Aftershock really amplifying the shields from Ivern. You know, we see Leona being one of these supports who feels so tanky in the front line, but it's emphasized so much more.
Oh.
Kind of expected with those 2 early dragons being sort of lower value ones, you get a high value soul, but you're being Hextech as well with so much ease to proc it for both sides, definitely going to be a priority going forwards in this game. And T1 feeling good about the fact that they've already secured 2.
That has been happening very consistently. I think all 3 games T1 have gotten the first 2 Drakes, right? And have threatened the soul relatively early on. As we're looking for the Rift Heralds here, there is vision, bunch of pings coming in, and especially with the Hex Gates, potential for KT to try to come over and contest it, but it doesn't look like they will.
I don't think they should. Right now, still have 2 unfinished Triforces on the team. I think so much of the power of both the Jax and the Corki is going to come from actually getting that. Herald is just going to get taken here. Not too surprising, Perfect again struggling, I think, pretty consistently in terms of CSing in this series, but Jax is one of those picks where as long as you don't counter-strike too aggressively, you are just able to, just by deterrent, stay in the side lane and match up relatively well. But Zeus is definitely benefiting from slowly building up this CS lead, having the item lead as well.
But you see moments like this where Perfect presumably recalling to the Triforce, which is obviously a big spike, but we get Zeus freezing the wave in return. So now, you know, Perfect perhaps go down and break the freeze, but he's missing out.
Looks like they knew he was in the brush. As they had the forward here. This guy forced the flash out of BD. Kind of awkward for him, as now there is definitely a lot of pressure with Sejuani, Camille, Leah, even a Bard set up that they might be able to catch out BDD in a future play.
He wouldn't even step to the turret, so this should just go down. We see on the other side, KT trying to counteract that.
バードいるけどどうする？バードだったらまあ一応ウルト見てるバード。でもステイしてること自体がわけがわかんないからやめたな。賢い。がやらんとそれはそれでマイナスどうする？
T1 not even using the Herald, right? Just getting a topside turret. I imagine just saving it for mid and then allowing the Ziggs to saturate down so that you get the additional map control.
I think particularly when one team has a Ziggs and the other has a Sivir, the challenge to take in mid-tier 1 is amplified so much that really the Herald, you want to be thrown down there. Otherwise, you're just not going to get a window to take the tower for such a long time. And both of those picks are just situated there, one-shotting waves against each other.
It's very fun. I'm a big fan of wave 15 personally in this matchup, where you clear the wave again for the 15th time in a row.
Oh,
very
right,
fun.
Yeah.
Very interactive.
Wave 17 is also pretty fun, but I like wave 15
So
personally.
I know this is a controversial question. What's your opinion on wave 19?
You know, I know that's really popular.
Bring that up.
Yeah.
Well, it's a bit of a downtime. That's odd.
There's the Bard. There is the setup. And that's really what this Bard is for. It's going to get another flash in this one. And especially with Hextech Soul, And the fact that T1 have the first 2 Drakes, every single Drake is super important, and already KT are down 2 flashes.
Yeah, especially the flash on BDD, definitely one they can look to punish. In an ideal circumstance,
次のファイトすごいやりやすそうだな。
backline,
フラッシュ
have the
2ダウン
follow-up
か。
from Guma, potentially Faker as well. So see if they can set up for those angles. Also, look at the items. Already 2 items on Guma with the Ludens and the Horizon Focus. A lot of burst there. But the thing is as well, you know, the setup for the team, you really need Zeus to be on a good angle here, because Carry, we've seen in the last one, the Bard ult into Ziggs ult doesn't work that well, especially into a Sivir who can just spell shield it, or a Corki who can dash away. You kind of need Zeus to be up there, so the spell shield can't just immediately come in to counteract.
See Carrier just flying around the rift. They do have the 1 Cloud Drake, but also, well, he's Bard, so he is quite literally just hoverboarding around the rift, and he's able to stop the back of Deft. Kind of an awkward time. We still do have the Hex Tech Gates, so he will be here for any fight that does break out.
And now Navori done for Deft. That's a big trident power spike. I think you're really looking for KT to get second item.
ミッドローテしたいけどな、ジグス使って。W 切れば、まあ、タワー折れるだろ、これ。
Now has already hit his. From that point on,
一旦ポークか。
these fights are going to be feeling a lot better for KT. Owner, cheeky steal there, blue buff. Not going to be feeling too bad. And we do have a significant amount of vision control here in the KT jungle for T1, which is ideal because, again, I think you want to try and have Zays come in from an angle and hook shot straight into the backline. Because if KT gets a kite back with Sivir and Ivern, you might be in some trouble.
Yeah, this ward on the blue buff is really big as a TP threat angle.
さすがに今じゃない？
And if Zays can push his wave in back away, then he can
あ、でもポジション取れたからドラ優先する？
Do you see the control though in favor of T1?
ポーク優先だね。
6 bombs coming through, TP's going to come out for the Corki, and KT, I presume, are going to try and look to just push in and establish some control, but that sets up the bait with the TP. Zeus just recalling, the angle is there.
もうファイトを見てるのか。ヘラルド
No flash for BDD, no
まあ、今なんだ。ボトを押し上げたから。カミールも来て。
Dropped in mid as Guma will sit here, try to clear the waves and pressure that one. Meanwhile, Faker's on the bottom side, has a nice angle for a wall. If a fight does break out, really trying to push in the Rift Heralds. Looks like it will get a charge.
じゃあドラゴンスタート。
They don't start the Drake at the same
でもどっちみちかこれ。まあでもボット指示できてる。おもろいな。
Yep, good angle found there. Perfect moving over to cover, but a lot of
使えるだけ
poke
プレッシャー
coming
を
down
使うん
on
だ
a
な。
KT. They do have a redemption to kind of mitigate all the poke just before the fight. But you can see Death about half HP already now.
ボトまた押し上げた。
Waiting for the engage from the side.
いいね、ウェーブのでエンゲージ。でフラッシュないで CC 食らって W わあ、うわ、なんか渋谷死んだ。わお。わお。頼んだ。Clean.
Complete denial of the attempted front to back there from KT by T1. Coming in from multiple different angles, immediately getting on top of one of their most valuable members, Impioshik, who doesn't have the flash from that earlier play, turned that into a satchel mid, and now T1 starting up Nash, and I don't think there's anything that KT can do against this.
Ticking all the boxes for what they need, and it was all about Zeus finding a good angle here. The ult comes into Yoshik, but I think the timing, yeah.
ああ、渋谷どうだったんだ。
Yeah, I was like, again, I got baited like Wolf and Atlas didn't get game number 2. I'm like, that's definitely a stopwatch, and then I'm like, wait, why does Cybern have stopwatch? No. It didn't end up mattering though. They did still kill him.
A big thing is the redemption didn't come down because Yoshik was in stasis. Death didn't get topped up. He was already half HP thanks to Guma's poke, so it was so easy for Zeus just to fly in there and finish him off.
正味 KT ドラビギブしてバロンプレッシャー出すのが一番良さそうだったけどね。ポジションを取れるようなドラじゃなさそうだった。ヘラルドが出ちゃってサイドのコントロールなくて。
Looks like Zeus is going to just back away and they will respect it. As the Corki was coming in, they didn't have full vision, but man, I thought he was in a lot of trouble.
Did he not get the blue buff?
He got the blue buff.
Mission successful. Didn't even ban flash for it.
It's telling though that like this dragon is just going to go over to T1. They're going to get the inner. I don't think KT's going to be in a position to contest.
But KT got the objective bounty.
Yeah, that is very true, Veldas.
Yeah, it's really T1 getting the most value. They won that team fight. They knew they could go Baron immediately. Getting the value from the Baron, taking so much in terms of structures, and then moving over to secure the Dragon after. It is going to slow down the Soul, but it's allowed them to balloon this massive gold lead that really has put them ahead in this one. 6,000 right now between the two teams.
この試合はね、後期ね、ちょっとピックとしては合ってないんだよな。これ、とりあえず出た後期シリーズ。また、とりあえず出たシリーズの後期が負けるのか。
I'm not feeling good about the Corki loss streak getting broken in this one, gentlemen. Want to highlight as well, the very early death stance here from Zeus actually gets so much value, right? Between Grasp and just Resolve 3 in general, you're already going to be pretty beefy as the Camille, sitting on the level lead, and then adding a death stance into a full AD team. A lot of value.
Area doesn't have magical journey, actually. He's going to throw an ult in, and he gets a Valkyrie.
Yeah.
Not going to land this time.
Still not sold in the bard value this game. You know,
まあでもフェイカーのピック潰したかったんだろうなって感じがする、この後期は。完全に。そしたらなんか変なタリアが出てきた。世界から忘れられたメイジたちが出てきた。
Those W's so you can get some health back, and the team are going to continue the pressure. 15 seconds on the Baron, so basically one wave to try and crash in and get this, and they'll use the wall to do so.
The ult's going to be thrown towards the Leona.
わお、逆にエンゲージ。
Okay, I'm going in, and he's dead.
NT.
Now we're going to have people trying to get close, and that's the issue with the Sivir.
逆にエンゲージナイストライ。
But he has to get so close to the fire, and T1 so far ahead at this point, and now with both Deft and Barrel gone, looks like T1 are looking to take an even bigger chunk out of this game 3.
Not a lot to be done here. Zeus just able to hook shot with impunity. I say that.
Got the ultimate. I mean, he's just going to use it here on the Jax. He's just frontlining. Even if he went down, this is a good trade. ND's still alive, still getting hook shots in, still getting stunts down. And T1 just biting off even more. Now, they're not going to get the inhibitor turret, which they probably should have gotten instead, but at least they got a couple of kills, I guess.
The thing is, they're so far ahead now. They're going to back off and spend.
まあ、これはね、5対3だからね。
So much powerful. You can see, look at Faker and Guma's inventory, both of them just a little bit of gold away from Rabadon's being completed. They're super far ahead. It's a Hextech Soul coming up, and it's going to be so hard for KD to fight back now. The ult misses on Barrel, but he kind of goes, well, if I'm in, I'm in. And the turnaround attempt on Ona doesn't really work. You see Death tries to follow up and just gets deleted.
フォローアップできる未来あったのかな ?F してなくても死んでなさそうだけど、正直。
Says does a good job of stalling, and we also see again like the physical damage shield that you get plus the death stance. It's so hard to chew through this Camille, especially with the backup damage that is there from the rest of T1. And looks like T1 about to take a 2-1 lead here in this one, barring a crazy comeback from KT. But compared to the last game, where it was very obvious what that was going to be, right? Which is like a big impale on top of an ultimate from BDD and or the Rumble. I don't really feel like any of that is here. Like particularly with these
ジグス対策でシビアしたかったら、俺の上でミッドにヨネがいる。このメレーで張り付くやつが必要なんだよね。じゃないとシビアのウルトをうまく使えない。
Camille and Talia.
They can just sheer target, kill a target. You know, Guma's level 16. If Zeus ults
シナジーの問題だから、ここら辺って全部。
and T1 follow up, they're just dead. And it's a minute 40 till Dragon. The pressure isn't on T1. They are trying to apply pressure to KT. But if they just wait for Hextech Soul, that is just, I mean, the game already feels very rough for KT. But Hextech Soul is just nail in the coffin.
Yeah, it's the final one. It's before they, you know, send it down.
Maybe some extra ones, like, you know, they already had it covered. And they're like, you know what, just for good measure, you know, in case.
Just in case, you never know, yeah. I mean, it's kind of incredible. You were talking about the items and the fact that they were going to go spend. Both of the AP carries on the side of 2-1 pick up their death caps, and Faker gets a little bonus rod. And he's like, all right, I'm just going full AP. I already have Void Staff. People are dying. And he's a real threat as well. Generally, it's, you know, just the Ziggs and you've got an 80 carry, but actually the amount of burst damage they have is just ridiculous.
There's also just no MR on the side of KT apart from, like, the Merc treads and the Corki.
Yeah.
Yeah, how could you forget the Merc Tread?
Have to mention it.
Little engage here from Barrel, but at the end of the day, he uses his satchel defensively, and Barrel's dead. And the timing this time with the Bard is
渋谷が毎回
fantastic, as
前に
Jeff
ついてっ
will
て
actually run away.
全ての CC を食らって
Area
る
getting pretty close to the sun, and now it's Zeus who does take that magical journey in and is looking to end this game. As T1 a little bit low on the health bars, but there's the knock up, the stun onto Perfect. He's got a flash away. Zeus is not going to let them get away at this point in time. Depth's desperate to try to do something, but he will be taken down, and so will BDD. So those two short-range carries will be taken out of the game, and T1 will look to end it.
And the imminent end, possibly to the last dance, can be felt as this.
T1 のこの構成に勝てないとブルーは勝てない。あれ赤は勝てるかもしれない、バンピックで。でもブルーはこのバンピックを咎める方法がないから、だってファーストバンフェーズでカミールバスしないといけない、これだって。
And it feels like Zeus, you know, previous game on the Ornn didn't really feel it, especially in the Rumble, but him on this Camille, I feel like it's not been a pick he's pulled out that often during
あとはジグスバン。
when he has.
じゃあ何開けるって話になってくる。
He's just been able to find these great
アジル
engages into fights, really be a threat, and even with the Jax being picked as that counter, just didn't feel relevant. Once T1 got control of that game, everybody worked for them. The Corki continuing that loss streak, and I think KT back to the drawing board.
バイ諦める
The next one.
Yeah, and at least for KT's sake, you know, that draft was, I feel like they went for some interesting picks, but now they get to go to blue side, and so far the blue side is 100% win rate
でも
here in this series.
ジグスオープンのバイオープンでジグスファーストピックで返しが
As it looks like it's just
なんか MF リリアとかで
that shot, but I saw someone on the left as well.
まあ MF バイとかでもいいや、
As it
なんで
ends
も
up Guba topping the damage charts.
And you know, I'm gonna say, there's a pick we've actually seen.
いやブルーのバンピックはねもうかなりきついこれ。
And I don't know if you're aware of this, but it's the Jhin, and they could have gone for that, and instead they went for the Sivir, and there was that top play when Sivir got exploded. I think that was sort of told the story of this game, really.
Of that we won a Jhin. Yeah.
We'll see if we get Jhin in Game 4 or what the draft looks like, but first we're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
まあモルデとかカミールの簡単で出るね。レオナを早めに確保した意味がよく分かんなかったな。でもあとジグス FP に対してのアイバンもちょっと米がバンされてる上でエティやっぱりなんかバンピックがちょっと
1초 잠깐만 이거 와봐. 됐지?
だってアイバン後期のサポートする方法がないもん。ジャックスはいけるけど、でもジャックス のところ人が多すぎてちょっと相場も行きたくないし。相場はメレーと相性がいいんだよな。AT レッドで何を3番。まあ、アジール。アジールは消そう。アジール。セジュ。アジールセジュ。アジールセジュ。バイ。アジールセジュバイ。あ、ランブル開いた。ダメだ、ランブルダメだ。アジールセジュランブルかな。アジールセジュランブル。まあ、ブルーだから次。どっちみち。まあ、正味シビアがあんまり良くなかったかな。ピック的に言うと、シビア後期変えれば別に今のバンピックでも成立すると思う。この先出し単価加算手以外、最音っていう手がある。スワップしてくるよ。それでいいんだったらいる。
Game 3 goes the way of T1, and they are one match away from qualifying for Worlds 2024, which means the inverse is true as well.
リリアのスペシカミール R に使ったルートなかったことにできるんですか？できます。
They can give up. They have to win 2 in a row to continue with their dance. Legendary organizations, legendary players, but only one can move on here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, KT with a pretty disappointing performance in this game. Let's talk about the draft because there was some weird priorities here. I think at the end of the day, when you look at the composition of T1, it's robust. You have the Camille with Sejuani, so it's very difficult for the Jax. Doesn't really feel like a strong answer into the Camille with this setup. And then the Taliyah coming through here is like so Faker, right? This draft feels so T1, especially if we consider there's no tanks on the lineup for KT Rolster that can actually make MR builds. And the Leona priority here for KT Rolster is insanely baffling, and it ends up leading to this weird Corki pick that they could have just picked Tristana instead of.
Yeah, and also I want to point out that Sivir as well, because I mean, normally when you're thinking about Sivir, you get the Ollie push, you get the Ollie prior, you get the lane pressure, so she can actually accelerate the game from the Ollie game. But I feel like they didn't show up what Sivir is good right now, and
でも、まあ、フェイカーから後期取り上げたら、やるもんねえだろうっつって、後期取り上げたら、なんか、むずすぎるタリアが出てきて。
Yeah, that's right. Ox brought up during finals, it felt like it had been a rock, paper, scissors type situation. Ashe priority had gone up, but Ashe difficult to play into Ziggs, Ziggs difficult to play into Jhin, Jhin difficult to play into Ashe. And we just don't see that here with that opportunity to punish. And instead, they go with the Sivir, and they just don't have a very impactful bot laner as we take a look at some of the highlights here. 21 minutes in. This was after a long period of farming, and both teams finally settle in. And then the engage comes through.
ジグスが出てて、もう AD のダメージが期待できないのに、タリアが出るとは思わんもん。
KT, you have to pull the trigger before they are going on you, because
They have no vision,
you have no vision, so you should be the one that going on to the enemy team.
If you don't go first as KT in this situation, you're trapped, you're isolated. Zeus' positioning phenomenal there because he can actually block out the backline with his Camille at the same time as that Weaver's Wall comes through as soon as Owner engages. So everyone is just completely cut off. There's no way back in. This was kind of a consistent theme in this third game of Faker actually isolating members of KT Rolster, whether it was in this fight, whether it was in the top lane, just cutting the team in half. And KT had no answer, and they weren't proactive enough. Once they fell far behind into the Ziggs, as you can see in fights like this, they just can't actually control the map. Like, there's no way out here, and the Barrel is just like, well, I'm gonna send it because there's nothing we can do.
Yeah, I mean, also that comes from the comp as well. You have losing side lanes, and also you're losing mid prior. So what's the point? What lane should you look for to win the game? Like, there was no answer. So that's why Beryl kind of looked for some unexpected engage right there. But also, I feel like BDD was performing really well when he was on proactive champions, like you can go side on Yone, but with Corki you can't really do that, and also you have Ivern as a partner, so really didn't like the KT's draft, but at the same time I was kind of impressed that Keria picked up Bard once again after that mistake that he made at the game 2.
Yeah, another storyline for us to follow here. 0-9 in the regional finals is Corki. Still not has picked up a win, and it stunted BDD, who has been one of the most consistent players and kind of the rock of this KT squad, who has had a burst here at the end of the season here, Wolf.
Yeah, when you have the Ziggs, that's always going to have that extra pushing power. If you fall behind, it feels so oppressive, especially with the Taliyah there. Instead of going for the early Leona priority, I think they could have slotted the Tristana into that spot and drafted around that instead, but it got banned in the second ban phase. And so we saw some desperation, the Corki coming out. The Sivir feels good into Ziggs because you can match the wave clear as they did in that lane, and then you could spell shield some of the damage. But ultimately, in terms of how it's going to fight and how it's going to team fight, the range is a big issue, and the Jhin, I feel like, really fit the bill a lot more. T1 clearly came into that game with the read of this Yone is a problem. The same thing we were talking about in our last segment. They ban it away, and now KT looking a little bit lost.
All right, well, 2-1 is the score. This could be it for this KT squad. Will they have the fight back in game number 4? Let's find out together as we send it back on over to the TriCast.
後期はね、もっと万能だったんだけどね、メタが若干スライドして万能じゃなくなっちゃった。ちょっと前のメタは万能だった。
in recent times here at the end of the season? Or will T1 just close it out and find a win from the red side? Does remain to be seen.
That's a question. And obviously, you know, some of the factors that we saw in the previous game was the Rumble being left open and also the Yone being left open for BDD were really driving forces in KT's victory. We did see, obviously, we know that
ダブルタンク AP コンプにはかなり強かった。ダブルタンク AP コンプ消えた。
See how that changes up. I think denying Yone from BDD for the entire series is probably just a play. I think that is probably just the play I would go with, as he has been so effective on that pick.
KT, 2 more games stand between them and Worlds qualification. Barrel in an even year, Deft in a gauntlet yet again.
Do you want to talk about the parallel theory?
Well, I mean, we can. There's and even going back,
Maybe
right?
after this draft.
Yeah, which often we talk about 2022, that Worlds Finals. It was Barrel, Deft, and Pioshik being down 2-1. Ended up coming back, winning the whole thing. And if that isn't the case here, KT, this is the end of their year. Obviously had a pretty tumultuous year last year, but all things considered, still made a pretty deep run in Worlds. I think put up a good showing against JDG, and that Jin ban should tell us what you'd already know, which is this is going to be another Ziggs B1.
And they do ban the Ziggs, but that does mean the Maokai is open and available. If it is picked up by KT, I expect Ona will probably match with the Lilia. We could even see like Lilia Tristana as a skill.
I actually wouldn't have minded. This is one of the champions where I think KT could have left it for something else. Just given that Ona hasn't looked nearly as good as Maokai as a lot of other players. The Ashe is going to come through here. Ashe Zyra seems to be the response here. Lilia also would make a ton of sense.
There's a rock, paper, scissors though, right? Ziggs gone, and immediately Ashe is up in priority.
ブリッツのあの肝構成になるんだったらスカーナーで止めた方がいい。
Sejuani and Maokai unavailable. Not so much against the Maokai though.
Is
it how that goes?
Is it Tristana or Yone? You gotta pick a BDD pick here. Tristana does feel a lot safer, I think, than the Yone does.
But I also think with the Maokai, like, you just get the guaranteed ultimate.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
BDD's Yone has been ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
So.
Especially with the MF gets picked up. MF versus Ashe, obviously pretty volatile lane there. Both AD carries having a lot of power. MF, a lot of strength in the team fights, particularly with the setup of this Maokai. And Yone versus Ashe, depending on lane partner, can be probably our most oppressive AD carry if she isn't severely outranged, as it's again the Taliyah to come through, and Faker, honest Taliyah compared to the first 2 games we saw of him was night and day. Even with his only death being autoed and blast-scoped into the enemy team by his own AD carry, I think you can very clearly see looked a lot more comfortable on that than on the other picks.
Yeah, it does mean that they pass over the opportunity to pick up support in this situation. I feel like the Leona would be pretty high value into the MF, being able to shut down that ult. It's a pick we've seen come in as a countless times, so maybe T1 look to pick that up on 4. Blitzcrank gonna get denied though, which just indicate maybe they're gonna play a ranged support. We saw the Blista already banned out, potentially indicating that maybe it is gonna be the Ashe support, and it's gonna be an AD carry alongside that.
Oh yeah, I was about to say, or it's the Renata. Renata is going to get taken away here, the 2v2. Ashe Renata, insanely oppressive.
Maybe you just take Leona, you've kind of played that gambit, but instead they're going to go for the blind pick for Zeus in this situation with the Jax.
このジャックスブラインド強いね。
There's a lot of good into even picks like Gnar that we typically see as
パーフェクトが回答出せないとカザンテとかそういうわけのわかんないチャンピオンになる。めっちゃ弱い。
I wouldn't hate AP Gragas. Yeah, actually, because AP Gragas solves your AP issue. You're playing it into multiple stationary carries on the enemy team, but this is putting a lot of confidence in the player that I think has been consistently performing the worst on KT, unfortunately. This is his, I think, highest pressure series yet. Everything rides on this. Has not been able to stand up to Zeus, but this is a strong counter pick with Phase Rush, with the AP that you get. You can go for these short trades into the Jax. Can't really have a lot of answers to that, and the setup when it comes to the team fights for KT absolutely.
I think this would be such a good Braum angle into the Gragas. They changed it about a year ago. Where now, before, when you threw the Gragas cask into the wall, it would knock the Braum back. Now the projectile just gets deleted completely. It's really good in that situation. You can also block the MF ult, but Carrier doesn't seem to be going towards it. He's been going all over the place with these kicks.
Oh.
There you found it. Found in the end. I think the Braum value is massive here. You know, you can stand in front, you can block the MF ult. You have a lot of auto attackers who can stack the passive with the Ash and the Jax. It's a good lane.
バードじゃないんだな。バードでも良さそうだけどね。どっちかだったな。
And again, into the Gragas, you know, you can think about how the comp for KT wants to work. You put the Maokai ult down when it roots someone, you throw the cast to disrupt. It just isn't possible into the Braum.
マオカイだからか。
Well, we're here at the end of the Game 4 draft, and not really sure entirely how to feel about it. I feel like KT Rolster got the better of them again, but the draft looks very wildly different from what we've seen so far.
パッと見はすごい構成良さそうだったけど。
On to the Ziggs in particular.
I'm a bit concerned because I feel like KT has a lot of tools to go in to set up, has the wombo combo, but I think T1 actually armed themselves with some decent disengage and peel aspects that can mitigate that pressure, you know. If that wombo combo comes in, the Braum could do things to break it up, the Skarner as well with the Impale, and I think it's very much kite back. Play around the Talia, play around the Ash, slow kite, and just mitigate the pressure.
Yeah. As mentioned, like particularly when playing into a lot of melee, things like Jax when he can leap strike defensively, like the Impale, very high value. I do like KT having agency though. I think that when they look good is when they are the ones playing forward, when they keep T1 on the back foot, like they did in that earlier game.
Well, looks like we're just about ready to hop on the right for game number 4. Let's do it and see what happens right now between KT and T1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Here we go, game 4 of the final best of 5 of the regional qualifiers. We have 3 teams set up and ready to go to Worlds. We need a 4th from the LCK, and it's going to be one of these two. T1 on match point. They just need to destroy one more next.
And we've seen a lot of level 1 strategies with the swapping and stuff, but with Ashe, Braum, bot lane, Talia as well, this is like some of the most power you can have across a bot side trio level 1. And
even Jax,
yeah,
Counter-Strike level 1 like that.
Skarner, if he like throwing the ball over the slow or even going through the walls, so KT give complete respect, completely give up the blue side. There is vision down now for T1. And you can see it looks like, again, we're seeing a swap come through with Deft, trying to get to the top side without getting spotted.
Yeah, you see they put a question mark ping down in the lane, saying that, hey, there is a chance. There's a ward here to spot this. Deft hugs the wall. Anyway, until the last very moment, this will be hidden. And Perfect's going to get a ward down on the red buff of Owner.
DRX ward with the skin.
Yeah.
And now Zeus just going to be zoned off in this situation again. Probably going to be similar to what we saw before with the swap and the TP down. Although the difference is here, we saw Beryl often starting in the bot lane and just soaking XP. He is instead sharing XP mid. Guma is just playing there's no one right now. I think something to note is that Deft doesn't have, neither bot laner has TP. A lot of the lane matchups, like last game, Sivir vs Ziggs, both of them had TP. Both of them opting for the cleanse here, so don't have as much flexibility in moving around. But Perfect does TP down to pick up this wave. Level 1 though, but does have the cover from Beryl, so won't be any threat.
Interesting that we then have the AD carry without a dash left into the Jax, but because of the early experience advantage, Deft is going to be fine, has a big wave to keep him safe, and most likely is just looking to stack this wave, crash it, then back, and then they should swap back. That's what we've seen mostly. Although, as you pointed out before, Ox, KT definitely have been happy to just stay in these lane swaps for a little bit longer. One of the big things with Gragas is that while I think that the AP build is still really strong, because of how oppressive the tank build has been in the past, they did pretty considerably nerf his sustain, which in this 1v2 scenario can feel somewhat rough. Owner is on his way. Perfect is still quite healthy, has a cookie as well. But if he doesn't get help, I don't know if he's going to be able to survive through this.
Let's see if he's right next to Faker. He cannot TP
無理
in
だ
here.
これ
There's a lot of damage already in a
全然無理だ
perfect. His owner tanks it up. He flashes away. Bioshik makes his way down, but it's a clean
強すぎる
dive.
この3
Nobody
人
goes down. Even
この
though there
3 人
are
の
some
CC 避けられん
Yeah, beautifully played there by Carrier. Lands the Q and Ignite and just stands at the edge of tower range, tanking it up. So plenty of time for Owner.
序盤安全にしたいからやってるライオットがどうにかできる問題じゃない。まあそうこれどうにかしたかったらボットのタワーを柔らかくするかめちゃめちゃ柔らかくするかファースト2ウェーブぐらいの CS の価値を上げるかドラゴンのスタックごとの価値をめちゃめちゃ上げるか全部必要かもしれない。これやったら多分消える。
Barrier now showing in mid. Beryl has just been running rampant on the map. Went towards top side there as well, as it looks like we are just going to keep this lane swap into place. As you point out, Ox, just a very, very clean dive. Just gets the passive proc, and that's really all Carrier needs to do.
まあ最序盤のタワーのダメージをこれ以上上げるっていうのもまああるけどその方向性マジつまんねえんだよな。でもそれもありな。それもある。
Especially a Poppy makes it so difficult to pull that off with all the CC available, and the fact that they still had Guma Splash, you know, they were never in any danger.
ドクタワーとミッドタワーの硬さを辛くするのマジ意味ない。
Wow. Okay, engage Braum. Jumping on in, and Beryl presses W and walks away.
And the hero minion.
He's not even activating Hex Flash.
Yeah. No, I mean, his carry is engaged part.
あ、ごめんごめん。
Also been a little bit shaky today.
The thing is, even if the minion hadn't been in the way, I don't think that would have secured a kill. But the fact the minion did also block the Q.
It would have been flash probably, right, from Barrow?
I don't even think so. I think the W was enough to block, like, follow-up.
Yeah.
I don't even think they'd be able to stack it up. Like, I don't think Zayas could instantly stack it up, so...
Well,
flash down.
Bard can, you know, hop to his allies, so, you know, he's got some...
やっぱね、その、ソロ級と違いすぎるゲーム、ソロ級と違いすぎるゲームをやっちゃうのが良くないと思う。俺がさ、ヘッドホン変えたらさ、ヘッドホン触ると止まるんだよね。
The Talia definitely faring a little bit better than some of the other picks he's had into it.
What does Big do is BDE still has his TP available, so will now just be able to make his way back as... Ooh, perfect, taking a lot of damage here, really struggling. That TP to mid lane, also got a signal. And he is close to level 6, but doesn't have it just yet.
Yeah, and Guma has ult, they can
設定でどうにかなるのかもしれないけど、変えたばっかだから分かんない。
With Flash, he's just gonna body slam away, and yeah, I mean, he doesn't go down, but it's still giving free time and money over to the side of Guma, who's just taking down plates alongside of Carrier. And KT at least are getting some of these grubs here, so that will be their trade.
It feels like, you know, we've seen these long swaps from KT and no team's really made them pay for it, but finally T1 are like, fine, you want to stay top lane, you can have the grubs, we're just going to take plates, and it's so hard to
見てる側が
And Dragons again.
なんかカジュアルに理解できない競技シーンは廃れちゃうからあんまりおすすめじゃないマジで。でもまあしょうがない、これが一番強いから。プロはこれが一番強いから、まあ、これで進んでいくのはしょうがないんだけど、もうライオットが頑張って調整するしかない。
You probably should pick something else because Perfect wants to be in the 1v1 against Jax. Like this is a great counter matchup where you basically, from start to finish, with that with the AP build, are able to do really well into this Jax. And that matchup is denied, and instead you have Gragas just alone.
結局のところ、みんなロールが上手くなったからこうなってるんだよね。すべての、まあ、こういうスワップをするチームのロールの理解度が上がって、これとこれ、こう考えると、こっちの方がプラスだなが突き詰められてってスワップしてるから。
But still not really able to do much into the Gragas.
I love body slam when Jax counter striking, man. It's so satisfying.
It's just the way it goes.
But he's still behind. We do have BDE roaming over with the ultimate. Bioshik sitting here as well.
Yeah, it's Guma and Carrier. Guma does have an arrow, and the door will be held. The cleanse comes through, but Guma's in a lot of trouble. Barrel getting under that tower, though. Takes some damage. They bring everybody in here, but now the follow-up from T1, they get the kill onto the tree. And now they're going to get the flash at a barrel as well. So at the end of the day, a lot of rotations over. T1 do trade back.
でもこれレーンを勝つピックが正義だったってのもあるけど、例えばさ、ジン・アッシュとかがさ出てきた時にさ、もうさ、こういうそんな奴らにレーン勝てるわけないじゃん。でスワップしようってなるのはまあ分かるんだよね。あ、もう勝てたかったら逃げりゃいいじゃんになっちゃったのが、逃げたら得やみたいな。
I think it's a takeaway. We're going to replay.
Gone a lot worse.
Yeah, this is a good play though from Guma and Carrier. Guma blocks the Valkyrie and cleanses it, and then Carrier blocks the MF fold. Still though, BDD is really the sort of linchpin in this one, where when he comes in, Guma knows there's no way he's getting out. Carrier tries to pressure deft, Maokai does go down. So it is a 1-for-1 and then a trade down for summoners of KT, but if you look at the gap that sort of opened up a bit in the bot lane, that was the value they're hoping to get. So I think both sides kind of examining
全く経験値がもらえないより全然いいし、だから死んでる状態が一番弱いっていうこのゲームの、基礎基礎の部分が究極的に誇張されてる今競技は。
In this series so far, so would expect some more action. BDD gonna come down here and match Faker in the bottom lane, as it was only 2 plates that did go over to Guma. We'll see if KT is also once again just gonna give over not only the first Drake but 2 Drakes over to T1. They have definitely highly prioritized getting as many grubs as possible, but at the expense of giving over the first 2 Drakes to T1 every game.
I will say this game doesn't feel as good because when you see Mountain Hextech as the first 2, there's a pretty good chance you get a weaker soul, and 2 of the strongest aren't on the cards. So T1.
だからこの間まではどうせ死ぬんだったらトップレーンのどうでもいいタンク殺しとくかっつってトップレーンのタンクがボットでガサンテが W チャージして死んでた。
Denying the 6 grubs from KT would be pretty big. Right now though, KT leaning down towards the bot side, challenging the jungle and forcing Faker away from the tower.
I mean, they'll challenge him, but T1, Carrier, and Owner will come in and essentially just shadow that maneuver from KT. They keep Faker safe down in the bottom lane.
Kyoshik also showing off the Juhan skin here. Do have the little Pakas being thrown.
AD キャリー
When we get to this next fight, the summoners for KT most likely still going to be down. Same for Guma though, and it really changes, I think, whether or not perfect there. Because
AD キャリーをミッドゲームキャリーにした方がいい。まあでも難しいな。
Most likely with cleanse available. But if there is a Gragas nearby that can just reposition you and you don't really have any way of dealing with it, unless again,
AD キャリーってレートスケールがいいんだよね。まあもちろんなんだけど、アイテムのパワーと自分のオートアタックが強くなってくから。AD キャリーのレートスケールがいい上に、AD キャリーはレベルによるスケールも良くて、ステータスのね、スケーリングのスタッツの伸びが良くて、
It's an absorption shield. That's
だからミッドレーンに出てくるんだよね。経験調子いいから。
Yeah. Says is trying to clear the wave and not get dove here.
Possible dive. We do have Owner on the opposite end of the map.
Yeah, Carry has always been in the right spot to deal with this, as in the 1v1, Guma says, okay, I'm just going to get a cleanse, gathers it here. So knockup is going to miss, BDD doesn't do much, but the knockaway of Carrier is a big one, but the counter-strike catches all 3!
Oh, よく来たな。
The gets so incredibly low, and now we got a TP coming in.
グラブ積んよ。あれあ、フェイカーの TP ウルト食らったな。
They're lucky that Faker's TP got cancelled by Perfect there, because if he makes it over and he ults after them, could have been a whole lot worse. Owner also picks up the crab, and T1 setting himself up for the 2 Drake lead.
Well, fortunately, Deft, his flash is coming up soon.
規定の変化でミッドファームするのが簡単になったのも、まあまずは間違いなくあるね。でもそれでも別に正味ミッドレーンって気ぃつけてれば昔の地形でもファームできる。だって昔トリスとか後期とか出てたし、ミッドレーンに。ジャングラーを弱っまあでもミッドはあまりにもガンクス。でもさ、ミッドレーンさ、この変更このさ、リバを遠くした変更ってさ、なんかミッドレーンで腰を据えるってファームするチャンピオン出たらいいなみたいな、カーサスとかアニビアとかがミッドレーンで出るようになればいいなみたいな調整だったのに、腰据えてファームしますわっつって AD キャリーがスモールダーがファームし始めるの終わってるよこのレーン。
Carrier also is able to make it back like pretty soon. And again, if that cancel on the TP doesn't come through, I'm pretty sure at least one,
AD キャリー
two
様
people
たち
just
マジ
end up
強
going
すぎ
down
る。
immediately with Faker getting the wall. Sparrow.
They're gonna
There
get his
you go.
flash again. They're just
いい
collecting
ね。アロー
flashes.
の仕掛け
Honestly,
め
the
っちゃ多い。
flashes per minute from KT this game, off the chain. This is record-breaking stuff.
Might be 1 per minute at this point. I mean, it's really fast.
They are just burning them as much as they can. Any opportunity, but Herald up in 20 seconds, and it's definitely T1 who have control. Beryl losing his flash, trying to contest some vision. No actual, but the threat of the Skarner is still very much there.
Also feels like we haven't actually seen a fight where Deft gets to get a meaningful ult off, which is definitely what you pick this comp for.
ブラムマジ
This
効い
is
て
the,
るな。
this is the problem, right? Is that Skarner Braum trying to engage onto that is just it's such a nightmare. So Deus sees an opportunity with Perfect using his Q on the wave, but not really gonna get too much going. Perfect really wants to finish his Roa as soon as possible. Should be able to get it on this back, and both of them have TP available. Might be looking at a Herald fight here, but you see KT, they can't really just walk into the choke point against the amount of CC that's available. So getting control and getting back onto this objective is quite tough. They do have a good amount of mid lane pressure thanks to the EMF.
But I will say, I don't think T1 are too bothered about sort of buying time, because Guma's ult is nearly up and available again. That's such a big tool for them leading a charge in these plays. Death's cleanse is down for like another 20 seconds, but I imagine they'll probably look for someone like Beryl who is flashless. Or
AD キャリーっていうロールがあるだけでマークスマン自体が強いのかって、まあでもめっちゃ変更していいんだったら、そのサポートと AD をめちゃめちゃ調整すれば多分調整自体はできると思う。何が問題って2人のレーンにいるとそいつが弱くなるんだよね。まあ当然の話なんだけど、経験値シェアするから。これがね、すごい問題。2人いると弱くなる。弱いやつがゲームにいると勝てない。
Both the teams are, you know, KT is definitely throwing themselves in that bot lane very often, but now they've taken a short step back. They're like, wait, maybe we don't have to.
They flashed out instead of flashing.
でも弱いやつは作るしかない。このゲーム1人余ってるから。じゃあ誰を弱くするか。
Them playing very reserved, I think makes a ton of sense. This is a team that has
弱くても頑張れるやつもっと置いとくか。ジグス。カサンテ。こいつらになってくるってだけの話。わあ、よく耐えた。あ、でもおお、ナイスフラッシュ。一発目ちょうど届かんかった。しけたやつらが一人でファームする。一人でってか二人で。だからサポートの経験値を別枠にするのがまあ丸そう。うまい。ベリルうまいね。めっちゃディレイかけた今。あ、しょうがない。今のはマジでしょうがない。普通は最大レンジでいい打ちに行くけど待ったね。
So as I was saying, and for T1 on the flip side, they've been in a 2-1 position.
ワールドアトラス買ったら経験値シェアされないようにして、最低限の経験値が秒間ごとにもらえるようにするみたいにして、ボットレーンのマークスマンが育つようにしたら、ADC をナフすることによって ADC が出つつサポートとデュオできる多分。
Carrier's not even that healthy, but yeah, not gonna overstay their welcome. Perfect. Okay, he's making a play in mid, and Guma has flash, but he says, "Well, I'm not gonna get out of here." Nearly kills Deft, but it's still a very nice play out of Perfect, and that's exactly what KT need.
Perfect. Super good engage there, and Guma, honestly, in the
レーンにいる時だけしか経験値もらえないようにすればいいんじゃない？リバーにいる間は経験値もらえない。
Good setup from Perfect, kind of reminiscent. Everyone will remember. Oh. More action coming.
Well, this is Beryl kind of alone.
だから作るのはむずい多分。
And Owner just able to maybe get revenge. No, Beryl just flashing and Nimbus cloaking and trying to get out of here, but Carrier says no.
That's the Q-Max Braum, baby. He's got the damage.
The burst too much, and now Deft in a lot of trouble. Say is gonna get slowed up here. By the make it rain, we do have Pyosik coming on in, but he's really just for Peel. And
oh,
arrow. Okay, that's gonna hit the
無理
Maokai.
だな。
Does Zeus have enough to chew through the locket Maokai? The answer is no.
Drake's up though. Like T1.
いや、いいローテだった。いいローテってか、いいロームだったな、グラガス。
That topside play was great, but they
ボットレーン
invested a
の
lot.
ウェーブ、本来だったら押し切ってから行くとこだけど、
I think, to deny this possible
かなり
short
早い
point,
段階で
although
ローテした。
TC, or rather the Perfect has been able to shove in that wave in bot.
You know, Valdez, I think they heard you say this game has been a bit quieter, and they really took that personally, because the last couple of minutes has been
I appreciate that.
very explosive.
It's
Both
good.
teams jostling, but a lot of summoners now down as a result of that. A lot of ultimates down as well, and you can see KT trying to set up and maintain control off this Baron area. I think actually KT has all ults, but like the Impale's still down, the Ashara is still down, Zeus still doesn't have his ult.
It's a lot of flashes and cleanses, burned and just not available.
E1 がウルト全然ないけどな、HP とウェーブの状況がそんな悪くないから、アッシュブラムがかなり強い。MF のフラッシュないのかな、きつそうだけど。Let's try.
Do have Zeus pushing out that bot wave. And it's really hard again to engage on these members of T1. Unless you can just knock someone down, Zeus is going to be spotted here. T1, that's the engage ult.
Yeah, the engaged Braum coming on in, and its owner, who is very tanky, that they engage on the Impale, not going to hit anything. The catch is excellent. The down will go
ああ、でもまあでも本当っぽいな。
KT Roaster pick up two, but now
すっごい今の完璧。
BDD will have to flash away. He gets over the
Wow.
wall with the Q3, and now he's totally safe. KT
でもまだファイトできるよな。うん。
Oh, the health bars are low.
どこで Q3 貯めたんだ？ BDD マジですごいな。
All right, I know that they lost one game with it, but I think we had the right idea when we banned BDD's Yone. Because this man will not be stopped. Ends up making it out alive. And now, Soulpawn denied, and crucially, a lot of summoners being used by T1 here.
And the engaged Braum doesn't
ちょっ
inspire
とアーシが
Most
遠かったかな。
It's not in a position to follow up. The Unbreakable comes out to block the MF ult, but the angle means it can't block the Braum, the Gragas ult, which knocks both the Braum and the Skarn into a bad position.
いや、いいのタイミングマジぴったりだったけどな。
But a great play from BDD means he doesn't even go down. On the front line guard, there's not much you can do.
Goes slow, he says.
すごいな ESC の押し方。
I feel like maybe that's just the default thing you say on KT. I live. You know, protect me.
The immediate body blocking as well there from Perfect and Barrel, I think, to be like, he's not getting volleyed. We're keeping this man safe.
If you're on KT right now, you're like, okay, if we keep BDD alive, maybe we just win.
And you know, Perfect, the last time these two teams went head-to-head, he honestly got bullied by Zeus. The Vayne Internectin, that game was rough. Game one of this series, playing the Cassante, you know, blind picking it and getting punished, but he's really started to show up in this game on this Gragas, making some impactful ultimates and just filling the role for the team.
いや、癖でしょ。
In this one of the Rumble game, definitely a good return to form for him.
And we still see
画面上のボタンずっとカチカチ押してないと気が済まないタイプ。結構いるんだよな、プロゲーマー。
A lot of leeway, a lot of space in this lane.
タブの位置にあるんじゃない？オプションがきっと。
Perfect can hit ultimates like that. Break up the fight and allow KT
知らんけど。
to pick off members one at a time and break up that formation with
落ち着くから押してる。
Braum and Skarner makes it so much harder to play. And game 5 not yet here. Mid lane turret still standing. No decisive objective lead has been found either way. KT are sitting on a gold lead right now though.
いや、タブをしてる人もタブをしながら画面見てないから関係ないよ。タブをしてる人に、あの人何持ってるって聞くとタブを押すから。意味ない。別にどっちにしろ見てないから、どっちだって一緒。情報を摂取してない。そこから。
Feels like a lot of spikes are coming through. With Baron on the table, we can see teams starting to set up and maybe look for some picks to set up for it. The damage is there to take down a Baron at the opportunity.
They're trying to get in here, and they're just lining up for the Yone once again. Zeus getting pretty low, but he is Jax, and they're engaging.
いやこれタリアの位置めっちゃ悪い。いいフラッシュだけ。ああいいグラガスのウルト。いやこれ無理だな。DPS 出せてないな。今構成結構強いけどファイトの形がずっと悪い。
But now with Faker not there, does KT want to push it? I don't think they have to. And with Owner still being quite healthy, having flash and having
グマ殴れてないね。
Just being Skarner,
yeah, he is Skarner. Not going to end up going for more. But again, this Yone, so many of the plays, even that one that felt a little bit scary, ends up working out for KT.
フェイカーの TP 値すごかったな。
So good on this pick. Does get stopped by the Ash Shower here, but the setup
でもまあこのタイミングだとここしか飛べないな。ここしか飛べないけど、ここしか飛べないけど最悪だったな。まあでもしょうがないなこれ。正味ここしかマジで飛べない。ここ以外の TP ポジない。見たけど今。この後ろのウェーブ、あー弱いな。もうこれしょうがないな。RR だったらインナーからウルトがまあいいけど。
It makes it just so hard due to the soul unbound to actually get the trades.
ブラムが後ろにワード置くしかないけど。あ、なんだ今の。ナイストライ。ナイストライ。ナイストライ。ナイストライ。ナイストライ。
Guma didn't have flash, so if he gets that,
oh, it was so free.
You miss every shot you don't take,
and you miss some of the ones that you do.
You do, yeah. Well, you know. It's better that he goes for it than that he sits back and does nothing, right? I guess.
He's calibrating.
Yeah, he's getting ready for the next one. And now we got a fight breaking up for some reason. Or breaking out.
MF にアクセスできる。
Isn't going to get anyone. Baker just trying to run into barrel. And Guma trying to do damage to Deft as actually Zeus has a very good angle. 3-man stun comes in.
よしよしよし。MF 落とした。で、フェイカーが落ちて、パーフェクトが落ちる。
They are kiting this one out in a very scrappy fight. As the Ash and the Jax are going to have big value here. BDD not really finding his angle personally.
オーナーのウルトちょっと外れたけど、でもワーモンがある。それ行くの？別にいいだろうもうドラゴンで。
Yeah, I mean,
it's barrel.
Barrel will chase him. That doesn't matter. T1 are going to get the Cloud Drake.
Yep, we'll get them up to that third. And honestly, I think to me, the standout was Zeus, the angle he had on that fight, being able to immediately interrupt Death.
いや、ゼウスの入り遅くて怖かったけど。 あー、フェイカーのウルト、ポッピーの W で落とされたのか。でもいいウルトだな、これ。これめっちゃいい位置。R の位置めっちゃいい。もう死んだけど、フェイカー、R だけで仕事してる、これ。壁だけでよかったけどね、見えないからな。かなりいいウルトだこれ。
End up paying for it pretty heavily. Now Deft is the one without sums. Guma did use his flash in that one. Right now, that is something that maybe KT can use as they are just starting it up. I know Maokai has great objective control, but that's a little scary. There also isn't anyone in side lane, so it's not like you're going to get a TP.
Yeah, it looks... It's like they're banging their head into a wall, but as you mentioned, their turn is fantastic, right? With the Maokai, the Gragas, the Poppy. Yeah. So many different ways to find a target and kill target.
As well, when you have a jungler with Warmogs, they don't really lose anything to start it off if they can just disengage. Yoshi can heal up the damage with the Warmog. So just clearing the vision, testing T1. Really, and now they're going a little bit more committal onto it. They're dragging Zeus over. We'll see what they make of this play.
BDD shouldn't be tanking it, though. That is one thing. Has taken a little bit of damage. Doesn't care. Finds Owner. Gets on it. Almost there, but Carrier stands in front, but Owner's dead. Down he will go.
4で十分削った。いい上がる？ゼウス。上がんないな、これ。スカナのウルトがマジで全然当たんねえな。
To go into the Skarner, and now KT going to move back to the Baron. A lot of sustain between these champs, so the low health bar is not too much of a concern. No jungler, but T1 going to try and contest.
Barrel is looking, I think, for a back. Not going to be able to have the time. Does have TP available, but crucially, it's only damage. There's no jungler here.
Yeah, it looks like
T1 not going to be able to make it through. KT, they want to bring this to a game number 5.
Get the replay immediately, and again, BDD stacks up the Q3 on Baron, looks for Owner, gets the ult in, Pioshik's there with the follow-up, and so Carrier, he does his job, he interrupts the MF ball, he blocks it, but he's at an angle where he can't cover the Maokai 2, and then the cast from perfect peel, the commit on the Zeus, really well played.
Also means that Guma can't do any damage, right? Faker is on the other end of the fight. The Ashe isn't actually in a position, and right now, KT, Rebel Baron power play, sitting at a 3k gold lead. And it would be so fitting for this telecom war, for the final spot at Worlds between these two teams. So many storylines, both from an organizational perspective, from an ex-teammate perspective, right? Deft and Carrier.
ファイナルガチラストリターンズある。
Who's been a thorn in Carrier's side for so long.
俺この尻ここで終わると思ったんだけどな。
Even Faker and BDD, these guys have been fighting, right, for the mid lane in the LCK for so long. And I gotta calm down because otherwise we're not getting a game 5. We all know how this works.
Yeah,
so I will
chill out, Mao.
I will
Yeah,
relax.
come on.
It's a big advantage.
I want to watch game 5.
I'm sorry. You guys take it away. I'll chill for a little bit.
Perfect posing the threat here, trying to get some pressure down and get this mid tier 1. Obviously getting the Baron is huge, but looking to capitalize a bit more if possible. But Guma and Carrier able to defend there.
There's no door. I mean, the arrow has to be used, but Guma is super low, so...
That's tower, and
nice.
maybe even could push for a tier 2 here.
Yeah.
Like, Guma has to reset. They don't really have the wave clear. The next wave is coming up soon.
It's a very nice call from Def, just understanding the cooldowns. They do have a cannon here as well, and there's really no way to clear that out. Okay, finally Onor's going to get a rock in, but there's another one that comes in with another cannon wave. But they're not going to overstay. They're going to wait and get some backs in because there is a Cloud Drake coming up in 45 seconds. See that perfect also does go to top to stop the push of Zeus.
So I think getting the mid tier 1 is pretty big, but not getting as much as maybe they hope to on the back of the Baron. The gold lead is substantial, but at this point of the game, it's not unbeatable. I think the major thing is looking at sort of item spikes. The major thing for me is that Faker, 2 rods in the inventory, no Rabadons. That feels really bad going into a fight over Dragon. I can actually see a scenario where you just
let it go.
Let it go. Yeah.
You don't have Def Cap.
でもブルーじゃないと番枠がない。
You don't need to take this dragon. Like, yes, you can get sold, but you could also lose the game if you take a fight that you're not ready for. You have 0 map control. Still 20 seconds on this Baron, which means that KT still get to use the shove. I think T1 should just let this one go.
Yep. The question is, can they let it go and defend their base? And we'll lose that bot tier 2, so KT kind of reading the map, seeing the fact that Fake is top, know they'll get this dragon uncontested. They'll take the time to get that tier 2 bot, push out the gold, extend the gold lead a bit more, and then pick up the dragon. So they will have 2, still behind on T1 with 3, but definitely get a decent amount of value from that Baron, more than just that mid tier 1 they got initially.
Yeah, it feels, you know, it's not really exactly like Game 2, but they are in a similar spot where they don't get the first 2 Drakes, but now they're beginning to stack up Cloud Drakes, and they're just going to be sprinting around the map and be able to find so many angles to make plays, which their comp does so incredibly well. And T1, you know, from behind, down 5,000 gold, it does feel like KT are in kind of a vice grip on this game number 4. See what the next Baron looks like. That's definitely going to be the big one, especially with no Elder spawning here just yet. As item spikes are finally being hit, even Zeus trying to go for his own Zhonya's.
Yeah, Rabadons comes through, and there is a big gold lead between KT's mid and bot lane and T1's. But at this point, when both of them are on 3 items, BDD and
まあでもスカーラーが機能すればファイトはできそうだけどな。正味。
And 3 plus components. That's what it
マジで起動してないスカーラー。オーナーあんまやってなさそう。正直。
They are trying to set up for something, potentially get some vision on the top side, but KT's still the ones firmly in control.
I've calmed down. I'm
welcome
ready,
back, Chronicler.
Yeah, I'm ready to continue. Want to highlight as
no coming down. Faker, he's caught. He's up against the wall. The knockout comes in, but BDD's out of there very quickly.
ありがとう、涙ぜ。
It will take a while to go down, and finally they do get him rather, as the flash underneath the turret. Pioshik going deep, as now Honor trying desperately to get that finish off, but he will not be able to. It's a kill on a Faker for 44 seconds.
Faker F 切ってない。全然悪くない。
That's the big thing. Pioshik does have Warmog, so if the objective was there, could have been a thing. Looked like Faker was going to go down immediately, but actually getting a good amount of value from that Seraph shield. Also, Carrier buying a lot of time. What I want to highlight, though, is that BDD actually going, which I do love given how this game has played out so far, for full damage. We've seen a lot of
ナイフはまあブラムのスタンが入ってでタワーだったら死ぬだろうなが遅くてフラッシュを落とした。
Very fitting that Barrel was the one to just go in straight, but BDD, because he had to cross such a large amount of time, or a distance rather, he's not actually able to get the damage.
R が R が坊やだ。
That was a particularly hard Poppy eat a flash, but I think holding the flash is the right call because there's nothing really to pick up from that. So now Faker still has a summoner for the next fight. It's a trade of jungle bot lane summoners, which are definitely less important than the summoners for Faker and Guma. I think if you lose two Faker Guma summoners going into
まあでもベリルとピョシックのフラッシュないからまあそれで頑張ろう。
chances of winning that fight drastically. So, you know, whether it was him not reacting or him choosing to save it, I think it's the best outcome for T1.
Take a look at this fight, and once again, Carrier, this time he's gonna be the target, and down he goes.
ブラームにこのダメージマジ
And they say, okay, we'll just kill the support. Carrier, no flash himself, just gets taken out, and not much he can do about that.
Decimated, you know, even the Unbreakable not really doing too much there to mitigate the damage, and now you don't have your support, but fortunately they have that ward in the pit, so they have eyes on the help. No flash on Owner, he can get over the wall, but it does make it more difficult, especially with BDD setting up those Q3s.
Barrel and Perfect also should be looking to play.
They don't know.
Oh shit!
惜
しいけどこれゲーム5だ。感じた。これはゲーム5なんだなって。
as well, and well, he's not very long for this one as BDD is also coming on over. Barrel gets over the wall. Zeus gets denied from jumping over the wall, and KT have Baron here in game number 4.
And a memory comes to mind from way back 2022, the DRX run. I remember, I don't know if it was an interview, if it was the comms, but Barrel talking about if we get to game 5. But back then it was against Liv Sandbox. We're not worried. We got this in the bag. A lot of the players on this team have been known to make some magic happen. And we are about to go to silver scrapes in this telecom war.
マジでずっと BO5 してる。本当に BO5 マジで5戦ずっとし続けてる。
Forcing them back. And just the base getting kind of mangled right now. T1 are going to respawn. Not really going to be enough to do anything though.
Yeah, I mean at this point T1 basically just maybe even thinking about game 5. As, yeah, somebody has to go in, I guess. And it's Carrier, and he just dies. The amount of turn and damage they have with this comp is just so much.
Super control.
オーナーのウルトマジで全く当たらん。
Not even close.
Not even close. Just have faith in Yoshik to secure it. And fortunately, the rest of the team were kind of in position to follow up. Zeus on a flank angle also goes down. So the impact pretty huge. T1 looking like they don't have too many chances to get back to the
They got a fight. They're trying to get Yoshik here, but he is just so tanky. Do they have the damage? The knockup comes in. The cast to save his life.
お、これいいぞ。これいい。これいい。これいい。これいい。これめっちゃいい。これめっちゃいい。これめっちゃいい。これめっちゃいい。これまずめっちゃいい。ああ、素晴らしい BDD。神。めっちゃ良かったのに。わあ、一人で返した。ああ。いやマジで入り良かったけどね。ゴッド BDD が爆破した。
The defending world champions are going to be pushed to the brink.
でもスカナやめよう。ダメだ。もっとなんかもっとなんか押せ悪くなかったけどね T1 マジでなんかやろう成熟かな
As they want to see them at Worlds. And you know, this has been a series where Blue Side has won every single game. But T1, when the pressure is on, they have struggled in these 5-game series. They won Worlds with the 3-0 finals, but often when it's come to the 5 games, we saw MSI against RNG, we saw Worlds against DRX, the pressure has gotten to them.
On the flip side, there were some Game 5s they won last year in the summer finals, and that was against KT. That's what got them to where they ended up, making it despite everything that happened. And how fitting that we do indeed go for maximum hype on a telecom war. The final game that will be played in Lowell Park this entire year.
And all I'm going to say is there won't be a Yone in that game.
Oh no!
They are not letting me get that pick again. BDD, you know, we talked a lot about how much he stepped up later in the summer, really been on form, but his Yone in this series has just been unbeatable.
始まった。
Another silver scrapes to be cast here at Lowell Park, and for this summer season, we are not done yet. It's one game to decide who gets that 4th seed to Worlds. We will be right back after the break to bring you game number 5.
PCS ぐらいからずっと BO5 5戦見続けてる気がする。ファイナルガチラスト。ブルーの勝率マジでめっちゃ良さそう。いや、うんめえこれ。いや、マジでこれうまいわ、BDD。マジでうまい。
또 들어 이거를 맨날 들어 맨날.
いやファイナルガチラスト。いやー、マジでどっち勝つか分かんないよ、正直。2-2までいくと、マジで。まあ、今んとこブルーが全勝だから、ブルー次の T1 は、まあ、勝てる可能性は結構高いとはいえ、おとといそれでダモンに負けたんだよな。 ブルー全部勝ってたのに。いや、この試合はね、今の試合は、正味、KT が普通にうまかった。何が一番良かったって、グラガスがサイドからミッドに行って、足を落としたのマジ偉かった。あそこマジで偉かった。あそこからローでずれたからな。あれマジ良かったわ。まあこの後のバンピックは見ものだね。もうなんかするだろうからね。さすがに同じようなバンピックで進行はしないだろうから。そしたらそのままだってブルーが勝っちゃうから。ジグスアジールオープンの BDD アジール取り上げ可能性ある。ジグスアジール空いたらアジール取るだろうからな。でジグス取られたら陣やるからまあ多分そうなるだろうな。アジールは最優先だろうから。
Get your phones out, everyone. You already know what time it is. You knew it was going to 5. I knew it was going to 5. It deserves all 5. Back in 2022, it was said that the movie is over. But no, the movie is still going on, as it is the final possible game of the League of Legends regular season 2024. It all comes down to this. T1 and KT, after KT control game number 4 and push it over the edge. And now it's just one game left between us and Worlds. Who will it be, T1 or KT? Let's get into the draft here, Wolf.
Yeah, I mean, look, the draft here was pretty smart from KT. I like this adaptation a lot more. BDD is able to get his hands on the Yone again, and Perfect pulls out the Gragas. And even though the lane swaps didn't really favor him and he fell behind early, a Gragas from behind gets two things: great engages, and also the Rod of Ages picked up late with a low econ. Gragas actually gives you that big boost. He went from level 14 to 15, tons of XP there. Was a huge pick here for the side of KT Rolster.
And also T1 not having the value pick, either like getting mid or AD, like they were having two prior lanes, which means that they have no late game insurance. So it was kind of rough when they kind of fell behind in the mid game. So it was really rough from the draft, but also, as you mentioned, I think Gragas was really impactful.
All right, well, let's take a look at some of the highlights here. At 19 minutes, early on, it was a lot of focus on the bot lane. KT had a couple dives that didn't go well, but this is the moment here where they take control of this game.
I mean, I think T1 got the mid prior before they walk into the Drake, but I feel like Carrier kind of misplayed this time around because he kind of walked around and like leave Ashe and Scanner on the mid lane, so that kind of made T1 into the really bad position.
Yeah, gave KT so many opportunities, and Guma was completely zoned out. Zeus gets a flash out of BDD, but the fight is already won. BDD then gets over the wall with his Yone and then takes Guma's flash away. So incredible plays from the solo laners here, top and mid, for the side of KT Rolster. And this was a huge turning point because leading up until this moment, looked like T1 had a ton of control. However, a clutch team fight, really nice wraparound there, or deny of the wraparound from T1, from KT, puts them back in the lead.
Yeah, and this whole series, when there's been success, BDD has been at the heart of it. This is exactly the same here. 26 minutes at Baron. BDD on the Yone makes the play happen to start off this fight.
Man, it's crazy. Like, he engages, he deals the damage, he curses the Scanner E and dodges Scanner ulti into his body, and he survives, man. He does everything.
And then he's just like ready to keep going. He's ready to keep pushing this fight. Zeus is isolated. And T1 once again
ヨネはまあ間違いなくバン。そもそも前回のブルーの時もバン決ましてたから。
leaning to some chain CC. They've got a lot of it in this composition, but BDD snap punishes with the Yone. He has been by far, I feel like, out of our 10 players today, individually the best performing player.
Yeah, I feel like they need to deal with BDD's Yone. Either you
次魔王会出てきたら
pick it,
正
or
常
bend
に
it.
し
I
よ
feel
う
like
次があるかどうかわからない
when
け
he's
ど
on Yone, he's just some kind of different player.
All right, storyline time, guys. This is the longest standing roster currently in League of Legends is the T1 roster, the ZOFGK roster. On the opposite side, you can go up and down KT's roster and the trials and tribulations that they have had over the last year and honestly 2 years since their run at DRX. Perfect coming on up for Keen and doing a great job on the top side of the map as a rookie. And BDD, we've talked about him all series long, has been a rock on this team. No matter whoever wins, whoever loses is going to be devastated as well.
I think you really hit it on the nail head there with it, though. The Yone needs to be taken care of. I want to mention something that probably will freak out a lot of T1 fans as well. Game 5s for this organization, one of the longest standing organizations in League of Legends history. Game 5s have not been kind to T1. Losing to Genji in Game 5, right? Everyone knows the story of losing to 3 of these players in the World Championship in 2022. They need to have a good draft read here. At least they do have side selection for this one, but it's the mental game here that KT now has in their court.
And most recently, just a couple days ago against D+ in Game 5 with side selection, lost to them. D+ go on through. Showmaker is at Worlds. Which one of these teams will make it on through? All right, Wadid, final thoughts here before we toss back to the casters.
I mean, guys, I'm sweating. Like, imagine the players. It's last spot for the Worlds, and also this might be your last chance to prove yourself for this year, because if you lose this game, you're not able to play for the next year. So,
Wolf?
I mean, I really feel like going into this one, really, really huge win for both these teams. It might be what defines what your roster looks like next year, what team you're on, everything on this moment.
All right, guys, I know all of you at home, T1 fans, KT fans, pull for your squads. If you're just a fan of League of Legends, get your phone out and sit back and enjoy the most intense series of the regular season. Comes down to this, Game 5, T1, KT for a spot at Worlds. On the call, it's Chronicler, Valdez, and Ox.
Thank you, Digon, Wadid, and Wolf, as we are getting ready for game number 5. We've had so many close back and forth series, so many game 5s, as the space was talking about. Speaker's going for a reboot, as he oftentimes does, trying to calm himself down before this very important game 5. He doesn't want to look at the records, what has happened. He wants to redefine it for this best of 5 right here.
How fitting is it as well that you see the DRX players and they're having a good time. They're giggling. Beryl just looking like Beryl always does, unfazed throughout it all.
Yeah. By the way, the KT fans just going insane. The cheers that the players got when they walked out on stage before it even came to us were like louder than some of the things that were happening in the game.
Yeah, I mean, we are on KT side, but I don't think I've ever hit this loud in
I have not.
Park. They are just constantly cheering, showing their support. This team obviously had some struggles throughout the season, but this is their last chance. And they've brought T1 to a Game 5 to try and fight that final spot for Worlds. For the reigning champs, not to make it would be massive. Would it be so fitting for this KT lineup to be the ones to deny them?
Will the dance last? Or are we going to see this T1 roster been together for so long, have made it to so many tournaments, never lower it from the top of my head than a 3rd place throughout the last couple of years? Is it going to happen again? Or is this final hurdle, particularly that man in the middle lane with his wry smile, he's not getting Yone, but he has still, as I think was echoed by the space, been individually absolutely outstanding. And I want to go back to 2021 because it was that man that dragged a very up and down Gen G to only being a single game away from winning, or rather from getting to a Worlds Finals, right? They lost to EDG. EDG ended up winning up the whole thing. But BDD, that tournament was absolutely insane. And seeing him have the performance that he's having right now, after some of the years, the Nongshim year in 2022, the bounce back last year, and now this, how fitting it would be if he makes it back to Worlds.
ファイナルガチラストだまして。
A lot of back and forth in the draft. Some drafts definitely lackluster, you know, from both sides. Going into Game 5, T1 with the edge being on blue side, we're undoubtedly going to see that Yone banned.
まあ、ヨネはバンしよう。
They decide to
一
take
旦。
away. The pressure's always on red side.
まあ、マオカイもバンしよう。
Rumble kind of locked in. The smolder of them being a red side ban as well, although there has been sometimes has actually been banned mostly by T1 so far, not really comfortable to pick it themselves. So I imagine they'll continue with that. They ban on blue side. See,
俺らを怖くするのやめてほしい。
I hope for their sakes that it is.
まあ多分アジールの番待ってたんだろうね。まあアジールの番待ってた。アジール空いたらアジールでヨネのマッチアップできてたから。
Could look for the Vi, has been something they banned. Could look for the Ziggs. It's something T1 banned last game.
そうだよな。
A lot of discussion to just say Yone.
I mean, the only other angle is you take it yourself, but that doesn't feel like a good blue side first pick.
ああ、ヨネファーストピックだ。ヨネファーストピック。
You know what? I'm gonna say it. I don't agree with this. It might surprise you.
Bold statement. Take it away.
Well, the thing is as well is if they want to deny the Yone and first pick it, like you give over things like the Ziggs. Well, Ziggs is going to get banned away, so you have to be concerned about that.
Like BDD deserves his
respect. I know that それしかないだろう。
But this is non-negotiable. And Faker has not looked.
まあトップミッドフレックスでいこう。
Any of the other free seeds that we're sending, right? And we'll have to see.
You know, it's unlikely. Not really something you'd blind pick first pick, but they do have another Yone player on the roster. Perhaps they can send it up that way, but it will be
flexing.
Bit of flexing. It will be easy to deny Sejuani. I think giving over Sejuani, Yone would absolutely be a mistake, so makes sense there. And there's still good options for Owner on the other side.
ヨネ、ダイアナ、ヤスオの3切り兄弟で行くのどう？
Question is, what does KT want to pair this with?
Is it Tristana? Not the best synergy with the Sejuani, but getting BDD a powerful pick, I think, is huge.
You know, the only other thing he's played so far has been
ポッピー取ろうぜ、一旦。
We don't want that.
ジャングルポッピーがいいと思う。
But we'll see. We'll see if they feel okay with it. But it's Sejuani MF, so immediately a lot of bursts.
ジェンジーならポッピーやる。
Sejuani, you take it away from Owner.
Yeah, and I imagine it's probably going to be jungle AD pick in this rotation. You could
レオナポッピーでいいよこれ。レオナポッピーすごいいい。まあリリアだったらジン。
For that Lilia, Owner drew bans for that pick in playoffs, but actually start with the Jin. So you know we didn't see the Jin picked into the Ziggs, but now Ziggs is banned.
もうオーナーの自信になるピックにしてくれ。マジで。ずっとダイアナやりたがってる。ダイアナでもいいもんここまで来たら。まあ自信あるやつをやれ。 Lilia ね。
Lilia makes sense for them, provides the AP that they do need in the composition. Playing into a tank jungler as well feels good. And now over to KT. Could potentially, I mean, I expect it's a mid lane pick for BDD here. They have to secure if they're going anything that they expect to get banned away, which is most of the picks we're seeing in the meta right now.
ドリス？あ、まあカメルですね。
They're opting to take a leaf out of the T1 book and go for the Camille. They will secure a confident play here from Perfect, synergize with the Sejuani, has that setup for the team.
And in the first couple of games, sometimes by his own fault, sometimes just by the way that KT's been played, Perfect has not been able to stand up to Zeus. The crucial point, he did come through. We're not going to see that again. I'm wondering if there's a world where we ever see it flex, but obviously very unlikely. The Jax already being banned away does mean that KT can pick this. Not only do you combine it with the Sejuani, but also it basically frees up a ban.
いや、グエンやめてほしいな。グエンじゃない、構成的には。まあミッドレーンで後期が出てくるんだったらグエンやってもいいけど、後期なんか出てこないだろ、これ。あ、グエン消えた。後期出てくるかも。
And I'm just wondering what Zeus is going to bring out in this situation. Obviously, a lot of his range picks, there's the threat of being jumped on by the Camille and the Sejuani. A lot of danger there.
Do they ban
まあでも
Leona
後
here?
期出すんだったらトリスでいいと思うけどな
Leave it
正
open.
直
Most likely, KT's going to pick it up, and then we will have the Alistair most likely on the opposite end. It's going to be the Poppy. Does to
レオナ
me,
リスタイル
I really hope. Can also go for the Alistair. That's also fun. We've seen that happen a lot as well, and being okay with the Leona going over. I do still really love.
でももうこれ
taking the Leona so that
正味
we
ア
match
リ
up
ス
the
ターに
ult,
なっ
but
ちゃうんだったら
This is dangerous.
あーでもカミールいるしなアッシュとかでキャッチしに行きたいけどねアッシュ陣とかでレーン勝ってキャッチしに行きたいけどうまくやれ勝てるよカミールにキャッチされずに トリスアッシュでいいでしょもうトリス絶対トリスのがいいまあ後期でも別にディールはできるけどまあ後期でもまあ最悪ではない別にバンピック的には後期はディールできる形をしてるうわトップヨネなんだ
There is the chance that this is still going to be the Corki top, right? Like they could theoretically flex it around.
Corki mid's been losing. Maybe
yeah, right. What about Corki top? We've seen that before.
It's a Camille Sejuani.
いやまあでも後期トップもあるこれ
goes over to BDD potentially, but they might want the AP, so toying with some other options. Oh, the confidence pick. And the thing with LeBlanc is so hard to pin down. There's a lot of lockdown on T1, but I feel like it's going to be hard to actually connect onto this LeBlanc pick. So much threat onto things like the Corki, like the Jin from the flank. We will get to see where this mid top is going. I think based on the player's proficiency, I imagine it might end up being that Yone top.
Would have to be. This happened in the previous match between T1 and DK. Game 5, BDD ended up, or Showmaker rather, ended up getting turning around one of the strangest TPs that I have seen into a pick on the Gumayushi, and that was a really big point in that series. T1 with a pick that no one has been able to win with him. What was it, 10, 12 games in total now?
Don't ever say it's over if I'm breathing. Again, 2022. And the lines you can draw to that roster, not just in the players, but what has happened this year and what has happened for DRX 2022. In spring, in summer, so many of the numbers are exactly the same. It is uncanny. But as I said before, Faker will look to, alongside of his roster here, try to rewrite history and make new history here in this best of 5, in this game 5. And BDD, who's only getting more and more confident, pulls out the R5 LeBlanc. Let's see how it goes as we hop into the rift for game number 5.
まあノットオーバーだね
I keep thinking there's no higher gear, and they keep going up and up.
KT fans, extremely hype right now, and I think it's justified. And I love the confidence in a game 5 for KT to bring out the Camille full perfect. I definitely think confident issues have been a thing with him going up against Zeus.
まあでも
willing to bring that out with the Sejuani.
まあでも後期結構悪くないまあマジで構成はナグ いや
heavy loss streak, sorry. Not a win streak, heavy loss streak right now. I will say some of the comps he has lost with, it was
ちょっと殴りにくいマジで
There is a lot of other damage threats here, but we have seen this pick struggle endlessly.
ちょっとだけね
Outside of the Corki pick, though, I do actually really like the T1 composition. There is so much long-range engage as...
Level 1 hook shot coming on in. Do a little bit of harass coming in there, but Keria is here. Trade a little bit back on a perfect. And actually a decent amount more than just a little bit. I mean, Ignite coming down here as well. Keria really bullying both of them. In the mid lane, just really using the shield of Daybreak to essentially say, stay here.
This would be the perfect time to get one of those graphics where it shows damage dealt and Keria's just like miles above everyone else. Getting those autos off, getting the value there, and forces Perfect away. It is once again going to be a swap coming out, so we see Deft and Beryl in the top lane. And last game, we saw T1 punish that with a dive towards... Oh!
そうだね。俺、もう絶対フラッシュインするだろうなと思って見てた。ポーション使っちゃったから、絶対使うと思ってたし、BDD も絶対使うと思ってた。帰ってきた、ケリアが。トップレーンから人がいなくなったから。
At least able to get a decent amount of poke on in. Beryl also looking for the angle himself.
Faker doesn't have Valkyrie.
There it is. Valkyrie is down. Level, or not down, it's just not taken. BDD gonna find a Leona, but now Beryl is going to try to get some damage on in.
フェイカー今 W ないからね。レーン用に Q と E 持ってるから、マジで。マジ W 頼む。
Right, he's not wanting to take any risks in these early skirmishes. Does mean that Perfect just gets to catch this wave without any issues. Still has TP available.
He's looking for a play here on Aguma, cleansing the slow rather. And he's gonna get away.
スローかかったか今。スローかかったかどうかよく分かんなかった。内側だったような気もするけど。
Was it weird?
Try to make that play.
キャノンを見せたんじゃなくて、キャノンのおかげでウェーブが耐えたんだよな。
Yeah, I mean, definitely an improvement over the 0 at 4 minutes that we saw in game 1. But, you know. Yeah, I mean, he picks up this wave. Obviously, missing the cannon's a bit sad, but overall, not faring too badly. And it's going to be one of those shorter swaps, not seeing the lengthy one from before. Now, Faker's going to clear up some of this farm, but is definitely feeling the pain, despite the help of the carrier.
いやでも集中してる、どっちのチームも。いい集中力。
And particularly with the changes we had to execute earlier this season, a lot more early game focused damage. The burst there is pretty obnoxious, and if you're frequently proccing it, you can really bully someone out of lane.
Yeah, you definitely can. I feel like LeBlanc has really been on the edge outside of Showmaker picking it up time to time in the regular season. Obviously, as you guys mentioned, he pulled it out in Game 5 up against T1 just earlier this week, a couple of days ago. And BDD says, well, I can play that too. And his confidence is skyrocketing. It's definitely something that can, you know, kind of live or die based on how you're feeling. The chains are going to connect here. Faker's in a lot of trouble. And Faker says, no, I'm not in trouble. I'm totally fine. I'm going to sit here and CS. And BDD does not have the range, actually, to do much else.
Yeah, didn't really have the cooldowns. The level up comes in, but that chain from BDD was real slick there. The hitbox of Corki just past the minion. Faker thought he was behind, but just showing the dangers of this lane. And this is a level 5 LeBlanc. As soon as level 6 is hit, that kill pressure increases massively.
Big moment is going to be when we see Perfect and Pioshik actually link up with the Q. Have the ability to very rapidly
いや、この間ね、フェイカーこのマッチアップでかなり勝ったんだよな。
And that's going to be the KT game plan, right? Especially with this LeBlanc as well. Go in as aggressively as possible on a single target.
割と信頼してはいる。
結構
レーン勝ってたはず。毎回勝てるのかどうか知らねえけど。
A very early piece of magic resist. This Perfect has ult.
On Vision was the Sejuani, but yeah, as you mentioned, you're not getting away from this one. Zay's trying his best. He's going to flash. He's going to try to ult away, but you cannot get away from the Camille. Do they have the damage to take down Zayus? Is the real question as one will do it, and they take him down, and first blood goes to Perfect.
Beautifully played there by Perfect. Zayus tries the fancy moves to disengage, but Perfect doesn't.
いやでもゼウス今ウルトで逃げようとするの良くない。絶対にウルト合わせられるから。ウルトはディレイさせてるべき。フラッシュ先にして、で、相手がウルト切ってきたらウルトをスローで入れて、CC チェインしてる間に逃げればよかったけど、ガビ。
After what was again, Zayus really getting the upper hand, but this time it feels like it's Zayus that was, because of the previous games, forced in an uncomfortable position. Right? Faker hasn't looked great on the Yone, so Zayus effectively, just to make sure that they were able to take it away. Happy to take that into the top side of the map. But it looks like at least early on that 1-2 of the Camille combined with the Sejuani is working out. BDD a little careful there as Keria shows, but does come just of a fresh back, right? So does have the lost chapter. And now KT trying to look for a play on this dragon. Want to try and turn the tide on these early dragons that have been taken by T1.
This is dangerous from Owner because Baker can move in and threaten. So he does go for the little bowling ball, but it's actually enough to scare KT away. Perhaps the fact that Guma has ult, and Kyoshiko's getting a little bit low. Don't want to risk like the gen ult coming in, but will be forced away. So T1 obviously got those grubs, no trade back, but this is the replay of that setup. So goes for Zeus, and Zeus obviously unbound soul, but,
E を避けた時点でこのガンクは結構避けれる前提だったところあるけど。
ult and Perfect follows it up, and it looks close. But this final flash at the end,
フラッシュを打るとかなりお祈りだなこれ。
And Perfect the one who gets it.
Best case scenario, Camille can really take over a lot of these carry matchups if she does get accelerated. Quite strong early, really strong when combined with the Sejuani, but can really struggle in longer trades, which obviously Yone doesn't have an issue setting those up. Can continuously trade with his sustain as well. So
プレイの全体を見るに多分 HP を高く保ちたかった。レーニングのために。でも
Maintain some pressure here, carry out. Oh, trying to make a play here on a death barrel. Getting in front of that, but he's level 4.
Wow, nice.
Has to flash away, and now
これ4発食らったらデフトも落ちるぞ。ああ、惜しい。全ああ、まあでもボット勝ったこれ。セジ今来れない。でも MF 足早いんだよな。
Yeah, they found the pressure. Ult available here. Might look for the other side. Perfect's low though.
He is pretty low, but he's got Sejuani with him. He's got that shield, and can Zeus do anything? Here comes Owner to try to turn this one around, and with that, they're just gonna hop away. But now Owner thinking about a little bit more. Put his face in it. Not gonna amount to too much.
If Perfect doesn't sidestep that.
いいね、いいね、いいね、いいね。やっぱミッドレーンはやはり AD キャリー様の方が強い。バーストだけ怖いけど。
Especially with that play not working out, we do see again the CS lead for Zeus building, and Yone is one of those champions where even if you do fall behind in lane, that alone not enough to really dissuade you.
防衛マジでずっとステイしてる。
Oh man, everybody is here.
They knew.
Great bait from Zeus there. Perfect also missing the cannon when he looked at that hook shot. So even though there was that early kill, even though the gang setup is good, the 1v1 pressure is there for Zeus, the confidence he has on this pick. We see in the mid lane some heavy trades as well. BDD, he goes in, will get like a chain, but then the phosphorus bomb comes out in return. It's like, well, you know, if I stay here, then I just lose the trade. So he has to play it a bit more defensively. Both teams kind of prodding and poking. I'd say the significant thing is we're about to get It's 10 minutes and there still hasn't been a dragon. We've seen really quick dragons in this series, but the fact that T1 pushed KT off it earlier means it is going to be quite late in this game.
Yeah, definitely could be a big factor.
湧いた瞬間に行ったらテジのウルトまあまあかかるんじゃないかこれ。リディアウルトあるし。グマもよらんこれ。賞味 MF に多少キルが入ったところで別にあんま変わんないからウルト打ちに行った方がいいと思うけどこれ。
Feels like each side got a little piece of something as now KT gonna try to go for the second set of grubs. Although T1 are moving over to try to challenge. That's one grub taken and immediate abandonment of that pit.
Pharaoh has level 6 available, as does Carrier. Again, the burst is the big thing here for KT. They want to try and isolate a member and take them down immediately.
Rotations.
Rotate back into the pit. Deft is running, but Guma does have a lot of range with his R. The AD carries still here.
It really just comes down to the smite and it goes over to Owner and now Barrel's going to go in looking for something extra. That's two people.
来たのおかしいけどね。これ来たのおかしい。さすがにおかしい。素晴らしい。見失った。
And now we've got Zeus caught in the pit amongst four of them. It's going to dash away. As Guma finally makes his way over.
いや、これでこうなる。
And KT rolls to pick up 2 more kills.
うわ、これでこうなる。
T1's tools been up front. They couldn't finish up BDD.
いや。
And in the re-engage, KT come out strong. We'll see the replay now, and it is a mismite here from.
いや、ベリル絶対これミスだと思うけどね。このエンゲージマジで良くないと思う。
But no follow-up to come through. You can see
ビジョン割り。
considering holding his ult. BDD though gets caught by the roots. but his clone blocks the Jin shot, able to dash away, and then all your tools are being burned, and KT are there to pick up the pieces.
Additionally, Beryl denying Zeus access to BDD. That could have been a really big kill for the Yone. And then the ultimate from Deft actually completely closing off that quadrant. No one for T1 could make it through. And we know that the gold, it's about 400 or 500, right? Very minor at this point in the game. Even though getting kills onto your Camille, onto your LeBlanc obviously is going to feel great.
Yeah.
But again, being a player, everything on the line in this final best of one, make like 3 bad plays back to back, and that's it. Your year is over.
ビジョンそんなに負けるようなターンじゃなさそうだったんだけどな。
No continuation, no chance in case of T1 of extending their title.
まあでもボットレーンだいぶ削れてるおかげでゴールド差はほぼない。で、グラフもまあ勝ってるっちゃ勝ってる。BDD かなりの問題だな。ドラゴンまだワンサック。まあまあまあまあまあまあまあまあ。
Okay, but how much of that was a joke, Feldes? Actually, Atlas, never doubted Barrel.
Atlas. Now we got Zeus, very similar spot. This time it's in the bottom lane. He gets the ult off. And it's really good timing right when the permafrost comes in as well, so the damage not quite there. Meanwhile, it's in ult in the top side.
Yeah, good flash coming out from Zeus there to avoid the Sejuani ult. You can see the setup there, but they're doing a decent job of navigating that. Carrier now here to threaten.
They will know.
Yeah, not subtle with that one. And looks like BDD's into Faker.
いいね。
You know, the kill on
いや、フェイクはマジで怖いけど、いけてる。
If it has a lead, the difference is massive now.
Oh, ult's on perfect. A lot of damage going down into this turret.
Yeah, I mean, Perfect's just gonna stick around. He's trying to get that kill, and now we got a TP coming in. And here comes BDD behind them all as Carrier is going to find the LeBlanc and give them some time. Damage is done though.
Oh my god.
He will live.
いや、もう終わりで終わる。
He wants more.
ああ、でもまあ、フェイクは強いわ。怖いわ。
So close to being 2 kills for T1, but both Perfect and BDD used their health bars so well there, managing to disengage, managing to get the kill. And shit, Onus on the top side getting a Herald. Is he getting a Herald? I don't think Def can scare him off, but Dragon will now be secured for KT. And 4-0 in terms of kills. Decent start for them.
Big thing here though is that T1 still got the turret. So because of that first turret block,
ヘラルドギブするのマジ良くない。もうジンウルトでも展開してくれ。
Maybe he should be.
Maybe a little afraid.
Yeah.
Okay, never mind.
I mean, there was a chance, but with Pyosik not there, I mean, you don't really have to send it in.
ゴールド差ないどころかそもそも勝ってはいる。ゴールドは。
The first rate goes down at 15 minutes into the game, so it's going to take a while until we really get into the soul, but it's probably going to be a good one.
Yeah, very likely to be fitting in a situation like this. We'll get a replay of this fight, so this is dangerous with Perfect overstaying, but look at the minimap. He knows that there's a TP coming in, and Carrier tries to immediately shut down BDD. It does a good job getting on top of the LeBlanc, but the distortion back into the chains, Perfect getting the shield and the hook shot to disengage.
いやー、ヨネの Q3 BDD に打てないな。まあ無理だな。
To get away at the end. A little bit dangerous with that one.
Uh-oh. We've seen this before. This time it's BDD alongside of it. But I always get nervous when Jonah Strong
フェイカー走ってくんだ。偉いな、これ。
Doesn't really show us what's going on. Perfect's in the top lane.
何もわかんない。TP かな。
alone right now. Could try to do some damage to that turret, but it's just going to back off as owners.
ヨネさすがにワンコアだろ、これ。
This is very telling that Zeus is still ahead in gold. Despite everything that happened, and again the kill score.
いやー、ボットタワーのおかげでゼウスのがゴールド勝ってるところがまあ素晴らしい。あのルビークリスタル何になるの？ヨネのルビークリスタルってあれ何になるの？なんかあったっけルビークリスタルのアイテム。
Make the action happen. They can't just sit back. T1 can just sit there, poke with Jin, poke with Corki, throw Lilia, orbs.
最近ヨネもストライトなんだ。
Just bowling balls as many times as you'd like to try and whittle down KT's front line. Mercs here, obviously mega high value into the opponents. Leona is always very sad when you buy Mercs.
You see T1 trying to make an aggressive play here, but there's a lot of KT members in return.
まずそれ寝かせろ。いや、まあイグナイトワース。これフェイカーのプッシュめっちゃいい。 TP ない。カミール死んでるから全然悪くない。お、ゼフト捉えろ。でもウルトないぞ。そうだ、ウルトない。あ、オッケーオッケーオッケー。これはそんな悪くない。グラブが全部あったら絶対折れてるけど折れるかな。ノットバット。逃げよう。うん、オッケーオッケー。これも別に悪くない。4で TP あるし。でも、あれマジ？トライド？ストライドってファージだっけ？ファージか。いやー、これね、ヨネがね、死にすぎてて、レベルが、まだレベル大丈夫だけど、てか、カミール殺したおかげで、レベルが大丈夫だけど、レベルダメになった瞬間に終わる。よかった、ベリルのイグナイトキルで。
Biggest thing for me with KT though is that BDD is the one getting the most kills. BDD is the one getting monstrously fed. And it makes itemization on the T1 side a lot harder, right? We have had a lot of full AD compositions, but a LeBlanc that just gets to basically do whatever she wants and deal effective true damage to everyone that is within her range is a really big deal.
Wow. Wave clear ult だ。ラッシュある？いや、避けた避けた避けた。ピョシク死んだこれ。ピョシク死んだ。ナイス。ワース。で、タワーおったわ。待って、フェイカーめっちゃ育ってる。キャリーマジで頼むよ。てかさすがに育ってる。待って。リリアそれ危ないけど。リリアそれ危ないけど。なんでオーナー絶対危ないじゃん。もう弾殴ってくれ。What the fuck?
Still getting towers, getting structures. The mid tower now low, easy to threaten that one. It's a 3 tower to 0.
なんかバグってない？
So T1 are ahead in gold still, but it does mean that if KT get a bigger edge, a bigger team fight win, there's a lot of standing gold for them to take.
The Jin just like hitting a 4th shot on an F and he barely gets the shield. This is about as well played by Zayas as you can, right? Like you're in a really rough dive situation, gets the Q3, then flashes away from the damage from PO.
いやこれ MF いなかったらな、パーフェクトも落ちたけど惜しかったね。でも乗ってるよなこれ自分で。What?
Has always been a thing. The
2019 vibe.
Yeah, 2019 vibe.
I just love that he finds the exact spot, the angle from Ona hitting the tower, and just that he knows. He knows.
I also
まあでも折れたわ。ナイス。もう折れたからミッドのファーストとオーナーのトレードだったってことにしよう。そういうことにしよう。もう何でもいい。もういい。さすがにフェイカーマジゴールド勝ってるはず。かなり。
Oh boy.
That's a pretty big one for a lot of these champs.
Can you explain why?
ケムテック？
So it adds a lot of burst
インファ
for
か。
champions.
Yes.
ケムテックを取ったのか。インファソウルか。
We have a lot of burst. So if you're wondering, there's the explanation for you.
I really appreciate it.
BDD やばいねその違い。
But also, it's this is it the drift? Rift? Or
we call this Drift.
Yeah, and we have the Jin, you know, we have the MF as well.
Oh, yeah.
We've got 280 carries, the fastest 80 carries in the West. That are in the East, I guess.
Drift in honor of Viper when he was on Jin and literally ran for like a
いや後期めっちゃ育ってる。このタイミングの2コアで村マナ完成はかなり強い。マジ強い。後期めっちゃ強いこれ。
I don't know which one of the two it was, but the movement speed on
さすがに。
And I'd like to think
you know why?
It was because of that escape.
Because they hate fun.
The Cinders are still in the game.
And they one of the best maps, honestly.
Cinders very important. Zeus, you know, beginning
あもうゼウスもなんか知らんけど勝ってる。俺とうまい。
And saying I will not be deterred.
いやマジで一生ゼウスのとこに来る。なんかトップレーンに誰も見えない。えらい、下がるの、これ下がるのえらい。意味がわからん。あアリサあ、トップの指示用だな。すんげえダメージ。いやー、フェイカーの F か。トップタワー削るのにリソースを払ったのがフェイカーの F。次のドラギブはしないな。ギブはしないか。ファイトかな。うまくファイトする。あーでもフェイカーのフラッシュマジで欲しいけどな。でもサイド取れるんだったらトレードできるんだったらトレードでいいけど、トレードできないんだったらファイトするしかないけど。そうなんだよね。T1 タワーでスノーボールしてるから一回集団戦負けたらマジ終わり。絶対に負けられん、次の集団戦。集団戦負けると T1 のタワーが全部折られてゴールド差めちゃめちゃなことになる。これファーストタワー3本とも折れる。いやこれね、ドラをギブしてもねトレードしてくれないんだよね。AT は戦いたがってる。ウルト強いし。
I love how Faker this entire game, he took some trades with BDD. Yes, he did interact a little bit, but then after that, he was like, I'm just going to be in a side lane and push. That's it. That's my job.
We've seen so many Corki games in his long loss streak where it's been, oh my god, this Corki's so fed, unchallenged. What's he gonna do? And then they just lose.
Well, like, how does he actually do damage in a fight with BDD around, though? Because BDD does the same amount of burst, but in a very short time frame.
We're ulting a Sejuani in the jungle, and now teams are coming in. They're trying to keep him around for a very long period, at least. But yeah, Zeus.
あ、でもリソースかなり使わせた。BDD、ベリル、ナイスセーフ。ナイスセーフ。もう一回行こう。オーナー。リリア今そこからだろ。リリアそうだよな。リリアそこからだよな。お、帰ってきた。待った、フェイカーフラッシュない。オッケー。これは勝った。これは勝ちの形。俺はね、勝った。そうだよな。リリアはそこで入れば勝つからな。オッケー、バーロンだ。あ、勝った。GG.
As it turns out, it was just needing the Yone to be an engaged duel. As you see the hesitation from KT, and it turns out that hesitation was well founded as Zeus, off of the sleep of Owner, gets a multi-man engaged. That's Nash. That's another inner on that.
待って、変なやついる。
I mean, there is vision. Yeah, he doesn't have smite.
There's no way.
Oh, they're gonna send him away anyway, just in case. That's the Baron over to T1. And it was very close up until this very moment.
Yeah, Carrier trying to body block Yoshik so he can't.
いや全部のリソース入ってからリリアの種でいいからのエンゲージがまあマジで良かったんだけど。なんかグマのウルトがなんか消えたなと思ったらパーフェクトのウルトでキャンセルされた。すごい形だった。ヨネウルトでパーフェクト帰ってきて、おーさすがに
And it's going to net them not only 4 kills, but the Baron, the first Infernal Drake, and now almost 7,000 gold to lead. As I said before, it was close. You know, KT were having angles. They had BDD was very fed, but now at this point, I don't know if they've got it in them, especially from behind when you have this much damage and the enemy team is just getting tankier and tankier. I don't know.
This could be it. This could be the moment where Corky wins a game. Unprecedented.
Well, it's a big one to win. And maybe he was just waiting for this moment.
Has not happened in a long time. T1, our defending world champions, want to make it back.
後期のラップは早く頼む。またゼス TP ない。
This Yone was such a big thorn in their side.
いいボディブロック。
Zeus is the one that ends up taking
F か F 上がった。
Wave gonna get shoved in.
Yeah, so a little bit of solar flare poke on a def there.
Just a bit.
Doesn't break the shield, but I kind of feel like T1 this game have been fishing for engages and
ラッパーできるかな。なんかブルー優先してるけど。
And it has, it's given them advantages in this game.
ブルーが欲しかったのか、フォーク用に。さすがにミッド折れるな。
KT know how rough the game feels right now, and with that tower being taken, no structures.
いや、これ、もうワンプレイあるけど、でももう結構有利なはずなんだよな。もうワンプレイあるけど、これ結構有利。もう。
It's free. It's that simple. Objective bounties.
ワンプレイ、もうワンプレイあるけど、でも 7K 差 7K 差ちょっと待って、7K 差で T1 負けない。ちょっと冷静になろう。7K 差で負けん。
Especially with the gold deficit now. If they could get some side lane pressure going, you know, you look at the top and bot tower, that's a lot of gold with the objective bounties and the low HP, but they're just not being given the opportunity angle. Faker's just camped in a side lane, and right now he's on 3 items, he's very strong. Zeus has been a consistent problem, so KT do have pick potential. They definitely have that, and they need a window where they can capitalize on it. But when you look at the goal difference across the board, the smallest goal difference between, I mean, excluding support, is 1,100 between mid laners. The rest is even more. And with Zeus picking up this 3rd item, he is going to be very difficult to deal with.
The one saving grace for KT is the fact that they got that early Cloud Drake. Means that the game is not going to be done in 2.5 minutes, although if the Baron ends up falling and the base starts crumbling, might still be the case. But the fact that they will not be playing up against an Infernal Soul, that definitely is a big deal. Is that alone enough?
And you see BD trying to set up. That tower is so low, but just being denied again and again.
ヨネに持ち上げたか。マジ安心アイテムだ。
The next Baron, the next Dragon, and this is where it gets difficult because on the side of T1, everyone has flashes, so it's not like there's something like that to easily capitalize on. You haven't been able to cash in on the standing gold. We have BDD with 2 rods in the inventory, but no Rabadons. Ideally, he gets that before we go towards those objectives, but I don't know if there's going to be time. KT need to do some problem solving the next couple of minutes, because if T1 get the next Dragon and the next Baron, I don't think this game's recoverable.
新4個は
Yeah, as you're saying, you have to be proactive. You have to sit back and wait for T1 to set up and essentially control the difference, especially with the lead that they have. So for KT, you know, trying to use some of their side laning, they have LeBlanc and Camille, maybe that's enough, but for now they're kind of stuck back on their side of the map.
Guma is up 2 items.
Yeah, look at the items he has as well. So he has the IE, which goes really well with the range.
どんだけプレート食ったんだ。
Also the shield bow, so BDD is going to have a far harder time picking him, bursting him, and that's kind of the benefit of being so far ahead is you have the luxury to go for more defensive items and still outdamage your opponent.
That's the big thing.
このファーム量でキル数なしで2個アップすごいなマジで。
The one win condition, the one opening for KT if they do want to make this frankly miraculous run to Worlds is getting a pick on a single target. That or a Baron steal, but look at the vision control that's there for T1. They know as well. Right now we're in very firm control of the game. We have a lot of safety.
アイテム安いっちゃ安いけど。わ、すっげえ6000ゴールド差ぐらいあったぞ今。
We should be fine. BDD should be getting his death cap after that cannon. I wonder if they're gonna give up this Drake and maybe make a play towards that Nash. Try and friend, but like again, look, T1's gonna know.
あ、ごめん。多分違うわ。見間違い。
Yeah. Does feel like this Baron it could be huge for the side of T1 if they can utilize that to end the game.
They could just have Zeus solo the dragon, honestly.
さすがに6000ゴールドってほぼ全部やんと思って。そんなわけないなと思って。
They really don't need to commit members to the dragon. They can keep presence around the Baron area. Guma is just going to solo out the dragon pretty quick enough. Actually going to get some help from Zeus.
It's a lot of that.
Still maintaining vision on the top side. They are giving no windows to KT. no opportunities to let them back in the game.
Yeah, you don't really get to utilize any of your side lane pressure. Nobody can really deal with Zeus still, unless you're going to drop both LeBlanc and Camille there. And so it's another Infernal Drake that goes to T1, but more importantly, as you guys have been mentioning, they're just setting up supreme vision around the most important objective.
Do have both Deft kept on, as well as Mortar Reminder for Deft. So there are some minor spikes here for KT. Is that enough to go up against the might and money of T1? I don't know. That's going to help a little bit.
Trying to catch Barrel. They really want to get him to use his ult. And now we got a potential sleep coming in here as they're looking for a bit more.
Wow. Oh, 全部入った。あー、ガビ。GG だ。もうネクサスは守れない。フェイか
？But already it is such a huge win to the side of T1 as they look to group in mid.
Pings are coming in. They do have the Misfortune ultimate to clear the wave. But T1 might try and interrupt, might try and just look for the pressure, look for the end here.
MF がウルト打ったらウェーブはクリアできそうだけど、でも MF はウルトを打てるのだろうか、果たして。後期が強すぎて、お、探した。いやマジで不安だった。マジで不安だった。いやファイナルガチラスト。リターンズ無事勝利。
Doesn't make it over the finish. Then one fight at Baron ended up deciding the game. And your 2023 World Champions will in fact be back as the fourth seed. Again, fourth seed of the LCK.
It's not what you would expect, but they do get there.
マジで WCS に T1 いないかと思った。
You can see he is so relieved. It's only relief. And I mean, it's not any huge reactions from the side of T1 as well because they know, like, whoa, we did it. Man, that was close.
And look, was it clean? Was it pretty?
It was a
struggle, but they got here. And we are seeing big meta shifts. The death of lane swaps. They have a new lease. They have the opportunity to adapt to a new meta, to refine the issues, to get there. T1, they made it. And they have their opportunity to once again try and defend the title.
This might very well be the moment that the dance is over. Deft not making it to Worlds. Barrow in an even year not going to be there. KT after what was a wonderful 2023. Not
WCS の決勝とかより全然怖かった。
Heartbroken are the members of this team. Heartbroken, I'm sure, are the fans. And that man right there fought his very hardest, fought valiantly. But it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard not to feel sad for the players who aren't going to make it on this team. BD in particular, this latter end of the split, this series in particular, did everything he could to try and get them over the line, and it just wasn't quite enough.
Yeah. Felt kind of bad there at the end as well. I mean, some of those team fights weren't even very close, right? It was so close in this game. It was like a 2,000, 1,000 gold difference, and it really felt like KT were still in it. And then all of a sudden, T1 got one team fight win. And the game was broken open. It was kind of over from there. KT were never given an opportunity to come back.
And you know, this is such a high-pressure game. It's a game 5. It's an area where T1, this roster, has struggled. They have crumbled under the pressure, but they held strong, and it felt like this game was so controlled from them. Even when members were going down, it was always a win for T1 on the map. There was never a point where you looked at the gold and went, oh man, that looks
WCS で完成度上がる T1。いい。別にリーグはいい。T1 のリーグは、いい時もあるけど、安定してない時も結構ある。WCS は WCS 中にどうにか調整しきるから。いや、ゼウス偉かったわ、マジで。あんだけガンクされて、綺麗に避けてキル返して、でカミール育てずに ゲーム進めて集団戦で神より影響力出した。マジで偉い。ゼウスはマジで偉かった。
Well, it wasn't easy for them. They lost to DK, they almost lost to KT here, and T1 is an org, and it's got players on it that you would always expect to be there. And, you know, this entire story of them actually making it to Worlds will follow them there. I am very, very curious to see how they will develop going into that very important tournament, because yes, they make it, but what kind of T1 will we see there? I can't wait to see.
Well, hopefully with lane swaps dead, I want to see more of Zeus and carries. Camille, Yone, fantastic performances from him. I don't want to see him on Cassante. I don't want to see him on Ornn. Even things like the cannon didn't really inspire joy, but him on picks like this is just an absolute monster.
They're just saying, hit the tower. Yeah, like owners begging them.
That face from Carrier.
Yeah.
Owner immediately head in hands.
It's a different kind of emotion.
It really is. And Corky gets his win, which
he was just waiting.
Yeah, he was so due.
He was scaling.
he was just waiting for the right opportunity. The 80 carry mid meta, we'll see if it's still there around Worlds. I would have said no, but then, you know, some of the changes on the patch point 19.
Seriesを通しての T1 の
Pro
MVP.
teams are resilient. You try and push them. No. We still want to play Corky. No, really, it's been nerfed in the ground. Well, you know, they might still.
He's just so safe. Yeah. Either way, guys, that was another fun banger. It did go to 5 games once again. We've just had so many 5 gamers. Hamalife versus Gen G. We had DK versus T1 earlier in the regional qualifiers, and we have one here as well for the final game.
勝った試合で見るとヘイカ
instead of KT. We're going to be hearing from the entire team in an interview.
負けた試合も含めるとゼウス。
Over the space right now to break down this series.
What an absolute treat. It goes all the way to 5 games, but it is T1 that come out on top here in the telecom war for the slot at Worlds 2024. They will be your 4th seed, but they're just happy to go in general. You could see the relief on Owner's face, and everyone across that roster know that it's another step towards protecting their title. On the opposite side, KT fall just 1 game short in 2024. With that win, though, it means it's Faker's 9th time. Look at all the legends on the opposite side. Core JJ, Deft, Doublelift, Impact, Jensen, Maple, Xiaohu.
ていうかこのシリーズ別に良かった。ナザスの試合もまあなんか逃げ回ってたけど別にバードの事故がなければ別に勝ってたと思う。
The myth, the legend, right? And he quietly had a very impactful game 5 because KT's strategy was kill champions. Faker's strategy was play the side lane, kill structures. Was a great shot caller, I feel like, with how they played the map in that 5th game. And it felt like a big return to form in terms of macro here for the old telecom squad.
And also coming into the draft, T1 kind of needed some DPS from the mid lane, but as you know, they didn't really want to play Corky, but at the end, as you know, like Faker kind of decided to play Corky by himself, and I think that kind of made a T1 game really easily, even though their early game was kind of rough. Like they still had the value, they still had the insurance for the late game, so that's the reason why T1 could actually win against KT right here.
And they didn't ban Yone, which for me was maybe very stressed out for them going into the end of this draft, banning the Jax instead, but they had first pick. When the pick was locked in, but Faker's Yone has been very suspect, right? It hasn't been that great this year. He's played it very few times in his career, but I think the T1 fans and the T1 veterans who were watching this squad since Yone's release knew that it was always going into Zeus' hands, and he made such a huge impact on this pick. They denied it from BDD. That was great draft tech here from T1.
Yep, no one beats Corky 10 times in a row here in the LCK. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. On the top side of the map, T1 corralling around the grubs, and then a fight on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, early game for the KT was really great, especially from BDD's LeBlanc. He was kind of just chilling out a little bit on the game.
でもジャングルがイニシ系になってトップ10にファイター系だったりまあイニシじゃないチャンピオンが出てくるイニシっていうかタンクじゃないチャンピオンが出てくると後期マジ殴りにくくなるんだよな。でもこの試合はカミールが育ちきらなかったおかげで後期が殴れる状態になった。
Yeah, I think that KT had a really good read on what T1 wanted to do early and how to set up for the punishes, and they had some prepared teleports. It was really well played. Part of why I wanted to keep these highlights, even though KT Rolster ends up losing, is to showcase their power in this early game, but also to remind everyone that this early game was not T1's. This early game was absolutely looking T1's way. We've seen so many, or sorry, KT's way, we've seen so many T1 series where they actually go to that 5th game, fall apart in the mental game, fall apart in the draft, and lose the early game and get absolutely smashed. And it's a tragedy, and we see the T1 fans going home in tears. But they were able to stick together, be resilient in this game, play the map, not get discouraged.
いや、サイドをちゃんとプッシュしきって、ゴールドの有利、ゴールドの不利を作らずに、集団戦まで行けたのがマジででかかった。まあ、集団戦1回負けたらマジ負けだけど、マジで終わるけど、あそこ勝ったのがマジでかかった。
And so that gold lead led into this fight here at Farron.
これね、このファイトがマジで大事だった。全部のリソース使わせた後にリリアで遠距離でエンゲージして陣で入る。この形がめっちゃ強い。
But I think it didn't work out pretty well. Like Yone always took on the kill, and also the side lane, he got all the pressure, and that kind of leads into this team fight because Yone was online still, even though he got a lot of ganked by Sejuani, which is Pyoshik. Like still, Yone was on point, and also Faker was farming side lane. Everything that it impresses me is that like T1 is known as the early pressure team that he can actually get the win out of it, but still like they win out of the late game, so that's kind of impresses me.
I think one of the things about this fight to me too is when you
よく考えたら1の4にウルトするのダメじゃないですか。それは俺もそう思う。神になんでウルトしたのかなって思うけど、別にウルトしなくても負けてるから大丈夫、あれは。あれはね、別に、まあ、なんでウルトしたんだろうなとは思うけど、なんでウルトしたのかなとは思うけど、別に関係ない、そこに関しては。どうせ負ける、別に。あの形になったら勝てない。1個手前のセジのウルトがうまく決まらなくて、アリスタがそのタイミングで入れなかったら、それ以降は入れないから。
T1 does end up going to Worlds. It also means the end for this KT roster, the reunion of the core of the 2022 World Champs in the DRX players, the promotion of Perfect to the top side, and again, you saw it all playoffs long. And the end of the season, BDD's rise into just being an absolute force. It's an absolute shame that he won't be able to go, but is T1 making it through? What are your thoughts here on KT's season?
I mean, I think it was a good year for them. Remember, this team was considered at best a side grade from the roster that they had last year. You know, at worst, a pretty significant downgrade. There were strong pieces here from 2022. When you look at current year, the roster didn't have high expectations. We weren't expecting this team to win in LCK necessarily. The fact that they were able to keep it together, grow as a team so much throughout the year, and then bring it this close to actually going to Worlds against an elite team like T1, I think it's a year to be proud of.
E1 がラストピースなのおもろ。
Yeah, I mean, especially today, I was kind of expecting like kind of easy game for T1 coming into today's series because of the yesterday performance, but like, it was really impressive. They almost made out to the Worlds, but yeah.
All right, well, that closes the chapter on 2024 for KT, but T1 continue on, and we have them standing by right now. On the interview translations is Deer.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the post-match team interview translation, joined by players of T1 who managed to get a 3-2 victory in the LCK Regional Qualifiers and securing LCK 4th seed. Congratulations!
네, 팬분들께서 정말 크게 박수를 보내주시고 계신데요. 제우스 선수 먼저
the fans are so loud today.
제우스 선수 풀세트 접전이었습니다. 그 경기 끝에 단 한 장 남은
It was a 5-game series, and you secured the last Worlds ticket. How do you feel? Today, for sure. After making so many mistakes from the match against D+ Kia, I wasn't really feeling that great, but just being able to advance to Worlds, I'm just so relieved, and it was just so hard today. So a defeat today meant an end to your 2024 season, making today's match so crucial. So what mindset did you come to this stage with today?
against C plus Kia, I felt so much pressure and extreme pressure to not lose. And for today, I think I just really put everything down, and I really allowed myself to focus and concentrate in the game today.
まあ確かに今日の試合集中してたね。マジで。
And many people are looking forward to seeing you at this World. So what can we expect from you in Europe? You know, we were really on the edge of the cliff and being able to really grasp that opportunity. It just means that we're at the same level as all the teams that made it to Worlds. So we will make sure that we're able to showcase a great performance at Worlds. Next up, let's talk to Owner. After such an intense battle, T1 came out on top. How do you feel? It was such a rough battle today. Really wanted to win today. And I'm just feeling so relieved and so happy that we're able to win a 3-2 victory. So, after the win-loss, Game 5 was a very rough start for you. So what was the game plan? Yeah, we actually took a lot of loss in the early game, but we were pretty confident in terms of late game and team fight, so I think we just remained confident and we really remained focused in during team fights. So at which moment were you sure that you would win? We had a team fight at Baron and we won big in team fight. And after winning that team fight, I just thought, okay, this is such a winnable game.
まあ難しい話してないな。
You made it to Worlds 3 times in a row. And you once said, the most beautiful flower blooms in adversity. So what do you think this year's World will be like? Every time we go to Worlds, it's never a very comfortable experience. It's not very easy. And I feel like it's going to be the same, but I want to make sure that we are able to come out strong at Worlds, and I'm just expecting it to be a good run this year. Faker, with your 9th
苦手意識あったっていうか今の最後の試合の振り返りかな。序盤負けたけど、まあレートゲーム勝てるよねっていう。
You know, we were in a situation where we might not be able to make it to Worlds, but being able to be given that chance, I'm just very grateful, and I want to make sure that we make the most out of it. And with the Mapo High School Derby storyline against Theft, how did it feel to face him in such a high-stakes battle?
2022年の話?
You know, I met him at the World's Finals in 2022, and just being against him at the very last regional qualifiers and the finals, again, it just left me with such mixed emotions. And being able to face him and, you know, even though I won against him and he was defeated, I feel like I'm not exactly feeling too happy for him, but I feel a little bad, but I think this is just what competition is about. And you are the only one with 9 appearances and 4 titles at Worlds. So what are your goals at this year's Worlds? You know, we're going to try to make the most out of this year's Worlds, and I think last year's Worlds, I'm sure a lot of fans are expecting us and looking forward to a similar run from last year, and I want to make sure that we really repay everyone's support. And Gumayushi, you secured the last ticket to Worlds. How do you feel? You know, I had no idea that we would be able to make it to Worlds after such a rough run. And I'm just also feeling very relieved that we did make it at the same time. And you were against Steph, who had always shown consistent performance at qualifiers. So what was the main point of the bot matchup? You know, he did really well against BNK Fear X. And today I just came with the thought that, you know, I just have to play better than him. I just thought to myself, I just have to play better than my opponent. Anything you're looking forward to at Worlds in Europe? You know, being able to perform and compete in Europe in different cities is something that I'm really excited about.
And you know, I think last year we were able to showcase a lot of good sides of our team, so I hope that we can do the same this year as well. I'm looking forward to that as well. And any message to the 80 carries you'll meet at Worlds? Gumayushi is coming, you guys. Carrier, with today's victory, this is your 5th Worlds in a row since debut. How do you feel? Up until this year, going to Worlds, I think it was just more obvious that we would make it, but this year, I feel like the pressure was just so much more immense, so I'm just feeling really grateful that we were able to make it. So before Game 5, the camera caught you, and it looked like you were full of thoughts. So how were you feeling back then? Before Game 5 started, of course, we were thinking about how we were going to play, so I think I was just still thinking about that. And I also thought to myself, what would I do if we got eliminated today? And then after the win, as the victory ceremony, you were holding your chest, so what were you really doing? You know, it was just, basically, I was just so full of relief. And I think in the past few days, I had been so uptight and just feeling that relief with my whole body. Is just that's just the ceremony that came out naturally. So what do you think is going to be different about this world?
兵役期間ではね、免除されても行くからね。
I think this year I do believe that we can obviously do better and be able to showcase and display really good sides and performance this year as well. So I hope that we can do that. And lastly, the 2023 World Champion roster, Zeus owner Faker Guma Kyria get to run it back at Worlds.
大体業務があるっていうのもそうだし、
So any shout out to your fans?
네, 이번 월즈가 되게 도전자 입장으로 또 다시 들어가게 됐는데
So as a competitor in Worlds,
굉장히 좀 좋은 경험, 굉장히 처음이라서
I feel like
네, 좋은 경험일 거라고
it's just been such a rough journey, but I believe that it's going to be a really good experience for us and for all the fans that have been supporting us up until this point and all the fans that will be supporting our Worlds run. Thank you so much. Let's give it up for T1, and that's the end of the interview from T1 and back to the space.
よし、終わりだ。疲れた。3-2。
There you have it. It is
ブルーが全て勝ちました。
victory for T1 over KT. They secure the final
ちょっとバウンピッ
spot
ク
at Worlds, the 4th seed here in
赤用のやつなんか
the
作りましょ
with a all
う。
blue
全てのチームの皆さん。
series here. T1
ということで。
the final regular
は
season
あ、疲れ
match
た。
in the 2024 calendar.
じゃあ、終わり。お疲れ。